Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the final day of the TI-12C regional qualifiers. Only 3 teams remain, and after this lower bracket finals, only 2 teams will be left standing. We've got Geek Fam taking on the boys on Blacklist. Ravaru, Waga, this is all the dreams come down to it here. Geek Fam, the only person that's made it to TI is Skem in the previous year with Boom. Everyone else has not had a single chance to represent themselves and also their team and country at TI. But of course, for Blacklist, they have 5 members who have been there multiple times to TI.
Yeah, Blacklist definitely coming in the more experienced ones here, but at the same time, you can't help but be a Geek Fam fan after watching how they've been playing here. They've been going deep here in the lower bracket, all the way from the lower bracket round 2. They've been crushing it and just keep going, and I feel like they have been evolving throughout this tournament as well. They're playing way stronger now. The series against Execration was an impressive one. Here we get a little look at the bracket to see their journey. You know, they went up against UDV, they took down Neon Esports, took down Bleed, and then finally the last series we saw from them, Execration, getting 2-1 by end.
It's been a crazy run for the boys on Geek Fam, and if you look all the way back at round 1, the team that knocked them out, it will knock them down to the lower bracket, is a team that is currently in the grand finals, and I bet Geek Fam would love a revenge match, considering that series was pretty close as well. We got to cover that one, and this, like you said, this Geek Fam team has been evolving, so if they can make it into the grand finals, this could be a completely different look at Geek Fam at what SMG saw prior. But of course, they have to go through Blacklist, who so far before SMG were looking like one of the cleanest teams. Like you've been highlighting, that kind of 5-man death ball group up was something that a lot of teams haven't been able to address, but SMG, they did it in very fine fashion yesterday.
Yeah. SMG dismantled Blacklist, and that definitely is a setback. So they're coming off a loss, but they're going up against Geek Fam, who, did get dropped down before as well. I think SMG did a great job in how they approached and dismantled Blacklist. I wonder if Geek Fam can do it as well. I would say Geek Fam, while they're maybe not playing at exactly as high level, in my opinion, as Blacklist, they do have a good matchup in the sense that they like drafting a lot of team fights. They like drafting heavy, wombo combos on the side of Geek Fam, and that could solve this death ball push strat that we've seen from Blacklist. The overall Geek Fam put a lot of weight on heroes like Darkseer, Warlock. They pick a lot of Gyro, Primal, they play Dawnbreakers, Shadow Fiend, Treant Protector. All these are great things to have if your opponents like to run as 5. So we'll see. I think we will have some big confrontations and big skirmishes here in this game coming up,
which is going to be exciting. And I want to pay a little bit more attention to the carries as well from either side, because I think heading into it, the carry for Geek Fam in particular, Own It, was a big question mark and a bit unknown as a whole. I mean, we got to see him play in Division 2 for the final tour, but really, I mean, that wasn't much of a test for the boys for Geek Fam at all, with how dominant they were able to be down there. So this is going to be interesting. This is really going to be interesting. He's been, honestly, I think his Sven has been the best so far from everyone else that I've seen in the qualifiers. I mean, coming into it, his master tier Sven has just been demolishing everyone he comes up against. He can play a lot of other carries, but Raven as well has been known as one of the best Southeast Asian carries out there for quite some time.
Yeah, I can bring a little self-deprecating stat to mind here that I've played a lot with Olnit, or against Olnit, as he's a European player, of course. He's from Romania coming in here, and my track record against him is not that great. I've got a 10% win rate against him. He's a solid player, man. He's just looking like a standout carry here in this tournament. I think, however, though, that going up against Blacklist here, Raven, I would say, looks like the best carry out of the entire qualifier, and Olnit to me, the one standing out is the second best even. And that sounds weird saying when SMG is already waiting in the grand finals, but really both these teams got stellar carries. I think it will be very important to see how they can enable them, how they can play around them, because from the side of Geek Fam, they've been relying quite heavily on that Sven to charge in and lead the way from Olnit, and he also has delivered on other heroes as well, but generally he likes to lead when he has a lot of farm, but we see the same from Raven. He's just, obviously excelling at a lot of his special heroes. He's very good with a lot of illusion carries. He plays a fantastic gyrocopter. The patch kind of lends itself to him very well as well.
So you've been mentioning that you feel like Blacklist going to continue to run kind of this, 5-man group up death ball. You said that Geek Fam often prioritize a lot of team fighting heroes. Are there any supports in particular you feel like come to mind that we might see Geek Fam have a little bit more emphasis on in this series in particular when they're trying to compete versus that 5-man?
I think you will still have to respect some of the heroes that are just, strong supports overall. Like Nature's Prophet could still be a dangerous one if it slips through because he can do some splitting. But other than that, I think we might see priority on heroes like Warlock just for the Fatal Bonds and the big Chaotic Offering. We might see Vengeful Spirit for the possibility of saving your carries. Like I said, enabling your carries here might be a big thing. It'll be interesting, though, to see how the two teams approach it, or if we're going to see a mix-up here at all in the approach from Blacklist, because so far they've been the most predictable team in what they're going to do. They're like the practice one kick 1,000 times team. They do one thing, they do extremely well, and even if you know what's coming, it can be hard to deal with.
Especially when you get the ball rolling. So we'll see Blacklist, how they're going to be able to set themselves up and what draft they look to try and give themselves as well to have that best success chance against Geek Fam at the moment. Because Geek Fam, they're getting a lot of fans right now. They are getting a lot of fans, I think, ever since Mike and John had a bit too much fun with Cox's name. All of a sudden, he's filling the chat. So
our immature co-casters, I mean, they were doing great covering it. And honestly, I have to say, I'm a Cox enjoyer as well, dude. He's looking stellar here. He's earning a lot of respect, I think, from the teams that they play against, man. And a big hero before the teams get through the first ban phase here, I want to say, as they're starting up the draft, is Primal Beast. Both these teams play it. KP played a phenomenal Primal Beast before. We've seen it. And meanwhile, in Geek Fam, if you don't ban Primal Beast against them, they're going to be taking it. That's just, how high priority it is for them.
All right, well, let's see how we're going to get the priority out of the bans heading into this one at the moment. Geek Fam going to be on the Radiant side playing with first pick. We've got Blacklist Dire side playing with second pick as well.
Dire team ban.
Yeah, we'll see the approach as well. Looks like we're going to have a ban out on Rubik by Geek Fam, which is curious because they themselves play a fantastic Rubik. They have a very good track record. I think they're like 4 or 5 wins out of 6 games or something on Rubik so far. So interesting to see them remove that option, as Narman does play it really well himself.
Narman's a filthy position 4 player. This guy is... incredibly gifted, and I think it's time he gets kind of his dues as well. Has always been known as a solid support. I mean, he's bounced around on multiple teams as well. For him, just hasn't really been able to find a home. We've seen it on, started with kind of like 496, jumped to Neon, jumped to Army Geniuses for a little bit of time, had a decent kind of run over there, but we saw him Reality Rift as well. I think he went to a major with them in Dream League, but really now he's continuing to pick up a lot of experience and a lot of strength, and we're going to be looking at him along with Tim's. Like, if you compare everyone at the moment from role to role, it seems like there's no weak point currently on either side.
No, I mean we're getting to the top of the top here in the qualifiers, right? We only got the 3 teams remaining. Winner of this will go into that grand final. So really, it's getting to the point where there's no weak link in terms of player. It's just about whether you can find stuff you can abuse about your opponent's style overall. And there it is. The final ban is going to be by Geek Fam, the Primal Beast themselves, as they pick up the Warlock. I told you, man, this hero is going to be crucial here. And even looking at Blacklist's bans here as well, the Darkseer, the Gyrocopter, they know what's coming. Geek Fam love the big team fights.
Very good call. So what do you think needs to be like a response, or a couple of heroes or a route you go down now when you see the Warlock?
I think the thing about Warlock is that, well, he gives good team fight. He doesn't have good skirmish potential and lockdown. So yeah, this is a good read, man. Get yourself that Nature's Prophet. Abuse a little bit that Warlock doesn't have a stun on hand other than his big ultimate. And now you can maybe have a good support matchup here, and that Nature's Prophet can just keep you behind and start slapping the Warlock. Will be tough for him to deal with. Sort of incriminate the position of Geek Fam in the team fight that's gonna come later.
I think just in particular with maybe the only ban for Blacklist, I wonder if they're going to try and get rid of the Sven as well, considering we've seen, again, Warlock Gyro and Warlock Sven has really been the best, and without a doubt, I think that's Ulnet's best hero. So you've only got one ban though. We'll see if they will look to get rid of it.
Yeah, I think that could be a smart call because in general, looking at the way that they've been drafting as well, over on the side of Geek Fam, whenever they have been picking up that Warlock, they have definitely been looking towards getting Sven involved as well. Like it's a combo that they've run before. And they picked the Sven pretty early. So if you want to ban him, you need to remove him, in the chance that you get.
Do we need to see now the support for Geek Fam be able to be a little bit more active to potentially mirror some of the early movement? They banned the Sven.
Ooh, yeah,
very interesting.
Both teams do play it, so it makes sense. Maybe they have a different plan in mind here for themselves. And we've also seen Sven get controlled, not only by Nature's Prophet, but by yesterday we saw some Sven deal with the Nature's Prophet and Clockwork just shutting him down, and they already have one of those heroes on the side of Blacklist, so maybe it doesn't feel like they want to play it here. More concerned playing against it, as it does kill the Chaotic Offering very easily. It's one of the carries that deals with Warlock really well.
Sure. With Geek Fam secondary support, do you feel like it needs to be a little bit more of an active hero to potentially mirror some of the early plays that the Nature's Prophet can make on the map?
Yeah, I would like to see a hero that can set up some things, something that can enable the Nature's Prophet to just TP in on the back and actually go play. Previously, when they've played Nature's Prophet, they've played like Lion together with it, and I think that's a good hero for, getting some disable, because you need something that has stunts and lockdown. Other than that, we could look towards them maybe adding, trying to think what they would go. I mean, Clockwork is still an option. They're just going to start with the Dawn. They banned out the Underlord as well, a hero that Geek Fam have not lost on yet. 3 wins so far, 100% win rate.
Offlane pool is getting quite limited though for Force. Dawnbreaker's out, Underlord, Darkseer, Doom, Brewmaster, Primal. So there's a lot of offlane is now not available. You'd say kind of all of them are definitely some of the better ones currently in the meta. So probably going to have to pick his hero up pretty shortly.
Yeah, curious to see what they're going to prioritize for him. I mean, he still does enjoy a lot of other heroes that we haven't seen as much lately as well. Like there's still Beastmaster as an option, a hero that he's very good at, and I'm not sure what they want to go for in terms of style here, if they're going to change it up, but I would like to see them get some good disable against Dawnbreaker. Even having more BKB piercing disable isn't a bad idea when, you play against Dawn, she comes in with a BKB and has to shard. It can be very frustrating to deal with.
And already a frustrating thing could be the global potential. We spoke about the Nature's Prophet, another Dawnbreaker on top of that as well, and we always see Carl has some active playmaking hero, so he could start. You could use Solar aggressively instead of like a defensive tool. So Geek Fam really need to make sure they're going to be able to have some heroes that can actually make some plays early on and be able to play a little bit more reactionary to the global presence.
Okay, they snag up their mid early here on the side of Geek Fam. So getting themselves to Ember. Very good hero to play into Nature's Prophet. Like I said, you get some of those heroes that are elusive, hard to lock down, because neither Nature's Prophet nor Dawnbreaker have good ways of catching or locking onto an Ember here. So it's a good read, I think. However, it can be dangerous to show Ember this early on the mid lane. There are many matchups that can be pretty devastating. I've been harping on it for a long time, especially in earlier DPC seasons, how Ember mid, first phase pick, you can end up getting Huskard or something, and it's a nightmare situation. It is not a fun time.
Blacklist haven't shown the capability to run this Earthshaker mid, but I don't know how much Carl has been practicing throughout the days, but that's something you could look at. DK as well, I think, is something we've seen a little bit so far, but also absolutely destroys the Ember in the mid lane, and it is kind of a Carl hero. So I 100% agree. There's a lot of routes you can go down now for Carl.
Yeah, DK is very comfortable because you have a hero that can just stand there and, easily fight into the Ember and lane. And later on, even, it's not just about lane matchup, but later on you have a great stun available, so he has to be careful playing close to you. And Sleight of Fist does pretty much nothing to Dragon Knight. He has so much armor. So they add Willow to Blacklist, getting themselves a little bit more lockdown, also confirming that this is going to be, core Dawnbreaker pretty much. Unless they want to do some core Nature's Prophet, but I kind of doubt that we're going to see that coming out.
What is our Carl hero?
Holy.
I mean, that's another one, dude. Holy crap. And I was kind of looking at a Legion for Geek Fam with the press the attack against the Dark Willow abilities and with the Sky combo, but Odie save really makes that. I don't think you can go down that route now with this pick.
I'm going to say like this. Odie is actually probably the hero I played the most in this patch. I love Odie in this patch. He's really, really good. The changes he got were really nice as well. If you get to the later stages here and you get to a point of him considering gang survivability, the Aghanims is absurd. It's actually way too strong. The reason being, the barrier you get is undispellable. It's pretty much one of the only undispellable barriers in the game. Nullifier won't do anything. Now you have the PA on your team as well, so she would want to get that Nullifier. It won't do anything against that survivability. And you can blink when you have the barrier up, and every OD goes blink. So I would like to see him go for a real right-click build here with the Witchblade early on, and then of course get the Blink Hurricane Pike, BKB type stuff. But even getting Aghanims before BKB is an option. It essentially is a super Aeon disc for you.
Okay. And of course, you're going to be looking at a potential late game Hex if you're looking to try and deal with the Ember. So that's another thing.
Even PA, yeah. Getting some lockdown here is really big. The downside being here, PA is a pretty smart pick though, because PA has built innovation 75% when she gets the talent, and OD doesn't like building an MKB. He can go for an upgraded Witchblade at some point, but that doesn't work during BKB because, you know, you are immune to or mitigating a lot of that damage, so it's not very good. And yeah, he pretty much never will get any good True Strike against the PA, so good matchup so far. They're banning out the Bloodseeker as well, realizing that there's just a carry remaining for Blacklist, and Bloodseeker would be extremely good against the PA here.
And I'm really trying to work out where you can pick for Force now. They still ban Legion. I think Beast was an incredible ban as well, something you brought up before, but you just... With the OD, you can't be like heavy committal now. Like blink into Mystic Flare, OD is just going to save you, and then all of a sudden your combo's kind of wasted and you're stuck in an awkward position where then you can like counter rotate with the Dawnbreaker Solar Guardian. So what do they actually go for? Let's see. They do still blink and shit. I mean, there wasn't many available. No,
it makes sense still. I mean, it's Axe Skywrath. It's a tried and tested combo. I think, like you said, it was very limited in what was really there anymore. I think, was Beastmaster not banned, then they would have gone for that. Also, Legion Sky is super strong, so good bans by Blacklist, but the Axe here, it's looking okay. If you blink calls the OD, he can toggle off the Arcane Orb during the call, so he doesn't actually hurt himself that much as long as he's on point with his toggle on that. They're gonna go Spectre. I mean, Spectre against those two supports looks really nice. Sky and Warlock is basically just food for Spectre at some point, but PA does come with a built-in break in that shard, so I'm not 100% on this pick.
Okay, I'm all in on Blacklist. I think the one reason is I cannot remember who played it. I saw a Spectre game so far throughout the qualifiers, and in fact, I think it lost. It was like one of the early games that went like 60, 70 minutes or something. Who picked it? Far out. I'm trying to remember who it was. It was Boom. It was Boom. Went 70 minutes in their second game versus Bleed. I was very impressed with the Spectre. He went like a Spirit. It went Tread, Spirit Vessel, like Manta, and just was super active early on. You have 3 global heroes. I feel like Spectre versus any position-based supports absolutely destroys them. Warlock Sky, without a doubt, of those position-based. And eventually, as the game goes on, you have Haunt for the Axe, so he has to build a Shadow Blade to be able to get Blink initiation. So he's going to need Blink, Blade Mail, probably a BKB, a Shadow Blade as well. I mean, he's going to need a lot of items this game to play Dota.
Yeah, it's going to be... it's going to be... Sorry, yeah, you can keep going.
No, I was... Yeah.
Okay, so I was going to say... That's really, really true. And I think even more so than the stress on Axe there is, like you mentioned early, the pressure on the supports is really high, right? Because playing those Warlock and Sky against Spectre, very easy to become food, and when you add into the rest of the global, like you mentioned. So this adds extra weight on the shoulders of the Ember and the Axe and the PA to deliver here. They need to really step up and have big impact. But at the same time, man, I think Geek, they've got some really good team fights overall. They've got nice burst combos. They've got late game pretty comfortable for PA as well. I think we got a game on our hands here. I'm going to be a believer of Geek Fam and go 1-1 here on the caster predictions.
Holy crap. Is your map spazzing out? Or is that just... I see the observers is too. Is yours spazzing out? The icons?
Oh.
Okay, never mind. The observers is not. Oh, Force? What's going on here? A little bit of a brawl?
Yeah, they ran into each other, but not going to really have a big engagement yet. They denied access to the Blacklist jungle there, shoving them away.
So, I do completely agree. I think late game PA will carry this game. I am a PA hater though. I have only seen this hero win when his mid laner rotates multiple times to his lane and gets a couple early kills. So all my attention is going to be on what can Cox do to be able to enable the Phantom Assassin, get those early kills, and how do the first couple blink rotations go from the Axe? Because if you get PA late game, this is a different story. Then I can start to bleed, but I just don't. I think the global potential from Blacklist will be just catastrophic on how Geek Fam are going to be able to play the map.
I think it's definitely true that Ember has, the early game is going to be very important. So seeing how he gets started here will be very interesting. And going up against the lane of Carl on the OD here, it's not the easiest lane, but it's not terrible either for the Ember. I think it is pretty OD favored due to him having, 7 armor plus 3 under the tower. So Sleight of Fists don't really do much if he's sitting far back. And he can very comfortably just imprison you and bully the CSing. Not going for an early imprison there for messing with those 2 last hits. He wants the range creep secured. Gonna go for that. Oh, meanwhile.
Whoa. Oh my god. That's not good.
That's not the start you want on the side of Geek. Losing all mid immediately. Talking about how he has to have a good start here and not gonna get it, dying immediately.
And how do we feel like this lane is going to continue as well? Because Dawnbreaker, we've mentioned it multiple times. This hero is a stupidly strong laner, and you're going to have Dark Willow being able to freely spellcast as well.
I think we're going to have a real fight for it, though. The Fatal Bonds and the PA fighting back, they're doing a lot of damage over to the side of the Dawn as well. But yeah, the combo at level 2 gets a lot stronger for the side of Blacklist when they get that Starbreaker combo and Willow gets her second spell added in.
And meanwhile, how's our last side lane looking? Actually, never mind. Blacklist.
Going on all
a bit aggressive. Yeah, on that. Should be able to get another kill, though the use of the Shadow Word from Skem repairs some of the damage. Now, Tims has also stepped into the creep.
This hurts, man. The Fatal Bonds, look at that. You gotta attack these imps, by the way, that are coming in from the Fatal Bonds. Every single one, if you kill it, gives 17 experience. It's quite a lot. So it's the same. I think it's roughly the same as a Venom Ward in terms of experience, and I always love clicking those, man. It gives a lot.
Are they one hit? I don't remember.
They're 2 hit for Willow, so it's a bit tricky, but they're also not super fast.
Okay.
She has long enough range that she could back up against them, and you can also, rely if you're closer to your tower will also shoot them.
What do we feel like is the role of the Skyreth Mage, this top lane in particular? How is he looking to try and play with Force?
I think for now he's just trying to keep Cuckoo off Force's back here, trying to not get him harassed too much before he gets the Vanguard completed. And once the Vanguard is up, I think we're going to see complete change where Skywrath gets freedom to move and do whatever he wants, because there's no pressure onto an Axe with the Vanguard in this game. Not from a Spectre and Nature's Prophet. Bottom though, TPing in.
All right. We're going to get pretty aggressive early on from Cuckoo.
Nice.
Relying on the Brambles, and Tims is on the mark. Very nicely done. Great timing as well with the rotation with that Lotus. So they're going to be able to secure it for Tims. And you have a Kree Wave underneath Raven's tower, so it's not like he's going to get pressured at all.
Yeah, he's just happily farming away on Spectre, and we see him going for the Blade Mill as well. First item here, definitely expected as much on Spectre, because when you're against the Skywrath here and even against Axe, it can be pretty nice to have Blade Mill of your own, as well as just using it as a farming tool. It farms pretty damn fast in jungle with max dispersion. Mid lane, we haven't talked about it too much, so let's mention a little bit. The 17 and 8 for OD as expected. He's got a few denies on his hands, and 13 and 3 for the Ember, so getting decent farm. The downside is that a lot of the range creeps so far have been denied by Carl. That imprison spam.
Top lane. Also should be able to get a pretty big solo kill into Cuckoo. Ooh. Oh, that's Vanguard now completed. He's going to be free farming this lane now with this item.
Yeah, I was wondering if he couldn't find a chance to maybe TP out there, but I guess the right clicks would have killed him if he tried after a call was used, so tried to run away. But this is gonna, like you said, speed up that Vanguard. He gets it and has 300 gold to his name too, so early timings coming out from Axe.
We'll see what Narman decides to do now as well. Can potentially go back and make some stacks. Already has a double at the Ancients. Bottom lane, Skem. Going to be under assault as Cuckoo continues to TP down, and Ulnat's got no boys to jump to. Can break out of the Sprout. Blood Grenade's going to be reapplied. Another round of spells up in a second from KP. It's not even going to matter. Cuckoo with the double kill. And I mean, this is not the worst hero to be giving kills over to. We've seen that this Nature's Prophet position 5 is able to scale quite well.
Nature's Prophet is pretty damn horrible to go up against in late game. He can scale and he can easily build whatever item you want. So you want a Silver Edge against PA later on, or against Axe even to break his counter Helix. You can easily get that at some point in Nature's Prophet if game keeps going and he scales. So far, Cuckoo with great rotations. Gonna go and check mid as well for wards. Sitting around. Ember's not 6 yet.
And that's probably going to result in a kill. Carl with only 1 point in the arcane.
Courier too.
Plenty of damage. Cox, I mean, this is just a disastrous start for Geek Fam.
Yeah, they're all over the place. This is absolutely fantastic for them. Just the rotations and everything is coming off the back of Cuckoo's rotations. TPing top now, and we've seen this before going on a Skywrath as Nature's Prophet. It hurts so bad. And he got his courier, man. Got the Axe courier.
All right, dude. Force has got to go crazy this game. He is top net worth by a long shot. 700 over Raven. Level 6 already completed. What is he going to be able to do? It's going to be a great blink dagger timing, but you also have to be a little bit cautious because Carl's probably going to be, considering about if he can get like a haste rune or something. Maybe he rotates top, and if you can get a kill onto Force and slow his Dame down, that could be really big.
It would be a great target for him to go on, but without a good power rune, I don't really see them bringing him down here with the heroes they have. So it would have to be that OD mid. They're putting even more pressure onto Cox here, just pushing him out of his mid lane so much. Tim's being annoying to him. Gonna snag up that regen rune as well on the Willow. Get her mana back to full. Yeah, I think super early blink timing will be big, and they're stacking up Ancients as well now as they're checking for the Wisdom rune on the side of Narman. I think Narman needs experience though. He's level 2, dude. Like, this Sky needs level 6. When you have blink on Axe, you want a combo with the Sky ulti. Nature's Prophet TP's in, he scans it, sees that there's someone there, doesn't care.
No way.
I mean, he just slaps him, right?
Kill him!
Okay. He has to run away, but he gets a sentry block on the Ancient as well while he's here. Like, this is so sad. I've seen the Sky versus Nature's Prophet match up twice this regionals, and it looks equally sad this time as last time.
Oh, they got both wisdom runes. You were just mentioning that Narman needs experience, man.
He's level 2 at minute 7, man. Like, I don't even know what he needs at this point. Like, he can't go mid. It's just tough.
Oh, and Skem's level 3, and they're getting just chased under the tower. Like, look at the wraparound as well from Tim's. Or Skem's actually going to be able to duck in the trees. I thought they might be able to go for the Warlock if they got a glimpse of him.
Yeah, Blacklist are looking in shape here coming into this. Just absolutely phenomenal start overall. I mean, sure, Axe is getting farmed, but you can't really prevent that with your lineup, but everything else is going their way.
Mid lane. Bramble's going to be on the mark for Tim's, and with the ultimate from Carl, they just evaporate the health pool. This is...
Oh no, dude. He's got Willow net worth now on the Ember as well. He's basically the same net worth as the 2 supports on the side of Blacklist. Ember is not having a game at all, so all of the weight is on Force's shoulders. And while he's going to have Blink and just 300 gold, how does he kill people with it? Like, you can't combo with the Sky, like I mentioned. He needs 3 more levels. Warlock doesn't have his ulti. Ember's not having a game. He doesn't have boots yet. This is looking tough, man.
Is there an argument for him... Oh, mid lane? Dude, they're
He's 6
already.
Oh my god, he's level 6 on Tim's. Okay. Yeah, that's not gonna help you. Meanwhile, bottom we see Dawnbreaker just playing confidently, pushing out the lane as well. Blacklist are running away with it right now, man.
I was going to ask you if there was an argument to be made of Force actually going Blade Mail even before the Blink, because like you said, he has no one to play with. He did buy out for the Blink though, so...
I don't think he can. I think he needs to activate. Like, Blade Mail is too slow. It would give him some own damage, but he needs to make plays. I just don't see how it's going to happen. Mid now. Again, over onto his Ember.
The kill. Oh my lord. I mean, this is a completely different look at Blacklist, right? We've mentioned this is a team that they like to group up and deathball and play like kind of this 5-man, but this is just early game, all-out aggression with 3 global heroes, and this is happening all without the Spectre as well, who's continuing to free farm.
Absolutely love what I'm seeing from their team right now. They're activating super early. They're making plays all over the place, and they're utilizing the heroes they have. They got that Nature's Prophet, and I mean they're making it look broken, right? Like both the supports are so involved. Even Tim's. Like Tim's has been in every single kill so far on Dark Willow. So it's not even Nature's Prophet who is, you know, topping the kill participation here. It's actually Tim's.
At least, I mean, Cuckoo's even being annoying as well, using Treants to block the Ancients. I was going to say, at least you have a double stack at the hard, so Naaman's going to be able to soak up some of that experience, maybe even soak up some of the top wave as well, so he will be 6 pretty shortly.
Yeah, he leached the entire Ancients as well, so they're working on getting him all the experience they can. The moment he gets 6, though, they need to make a move. They're giving him solo experience top now, like they're very actively trying to get to the point where they can start making their own moves.
Blacklist, they're going to continue to make some plays though. Smoke is 3. Of course, you always have this Astral like we've seen to be able to set up for the Bramble. Cox is the target.
I love the OD party hat. He's ready to party. He gets a huge party hat, by the way.
Oh, Cox.
Prison, not really in range.
Should be fine. Ooh.
Ember jumps over to farm a jungle camp as well. Dodges the gank for now. They're coming back towards him, but Willow Smoke is gonna stop soon.
Meanwhile, we do have a smoke from Radiant. They're going to try and get the Spectre. 1300 health, though. Let's see if they're going to be able to blow him up. Early pop of the Blade Mail. I mean, it would have been nice to get it. They'll need the creeps to help out. There's the Solar Guardian response as well. The damage, it's not enough, dude.
KP, man, so immediate.
They needed that kill. They needed the kill. So bad for Geek Fam to have a hope of even potentially being able to combat in this early game, but the damage just wasn't enough. KP deserves the double kill, that instant response out of the Solar Guardian. He was so ready for that attempt.
Oh, it was so on the mark. They knew exactly what was going on. They didn't see Axe for a while. They know that, you know, Skywrath was leeching for his level 6. The moment he got his level 6, they disappeared off the map. The gank was coming somewhere. And yeah, the reaction time. If he didn't ulti immediately there, the dunk would have landed. It was just barely off the mark.
Never refuse gold.
Oh, no, no, no. Oh, no. Let's see what they're able to do again. They've got a cliff forward. They're going to see KP, but he's got 1700 health. Before the Spectre was only 1100. This time, I don't know.
It doesn't have dispersion though.
Nearby. Looks like it's going to be enough to actually get the kill. That's a big one. Oh my lord. Very close to not, but the Terrorize.
Sadly, Dunk still on cooldown from the previous failed attempt though, so doesn't get any stacks built up here on the Axe. But definitely an important kill for them, and maybe the start of something. As they now gonna use the portal, go towards top. Don't want to leave this area for Spectre to enjoy. Spectre now already with a cornucopia coming out, working towards an Orchid, so he can jump in and silence someone. Would be devastating for Ember as well if the Orchid comes out.
We're going to see an Atos from Cuckoo as well, so that's just long-range catch against the Ember. I mean, which is really an important one, but PA as well, being mobile early on, your pre-BKB could be huge, so it's going to be a lot of scary items still, but at least, you know, that kill kind of fixes a couple of things. You're able to get that T1 tower top. Yeah, Cox got the last hit, which is going to help out a little bit in regards to his net worth, but he's still 1400 behind his counterpart.
Yeah, he didn't have a very good laning stage in all those ganks that he suffered repeatedly. He's still working on that Maelstrom. Like, never mind the net worth specifically, it's just either you have Maelstrom or you don't, and he doesn't, so he farms very slowly now. Doesn't really want to go for fighting. You can see him just in recovery mode.
Going once again. Cuckoo, Tims, and Carl hand in hand. Looking to maybe swing over towards Geek Fam's triangle. They are a couple of heroes home. Looks like Skem's going to be the first point of contact.
Nice.
Definitely not the kill they're hoping for, but they'll take anything. They might get up to forced over the haste room. Carl's already used the Astral though. So if they'll get the kill. Can they take the stack though? I mean, this is a lot of gold.
Are they still... Nah, I mean, it's not super fast, but they're going to start it. Thing is, there needs to be a reaction. They're TPing in now.
Meanwhile, they're on to own it as well. Raven and KP making a simultaneous play across the map. Not going to be able to get the kill nonetheless. Now back to the triangle we go. As Geek Fam, they're going to be able to bring their forces over to be able to contest this and get some of the bigger creeps.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they're going to hard press it, even though they have Dawnbreaker ulti ready. They do not have Spectre to jump in there as well, so they're respecting that they don't have everyone and it would be a dangerous fight. Blacklist going to back out. But Geek Fam, they got a little bit of their stuff stolen there, and of course, another kill going the way. 11 kills for 2 so far.
What do we make of the item decision out of KP? I know he's always been known as kind of the more sacrificial aura builder, but we've seen lately a lot of the Dawnbreakers has been kind of that, you know, maybe Blade Mail or Echo Saber into Deso, but yeah, he's got Pipe and Lotus now.
It's curious to see the Pipe coming out. I mean, damage mitigation build is usually very nice to have when you have a Spectre in your team as well, but yeah, I'm not 100% sold. There is Skywrath, of course, and Warlock Fatal Bonds does, you know, spread a lot of the damage, but PA and Axe not super susceptible to this.
Well, Carl should be able to save him with the Astral. 4 stuff in, and now all of a sudden the initiation doesn't look too clean for Geek Fam. They've got Cox nearby, but instantly Blacklist are going to be able to respond as well. Cuckoo also TP's in. They'll deal with the Golem. They won't be able to deal with any other heroes.
Oh, it's still expended Warlock ulti there. They do get the Willow finally on the back there with Skywrath. Sneaky little play sitting around.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Interesting choice as well from Sky going for the Veil in this game instead of going for something else. You know, usually we saw those Athoses a lot on Skywraths, but Veil just straight towards the damage, realizes he has the Axe in his team, so Lockdown is already there. He's just prioritizing increasing the damage.
And also, Onet's got Battle Fury now. It's about to be delivered, so I'm definitely not the greatest timing, but definitely not the worst. You don't have an Ancient stack, unfortunately, for him, but like we said, like if this PA can somehow get ultra fat, Onet might be able to get the boys over the finish line, but he needs still a lot of time to get there.
He has it all laid out right in his quick buy. It's the... Oh, we see a combo here again, going over to Dark Willow.
The awkward reveal from Raven though, so it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. Did they get a Cull stack? They did,
yeah.
So it's kind of not the greatest this game versus the pure damage and magic on OD. I mean, pure from the Spectre, but I mean, you'll take it without a doubt.
Anything you get for free, right, is nice to add up. It does help him for scaling, and even later on, it does increase his battle hunger damage slightly. The armor multiplier is there, you know, every bit counts. But yeah, you're right. The OD will pretty much ignore. It's one of the better heroes to react to an Axe, both for the saving capacity, but also for the pure damage going around his survivability. But yeah, as we saw, the PA has it all laid out, the Deso into the BKB into the Shard. He needs all these things in this game, definitely the cookie cutter type items. I like this choice, by the way. We haven't spoken about it really. The Tim's Yule Scepter this game as well. Great item against Axe. Fantastic against Skywrath. Also will help you against Ember. Or even setting up on Ember. You can use him and then drop a Bramble Mace on top of him. So I think perfect item for him in this game.
Yeah, not only does it counter the heroes on Geek Fam, but like it's one of the... Kind of when Dark Willow was introduced, we saw Yule's be a core item for you. So we haven't seen that in quite some time, though. So
yo, I love this. Look at Carl. He's queuing up the Aghanim second item. This is solid. I've played so much of this. It's actually really strong. They find Warlock.
Meanwhile, they're going to make their own play bottom as well. So we'll see Skem go down, but they're hunting KP. be able to land the Mystic Flare. Instant response out of Raven, so he'll be able to get another kill. Onnit's nearby, but yeah, the Raven will go untouched. They need to get...
Ooh, the autos.
But Carl, oh, he just got the Astral.
There you go.
Nice force in. Able to stop the TP at the buzzer, so in the end you get a kill onto KP, but it comes at such a grave cost.
Yeah, that really stings, losing the axe there, because now they can just look towards the tower as well a bit. I mean, you do have the Warlock respawning, but without axe, at the very least, you're losing a lot of control here as they go in, deactivate your Watchers, start pushing out mid. Looks like they're not going to go for tower just yet, realizing their lineup is scaling well into late game as well. Blacklist.
I mean, you just spoke about the item build here for the OD. I really like this decision from Force going into the Manta. I think we might have a fight, so I'll hold that thought for a second, because Cuckoo's going to try and get rid of the ward. They want to jump on this, though. Cuckoo's just going to TP out in their face. Cox should be able to stop that. Any little golf, and you see how hesitant they hum in? They don't know what the rest of Blacklist are, but there we go. Honor gets a kill. But like we spoke about before, the name of the game for Geek Fam is just stall out, delay as long as you can. And the Manta on Axe can do that. It's definitely, without a doubt, not as good with the shard as what it used to be, but it still plays a pretty similar role with being able to just split up the map.
Completely agree. Yeah, completely agree. I think it's good here, not only because of the split pushing, but also to counter some of the abilities that you have on the side of Blacklist. There's the Orchid that we mentioned, the possible disables from Willow. A lot of the stuff is really easily countered by Manta. I think it suits the way the game is going to play out, because if he just hard committed by going for a BKB immediately, it wouldn't really change that much. So I don't think they're going to end the game anytime soon or take big fights that are going to be that decisive. However, I would like to see him go back for a BKB. You're still against an OD. OD is, in my opinion, the biggest prompter for you to purchase a BKB on a core. Because if you don't have one, I mean, he just destroys you.
I like the call to go for Roche, though. I mean, both OD and Spectre having that pure damage.
So fast.
Used to be much better with the Manta. Hasn't got that just yet, but yeah, doesn't matter. It's so fast, like you said. And do you give this a Carl or Raven? Looks like Carl's probably going to take it.
I'd like it more on Raven, but yeah, they're going to give it to Carl here. I think that's fine choice too. Raven is a pretty tough kill, and he's going to hide a lot of the time. The only reason I would like it maybe on the Spectre a bit more is that OD is about to finish up the Aghanims anyway. But with Aghanims and the Aegis, he's going to be completely horrible over targets. Nature's Prophet may have gone a little bit early.
It's pretty survivable. Mechanism activated. KP as well is going to be in with the pipe, and all of a sudden, Geek Fam, they've used every combo that they have left to potentially get a kill. They've got to dip out. They're hunting, though, on Blacklist with the smoke. Olnett might be the target with the wraparounders. Does have the blur to pop the smoke and get this Phantom Strike away.
I mean, Blur is so insane, dude. How did they not get vision of him? He was right next to them. Yeah. It is not balanced, man. The 400 vanish radius is absurd. And if he died there, that would have been terrible for him. He had BKB 200 gold off, but now he's going to finish it up on the bottom lane.
He's farming quite well, man. Like, he's
just looking fantastic as a carry. I mean, in a game like this is amazing farm because the game is so despair.
They even gave him the Wisdom Rune as well. They are well aware that they need to funnel everything they possibly can into Olnett. He might be vulnerable now, though. He's going to farm under this ward. Let's see if they can even think about making a play on him down bottom.
OD, though.
Cuckoo's going to TP down.
They're going on OD. He's dead once.
All right, well, that's ages. Dude, that is ages. If they got anything else, though, for the second one.
They have the lockdown.
Like, Silence is...
Aghanims is coming in.
Separation with a Force Staff. But,
you can't kill him.
Timing for the Scepter to get delivered. Like you said, this is a difficult kill now. Terrorize is out as well. It's going to break the combo. Olnett can turn with the BKB, but still the barrier. Carl is so survivable. Surely they're going to be able to bring him down. The Remnant of the top gets the kill, and Olnett gets some separation with a Phantom Strike. Raven now wants to continue to hunt, but the call is back at the ready from Force. He's ready to go if he finds an opportunity as Geek Fam. If they can cut their losses and get out on multiple members, maybe the Ember won't be able to. Force is starting to move over, but the Dark Willow is doing such an incredible job to stop the Blink Dagger. It's back up and available, but the call is off the mark. Tim's going to TP out. That's an ambitious one as Olna, couple of crits, blows him up, and
wow,
we might have a ball game. That is a gigantic fight for Geek Fam. 2 kills for Olna. He's second in net worth now.
Yeah, they have the top 2 net worths in this game that has been so tough all this time. Oh, no BKB anymore. The PA, can he get vision? Can he blink?
Get a wave!
No, he blinked in! Force, what are you doing?
Lowest strike jump ever, and now Force, he's in danger. They've got a little bit of bonus shield. Actually, maybe it's Blacklist in danger. Force, blink at the ready. Mystic Flare still up as well from Nama. Do they want to jump in though? Pipe on KP, very survivable.
Looks like they're gonna be fine on the side of Blacklist here. Oh man, poor Olmit, dude. He was like, yes, my savior, I will blink to you. Axe is like, sorry, just kidding. Blinks in. That's an important takedown though, and getting that PA. She was starting to scale up, and we've been hyping up how important it is that he has a good game. So any minute here that he doesn't farm due to being dead is gonna hurt him. But yeah, there we see Observer giving a bit of info. Not everyone has seen this Aghanims on OD. It's, you know, probably the first competitive game I've seen OD use it. So whenever he goes below 20% health, it triggers like an Aeon Disc. Strong Dispel, and all his mana disappears, but it gets a 75% of his max mana barrier. And since OD can just keep auto-attacking to build it up, here we see a replay of it actually, as the game is pretty chill right now. When it triggers, no mana, full barrier, and then auto attacks, gets the mana back immediately. And yeah, he lived for so long, dude. If it wasn't for that Ags, that would have been an easy pick-off.
Many thanks.
Still, even then though, with it though, very impressive the fact they were able to get the Ages, get the kill into Carl as well, and also...
Mid back in the game, they're going Axe.
Back live. His top net worth, man, this is a lot of net gold that's going to be given over to the boys on Blacklist. 460 for KP. 2 other heroes get 200 bonus as well.
That's really huge. They're really making these global rotations come in a good way, using the Spectre and Niche Prophet to great success. And they still have the Dawnbreaker TP now with a Solar Guardian. Didn't have to use it for that fight.
And the damage ramp up for Raven now is incredible with the Manta, so all you need is really maybe a stun to help with the illusions, extra damage top lane. Are they setting up on KP? I don't think he dies.
He's so thick though. I mean, he's got the Pipe, he's got the Vambrace, the Lotus Orb, building towards an AC next. So KP is just saying, I'm gonna be unkillable this game. That's my one goal. I'm gonna be completely unkillable. And so far it's working out well. They do take out the bottom tower as he's holding top.
Okay, I guess one nice thing for Geek Fam to be able to stall this game out is the inability for Blacklist to siege high ground. Spectre has always been one of the, definitely not the best carries to be able to take high ground objectives, and OD isn't as well.
Yeah, no, I agree. She's one of the worst ones for sure. She does great at fighting and killing heroes, but the way Spectre pushes is by killing the enemy first and then hitting buildings. She does not really just walk up and attack, unless she gets super tanky, but as we can see, he's building towards that Basher next, getting himself some stun so he can really just target down. I'm concerned for Geek Fam though. When the Spectre has Abyssal, you're just gonna be food. Like, anyone will be in danger.
Like this ward placement recently from Cuckoo over at the Lefty Ancients. Maybe they're even looking to try and take that T1 tower in the next couple of seconds, or sorry, next couple of minutes, but really importantly, it just sets up for a kill potential onto Onit's Phantom Assassin, who, like we've been saying, any kill is going to slow his game down, and Blacklist are looking for like second Ages to be able to potentially finish this game.
They're looking for Dawn, but KP, he knows that this area is dangerous, playing pretty safe, backing out here. If he gets too close though, might get jumped. Oh, they see each other.
This is really deep. All right, they're going to be able to get the angle in with Onit nearby as well. Maybe that's the extra damage they need. But still, Odie's going to be nearby to turn around, and the Sanity just blows up Onit. And now Geek Fam, once again, they'll signal the retreat. Should be able to escape. The Sprout wasn't able to lock in Force.
What was a good pick-off just turned into a disaster there. The quick imprison was really smart from OD because he can't BKB anymore, right? You get imprisoned and then the ulti comes in. The PA just got bursted despite having BKB ready. I mean, he didn't have time to react to the Imprison coming. Odie also got a nice neutral item, by the way. Got the Enchanted Quiver. Fantastic in a game against the Axe and the PA here. Getting yourself True Strike against the PA, of course.
Uh-oh, Waka, this could be devastating. Oh, Raven's going to use the ward straight away. Instant use to the Glimmer Cape. Raven's going to be lacking some detection until Cuckoo gets in the midst. Taking a fight pretty deep, and the Solar Guardian's not the greatest as well. Force able to get back to the tier 2 tower. They don't have Owner just yet, so their main damage source isn't available to turn the fight. And that means Blacklist, there's not really any cares for them. They can even consider about going for the Ember, but a defensive Yules helps him get some breathing room.
PA's back, jumps in.
Have an aggressive jump over the top, and Owner's now committed. It can turn with the BKB, but the cleave. Oh my lord, the damage on the... It's not enough though. Again, the Astral, the nick of time, and KP forced stuff over to the northern side.
Still alive.
He's still up, dude. 70 health. Oh my god, are you serious? They're just lacking
Ember.
damage on Geek Fam, and now Raven. He's going to be onto Cox as well. The Remnant the last second, but the Arcane Orb follows him to the low ground. As Blacklist, 0 casualties and another big kill.
Dude, how did they not lose a single hero there? So damn good at keeping themselves alive, saving each other. All the imprisoned, the build from the Dawnbreaker here to mitigate the damage from PA. I mean, we saw how fast she was shredding through the Dawnbreaker still. She has the Deso, has the Orb of Destruction, so definitely the DPS is high. Would like to see him get a tier 3 neutral item though, as we see, you know, all the tier 3 neutrals starting to come in here for the side of Blacklist. They got the Cloak of Flames on Spectre, a super strong item as well. Damage reduction and some burn.
Dude, this Scepter on Cuckoo though could be very frustrating. Oh, Raven? He's already got a sentry nearby, so not gonna have to worry about that. But the Wrath of Nature could be very frustrating for the PA inside the fights. You like popping a beacon before that is you're going to be relying on the Scepter potentially for him, but of course he needs the shard to amplify his damage output.
Yeah, I've been hyping this build before on Nature's Prophet, how I think Aghanims together with Rod of Atos and then Gleipnir is really, really strong, and it will mess with Ember a lot. It's basically a counter spirit build, and same for PA, of course, like you mentioned, with her high dependence on mobility. Smoke coming in now from the side of Geek Fam.
It's got a pretty good read of what's going on. Just slightly off the mark to be able to pop the smoke. He might trail behind them though.
That's the full Hex as well on the OD.
Getting a bit messy. They've got high ground advantage.
Ember.
Cox gonna get revealed in the lane over the right side as well. Force gets a jump.
Oh, he got bashed.
Assassination from either side. Meanwhile, only to the middle. Almost blows up Carl. Already's in some danger. Is it really going to matter though? Because it's on it against the world. And early use to the BKB, but the Solar Guardian's going to crash down on his head. He'll jump over to Tim's, but he can't kill anyone. On it is getting kited into oblivion. 0 deaths once again for Blacklist. And now the high ground is about to be under siege.
Yeah, this is just going to be Rax right now. They have every core dead for 30, 56 seconds on the PA. They still have tier 2 tower, mid and top, so can't be more than one lane here, but there's no way you can defend. PA did a good attempt of bursting the OD, using the shard to disable the Aghanims from triggering, but he didn't finish the job, and finally, by the time he could keep going on him, the break was gone, so the Aghanims triggered this time, and the barrier kept the OD alive again. You see how frustrating it is to try and kill an OD with this build? I'm telling you, Aghanims is a stronger BKB. It gives you more survivability.
Force is just charging in.
Yeah, gonna get the melee racks and get out. Disciplined play here. They realize the range racks, they can go back for that later. They got a Nature's Prophet. Don't want to overstay their welcome as they respect the Axe and Skywrath combo and even the Golem being available. Roche, though, is up already. Immediately back to Roche.
Can you give that up on Geek Fam? We're already seeing them struggle to get 1 kill. What happens if they have Aegis Cheese?
I don't think so. You gotta go immediately. So they're smoking over, trying to get there. They have the Travels and Ember, but there's no creep wave. They can TP on the outpost. They're setting up a trap though. They're pretending to Roche. Big play by Blacklist here, wanting to take the engagement.
Owner?
They run into each other.
Looks gonna pop. You get a glimpse of Tim's as well. What's the decision for the Phantom Assassin? Any support shows Raven can also cancel a blink on Force if he wants to here with the Shadow Step.
They're TPing in.
Going to do just that. In fact, he wants to try and target the Sky down. Carl over to the right side, deals with Force, a quick and easy kill. He's got a buyback. They might need to commit it, or they feel like this is just a loss.
Odie's dying.
It's a decent rock as Owner gets a big kill onto OD, but they need more. Owner, can he turn to anyone else? So we're jumped to the northern side, but the Cursed Crown's going to follow him. Phantom Strike in a couple seconds, but the time is out as KP now over towards Skem. They go, well played. They're getting spammed in the chat. As Carl, doesn't matter if he's died, the job has been finished from the boys.
I mean, fantastic attempt at that fight still, but getting jumped on Axe a little bit early. PA had to sit back and wait for a target as the better engagement came out for Blacklist. He did this time succeed in what he wanted to do, jump in, break, and kill the OD without the Aghanims triggering, but at the same time, it was too late. The Axe was already dead. They didn't get the ideal jump. And now top Skyra.
Oh my god. Force, he's going to be in, but doesn't matter in the end. Raven will chase down the Sky. Cuckoo's going to live because he's got 2,800 health for some reason. And now Force is in a lot of danger. Blink up in a couple of seconds. Can they stop him before the gate? They won't be able to.
Gets himself out. I mean, if he died there, I think you're basically drawing dead at that point. But you should never count out PA, I guess. She's already queuing up the Rapier, the Aghanim's Rapier. He knows what he needs this game. He needs those big, massive crits if he's going to turn this game around. Because right now, it is all three of the Blacklist cores topping the net worth. And of course, Nature's Prophet doing what Nature's Prophet does and turning himself into an extra core. Almost the same net worth as Ember at this point.
Yeah, this MP is getting banned out next game, right?
You can't let it through. Yeah, I think Nature's Prophet's still the strongest hero in 734. It's just, it's absurd. The hero is so damn strong.
Oh, Age is actually going to be given over to Carl because we have seen a couple times this Scepter hasn't been enough against the PA. And I believe Cheese is on KP as well.
Yeah, good splits here, and I mean KP with all his damage reduction, you know, his massive armor, 42 armor on him, and pipe as well. The Cheese is going to be very high value. They are in the enemy jungle here, making a little move with the PA, Axe, and Sky. Looks like they're just basically farming wherever they can, though.
Force is going to have to do some crazy micro shenanigans to be able to stall this game out with the Manta.
Maybe even considering enemy Tormentor here on the side of Blacklist, but they're just setting up to stably push the tier 2 top. It's the final outer objective to take, and then maybe pick up the enemy outpost as well here. Get yourself even more map control. Gonna do just that right now.
AP is gonna ping that camp top was farmed, so he might continue to trail the PA.
Yeah, he's farming there, trying to sit back and be ready with his ulti, of course, to join his team. So far,
They're gonna run into each other.
Bit awkward though, nobody else there.
Currently on
Spectre Hunt, maybe?
Owner now reacts, BKB, but he needs to decide pretty quick on what the call is
Bash?
gonna be. Is there any bashes? Not too lucky for Raven.
2 hits, no bash. Doesn't have any real true strike though, so of course has to deal with that evasion as well. Butterfly on PA, speaking of evasion, so he is looking strong at this point. His man fight capabilities are absurd. His illusions hit super hard, and Overforce will feel it.
Yes, he will indeed.
Another kill for KP here coming in. Just securing, you know, getting himself the last hits here. What do we have else for item progression? The Dark Willow is working on a Hex long-term project, not going to be done anytime soon. Got Manta Style on the OD now, getting himself a Dispel.
He was just jumping the bait.
Hey, he's just doing some diving, you know. The Axe is dead, so they're having a bit of fun with it, getting in there.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
It's only 3k gold in the bank at the moment, so still not close enough to be able to complete the Rapier. He's even actually going to try and go Scepter beforehand, so
Is under attack.
needs a lot of farm. They're going to scan where Onet is as well. I mean, Cuckoo could definitely TP in and Octa's that vision for the Shadow Step on Spectre.
At the same time, though, they just take out the tier 3 and kind of sitting in a very comfortable position here. They could keep all of Geek Fam hostage in their own base, basically, and they're picking out the Tormentor now. I think they're considering going over and getting that free shard as well. They still have some good shards that they don't have picked up yet. The Dark Willow shard is pretty nice. Axe is gonna walk on the vision here if he goes too far out. Not gonna step into the Observer Ward.
Maybe they set up on the Tormentor. I mean, they'd know he's there as soon as they start.
They saw him.
And they're gonna see him shortly with this ward. You can't.
Quick blink.
Blink reaction. Okay. He's gonna try and.
Oh, the bash.
Time is he,
oh yes, Missile. Yeah. Okay. Never mind.
Cares about the bashes if you have the upgraded version. And now, I mean, at least he's got a buyback. Without a doubt, they're gonna look to force it.
Definitely, they're gonna make a play with this. 50 seconds on the clock.
Aggressive jump in.
Hex as well.
The Hex are gonna be able to prevent the Yours or the BKB out of Cox.
He's got the ascetic cap. He's fine for now. Good fatal bonds, but nobody really to do damage. And buyback not being used yet. They're working on finishing up items. They got the Aghanims on PA though. I think they got buyback and go take the fight. Looks like they don't want to. I mean, 20 seconds. Yeah, they're gonna have to make a play with PA arriving.
How do you start though? Because whoa, is all right. Ulna, quick and easy kill. When do you want to rock on Skin? Because KP jumped in as well. He's got the cheese.
Kate drops it.
You might give an opportunity to be able to pop the cheese as Ulna now tries to blow him up, but the damage is lacking. And now Raven straight to the backline he goes. A quick assassination onto Naaman. They're going to be able to get the Warlock as well. Multiple buybacks are available, but Blacklist can just easily retreat outside the base and look to set up another formation.
They lost 2 heroes before Axe respawn, and even the illusions, the summons here, this range Rax is falling quickly. Last Rax standing here, the melee Rax. You have to defend this with your life.
Dude, Cuckoo sieging. Why am I seeing a position 5 late game?
That's your high ground pusher.
Hero. Oh, X, double force, Cox. Bouncing around, someone's gonna go, about to be Megas. Cox will force the issue. BKB's out. That's a pretty good jump onto the OTs. The Solar Gun is going to be enough to keep him alive. Cole activates the man cup, protects him with the Astral. Now Raven just turns and assassinates again. Another target, but this time it's the most valuable one. It's Ulna taken out of the equation and out of the game for the last time as the GSIP dropped them Blacklist. A bit of a different look out of them in this game one. Not that group up 5-man that we've been expecting. It's a global presence in the early game action, and that's a big reason why they're able to take this in such convincing fashion.
What a fantastic game coming out from Blacklist here. They played phenomenal, and they did break the expectations of, you know, us here, the casters, and as well as their opponents, I would say, in playing a little bit differently than they've played before. Not just relying on going in this big group as 5, but instead having the global presence, allowing them to split up more on the map, and then setting up ganks. Still, this was just a really, really well played early game as well, where they dominated the bottom lane. They did really well mid with the OD, smart pick into the Ember. I think that matchup is really good. And at the same time, the only lane that went well for Geek Fam was the Axe against Spectre, but Spectre didn't die the entire game. She was 9-0 and 18 at the end of the game.
Oh my.
So you'll see some of the highlights, but what a game from Blacklist.
I think this is very cool draft that we get to see multiple heroes that we don't really get often, like the Spectre and the OD, really those big ones, right? Where, I mean, you said you feel like OD's like sleeper strong at the moment. I think that was a perfect example why. I don't know if it's like, I don't know if you need like a perfect game, and I don't know if that's the same as the Spectre as well, but both those heroes look quite good in the scenario.
I mean, look at this fight, man.
Great for the game.
Look at this fight. He didn't die, and their OD Aghanims again kicking in after the break is over, and he just stays alive, man. Like, I think OD is like really strong sleeper hero, and having played it, you know, I played probably 20 games of it since they changed him. I think that he's good in almost any single game, honestly, as long as he can break initiations like the Axe here. But almost always, your opponents are going to have some form of initiation. And with Aghanims on yourself, the enemy feel like, oh, we can't go on someone else because OD saves them, so let's go on OD, but then you have Aghs for survivability. So it's very, very tricky to deal with. I think they did a good job on the side of Geek Fam. They put up a good fight here, but at the end of the day, Blacklist, they just outperformed in the early game, and that gave them such a good advantage.
I think I'm a really big fan. Well, firstly, let's talk about who do we think was MVP for Blacklist?
I'd still say Raven probably. I mean, 9-0-18. It's literally the perfect play from a carry, right? Like, he didn't die at all. He had great contribution in team fights. He was always playing solid, but at the same time, you know, it was impressive what we saw from every single player. This was a team that looked, and that's what we always see from Blacklist. They don't have a weak link in players. They always play very, very cohesively. Like we saw, if it wasn't for the Dawnbreaker ulting in to save Spectre, that wouldn't be a perfect record right there. He would have had one death at least.
Yeah, I like how you just brought up KP, because that was the hero I wanted to give like a special mention to close out this game, because I think his decision, you know, we brought it up, like KP going for a little bit more of the, you know, the common build right now is a little bit more on the scaling Dawnbreaker side, but you know, KP decided to go for the auras, and I think that was vital. But yeah, definitely agree. Raven, MVP, give it over to the Spectre, but still I felt like everyone played their role, and really impressed with KP's itemization this game with, you know, Pipe, Lotus, AC.
Yeah.
Like, he was really big on just keeping people alive.
Completely agree. I think it shows good understanding by Blacklist as well, the way they picked some of these off-meta heroes, the Spectre and the Odie, and also the way they itemized, looking over towards, you know, itemization both on the Nature's Prophet with the Agnes build, or the Dawnbreaker, like you were highlighting, going on off-meta build as well. It just shows good understanding of the game to be able to adapt and get what's best for this specific game. Even during the game, I was talking about how, oh, this is a really good Yules game for the Dark Willow. A lot of Dark Willows nowadays, they just go Midas Agnems, no brain mode, like, yeah, I'm gonna scale, I'm gonna do this. But you have a Nature's Prophet. He can do the scaling, and you can go for this build, which is way stronger. I don't know, man. They look fantastic. Blacklist, if they play like that, I think they are ready to put up a new fight against SMG if they go on to win this series.
And again, I feel like the most important thing here is the fact that they showcase they have a really different strategy as well. Like, this is completely different to what we've seen them from in their, you know, previous series versus SMG, in their previous series against the boys on Bleed as well, and even earlier on when they versed Army Geniuses. This was just a very different look at them. They've showcased they have some other strategies, they have some other pocket, you know, drafts that they're able to pull out when it is the time required for it, and without a doubt, this was the game they need to do it, because you have a game advantage now. And this is where some of the experience could come into play. Again, you know, Geek Fam, they don't have that experience. Skemmy, he's been to one TI. Like, yes, this guy's played at a couple majors as well, and I think is a really vocal person, pivotal person on whatever team he's on. But everyone else has not been to that really big setting. So he needs to lift them up here, because this is a do or die game now. You are one game away of being eliminated. And we saw last year, Force, he made into the grand finals. He was one game away on Polar, being able to knock down Talon and make it over to TI. So he wants to get back into the grand finals. He wants that opportunity to be able to take down SMG along with the other boys, but they're going to need to try and find some way to topple Blacklist in the second game, because they looked absolutely incredible. So Blacklist, they got the lead in this lower bracket finals. We're going to be able to see if they can continue with the momentum and take this in 2-0 fashion, or if we are going to a game 3. All our questions soon to be answered after a short break. Well, a incredible start for the boys on Blacklist. They have a game advantage now in our lower bracket finals. Wagga, we're going to need to see Geek Fam pull something out of the hat. This has been a bit of a new favourite for some people down here throughout the qualifiers. They've been getting a lot of new fans as well, but they are currently down a game. We need the Clocks Lord himself to be able to pull something out of the hat and all the rest of the boys as well to send them to a game 3.
Yeah, they need all of Twitch chat's energy right now, so channel it, try and help Geek Fam here if you're a fan, and of course if you're a Blacklist enjoyer as well, then you gotta channel it here as they're only one game away from going up in the grand finals. This is going to be a very exciting game. As last one we saw Blacklist just play differently than they have the entire regionals, changing up their style a bit and playing honestly really crisp in their execution as well. So Geek Fam, they got to pull out their absolute A game.
10 seconds remaining.
All right, well, there's the Nature's Prophet Ben, like, kind of that one. I better not see that hero again.
I think that's what everyone says when they lose to Nature's Prophet like that. It's like, okay, guys, you know what? The only reason we lost is because we got Nature's Prophet TP'd on everywhere, and if that didn't happen, Ember's game would have been better. The PA would have a nicer start, and even the Skywrath. I'm sure being level 2 at minute 7, a lot of that comes back to the bullying from the Nature's Prophet, even TPing right on his face. I mean, why do you even scan and then TP in if you know you're gonna TP in anyway and steal the wisdom? And like, just boss energy coming out there from the Nature's Prophet. So get rid of that hero. Makes a lot of sense.
All right, well, back in the Warlock we go here. So do we... It is like some form of counter initiation way, right, for the Dawnbreaker. Like, of course, we've seen a lot of the Silencer be a great way to address the Solar Guardian, but definitely feels like Warlock can have a similar role and also still be very comfort for Geek Fam.
Yeah, I think Warlock isn't really the issue. I think that's a good comfort zone for them. They obviously get a lot of value out of it in the team fights. Even with how far behind they were, the Warlock was doing tons of damage with the Fatal Bonds. I think it lends itself well to the style that is being played here by Geek Fam. So they're getting that. I wonder, the big question on my mind here is, are we going to see Sven banned again? Or are we going to see Sven picked by either team early, as both of these teams have run it, but in particular Geek Fam have been playing it quite a bit on Olnit.
That and also Jar's still in the pool as well. That's another thing. So you're going to get either Sven or Jar with the Warlock, which is sure maybe Blacklist ban one and pick the other. So there's the Jar ban. They will have the capability to go for Sven. I mean, Geek Fam, do you want to pick it up now after the Warlock? It's going to give plenty of time for Blacklist to respond to it, though.
Yeah, there is time, but maybe you just go for it, get yourself something. They're going to start with Avenge, though, getting themselves another good tool against the Dawnbreaker, having a hero with 2 different disables, some repositioning. I think Venge is just a very strong support in the current patch as well, so getting a nice 1-2 combo of Warlock and Venge here. I like the opening by Geek Fam, and now it's on Blacklist. Do you really want to take that Sven away? Because if you do, it may be successful, but you give 3 core opportunities to counter it, so it's a bit tough.
Are there any current weaknesses with the Geek Fam supports that could be punished? Of course, sure, the Venge can be played as a core, but just hypothetically, if this is both supports.
I think it's a little bit the same thing as last time, that they're running 2 supports that are not the greatest in lockdown. Last time they had the Skywrath coming in, but they don't have great catch. The Venge does have a stun, yes, but can be dodged, can be prevented. Oh, we see the Dawnbreaker Lion Lane combination. Seen this before. It's been absolutely owning. Blacklist ran it earlier, I think.
So now this is also continuing to lower the, I guess, hero pool for owner. You're now going to be requiring a strong laning carry to go up against this because Blacklist have a lot of kill threat.
Yeah, you can't really get away with something too greedy here. Will be tough if you start getting caught. Level 2 power spike of Lion Dawnbreaker is so much kill potential with the Hex, stun, and then the Dawnbreaker as well with her 2 spells. Invoker, making it quite deep here into the draft without being picked or banned. Definitely a hero that, can be played to success here. Maybe by his namesake.
Or it could be Cuckoo as well. So we'll see a little bit of flex from Blacklist, I imagine. But Geek Fam going to have to the next two picks.
Yeah, last time we saw them play Invoker, it was played by Cuckoo, right? So I don't think it was played by Carl. They used it as a support. So might be that again. Geek now gonna pick something that adds a bit of beef, and yeah, it's gonna be the Sven. Like we were discussing, the hero makes a lot of sense for them. I also like Sven and Venge in combination. With a bit of minus armor from the Venge, you get some way to set up and stun as well for him. I mean, Geek Fam's lineup looks really, really cohesive so far. The draft plays well into itself. The matchup, I think Warlock Sven should do fine against Dawnbreaker. Warlock might have to be a bit careful though. If he gets a little bit too far out, he will die very quickly.
Yep. Yeah, we're going to be very cautious of his positioning inside the lane. I'm trying to see what Geek Fam look for next as well. If they're going to reveal where the Venge is going, do they want to pick up their Force hero now?
And there's always the potential for them to run a surprise with the Venge being a core, you know. Most likely it's going to be a support, I feel, but they could run it 3, could run it 2. She has great flex potential.
Are there any offlaners that are currently standing out to you, though, for Force to potentially be considering right now?
Well, they respect banned the Underlord very early here. With the Venge pairing, I like Venge Beastmaster, dude, a lot. So I think Beastmaster would be really strong in their draft too. Beasts, Sven, Venge, it's just crazy, crazy aura and build up. You get the armor from the Warcry, you get the damage aura from the Venge, attack speed from Beast. You just play like a crazy 5-man unit when you get online. The only downside is Venge Beast is not super solid against some form of safe lane heroes, like maybe a Drow combo. Like they have their entire safe lane yet to pick on Blacklist if they run a mid invoker. So there's potential that they set up a good combo against them.
Like Cox is doing a lot of the talking as well, so maybe they're going to try and pick up their position too here, discussing if he feels comfortable to play the Venge or what are the heroes he wants to potentially lane to the Invoker. We're going to get a Kodo. Oh, this is
interesting.
Yeah.
Definitely an interesting approach. Okay, so yeah, you don't seem too convinced with the Kodo coming in.
No, I just feel like
10 seconds remaining.
I'm not really impressed right now with Kodo cores, and I think Venge core is very volatile as well. A Kodo Venge Warlock, something just doesn't look right to me when I see those heroes in the same draft.
It does look a little bit strange. I'm thinking about how it's going to play on lanes. There's the potential still that they pick, you know, one more hero towards the offlane, and it's going to be Coddle plus something on that offlane, Venge towards mid. I don't mind Venge as a core at all, so if they throw her +3 or +2, I think it can be fine. But one thing to say about Kodo is that it's pretty neat to have the chakra magic when you're playing against that Invoker, always EMPing you. Getting out of mana on Warlock or Sven could devastate the entire fight. And this hero, I like the look of this hero coming out from Blacklist, you know, it looks like a fun hero. I should probably play it some 4,000 times.
But you can't have 4,000 games on it.
If you count Dota 1, I got more.
Oh, fuck.
I've got, on my Dota 2, I got 2,400, and then about, I mean, quite a few in scrims too, and yeah, everything. Yeah, I think in total I probably played 4,500 games of TA. But I think this looks like a game that could be decent for TA, but it looks a little bit scary because you sacrifice. Carry TA doesn't really win late game against Sven. She gets outscaled. At some point, you just struggle against the Warcry when the passive comes in from his shard as well. She is ultimately a hero that gets countered by high armor, and Sven can give the entire team high armor, so that's very problematic. And laning-wise, is still up in the air. We don't know what he's going to lane against yet entirely. There's just a Coddle most likely on the lane. We don't know if it's core or support. Is it Coddle Venge? Is it Coddle plus the last pick? This is a little bit sketch to me, the TA pick coming in here.
Okay. We'd have to say, well, I guess we'll look at Blacklist first. I got the 23rd pick, so what are they? They're currently banning out some safe laners, so kind of the same read that you're having currently, that, you know, carry TA might have some difficulties with being able to scale into the Sven, so still looking for a Raven hero. what do you kind of like to pair with? Because TA is a little bit more of a greedier mid laner. What do you want like more of an active carry for Raven?
I think it's quite likely that it's going to be a mid. Yeah, I think it's very possible. If you run TA mid though, then I would like to see them maybe go for maybe Ursa. I don't know. They could still go for a thing that some people hate as well. They could still go towards the Terrorblade. I'm actually not against the TB for them here. It's not banned out, and well, it is sort of greedy. TA and TB can be very potent in some ways. Okay, they're gonna go with carry TA. Raven does play a really, really good TA, so makes sense. And that's gonna mean that we have Carl on his Queen of Pain. Queen picked up. I don't think you pick mid Venge into Queen though. The Venge mid, I mean, it gets destroyed by Shadow Strike. it's too tough.
And they don't have a lot of time as well to work out what the pick's going to be.
Yeah. Curious to see. They gotta show their cards finally here. They've been flexing it all the way. It's gonna be Undying? I would never in 100 years have guessed Undying is the final hero.
I think it's 3. Yeah,
it's Force.
Let's go.
Okay, dude.
Let's go.
Bro, so it's a Cox Coddle. Okay. That's gonna be a Coddle mid against Queen of Pain. That is a hero that doesn't get faced too much by the Shadow Strike. It's very hard to even land it on Coddle as he sits back and spams Illuminate. Dude, I have not seen mid Coddle in a little bit though. It's gonna be interesting. Definitely going out wild here. Geek Fam backs against the wall. 1 game down in this lower bracket finals, but they are not holding back any punches, man. Pause 3 Undying and a pause 2 Coddle, man. This is some stuff.
So when there was a time, honestly, not too long ago, where we were seeing that you offlane Undying, right? And it was actually looking pretty solid in a lot of games. And I think Force was one of the better offlaners that was actually running it at that stage. So he knows how to play the hero as an offlaner, but still with that being said, there's probably a big reason why we don't really see it too much in that role currently. At least you've got, decay spam with giving him the chakra.
Okay,
some interesting things.
The big thing here that I want to say, the reason we don't see Post 3 Undying anymore is because he was changed, his shard, we got the hotel now. You throw up the hotel, like, here you go, my teammate. That's more of a support shard. The old shard turned you into this monster that just kept spawning more and more Left 4 Dead simulator. It was very, very strong for taking early Roche. It ultimately was just enabling you in a great way, and it lowered cooldown on your ulti as well. So there were a lot of things that made it better. Now, as a core, you still got that 140 cooldown on your Flesh Golem, all levels. That's a long cooldown, dude.
I'm a bit worried for Geek Fam. I'm not gonna lie.
I am also worried, man, but they're going crazy with it, so, some sportsmanship coming out from the teams here, some have fun, some good lucks. Love to see it. The teams gonna clash here.
They won't be feeling the same way if there's a First Blood given over.
It will be silent.
Movement speed advantage, just through 355. Without a doubt, he'll catch up to Tim's. And Blacklist might be forced to potentially fight around their high ground.
Force is going.
Some separation, but yeah, Force, he's going to chase him down. Still has a movement speed advantage to K up in a couple of seconds. And First Blood's going to be picked up for Mr. Force on the offlane, Undying.
Big. They get themselves a little bit of a start there, and that's what you want on the Undying, right? Getting a First Blood, getting some momentum, because this hero going up against the TA safe lane, it's not the best hero against TA. She does pretty well against melee heroes in general, being able to skill up Meld early and bully the low armor of Undying with only 2 base armor. He did buy a Ring of Protection to try and prepare himself for this, but still going to be a tough lane possibly.
Wonder, do you even need to consider about more armor? Like, I was even going to bring up, like, I don't know if this is like a Wraith Band lane or something for the Undying, but just because I'm trying to think of some other armor items.
I mean, we could see that. Looks like he's going to go for bracers here to begin, but I would like to see face boots possibly on him.
Sure.
We'll see exactly what the post 3 build is going to be here for Undying, since I haven't seen it in a bit. Echo Saber used to be really good, and definitely an option now with Harpoon also being a thing to kind of pull. Actually, Harpoon is insane. I shouldn't say this on stream. Why am I talking? Harpoon is insane against TA. It's actually a very, very good counter to TA. Please don't buy Harpoon against me, but it's super good against her.
Can you explain why?
She's a hero that's very dependent on her positioning, and due to both side blades, but also due to her sort of volatile nature, where either she's kicking ass or she's just very quickly getting killed. And I have found in my testings and many games that Harpoon is very, very successful to bring her down.
Oh, you've got definitely a Sven who's like wanting to go down that route. So we'll see how much farm Onet's able to get. Because we said in game one that if Onet's PA was able to get to the stage where PA can, 5v1, he definitely could have got the boys over the finish line. Unfortunately, we didn't see him get enough farm. How do we feel this game, though, about Onet Sven? Because without a doubt, this is his best hero. Throughout the qualifiers, he has looked incredible on the Sven. But can he do it once again for Geek Fam?
I think he's the best Sven that we've seen overall. Not just his best hero, but I think comparing it to other Sven players, I think he knows exactly what to do. And so far, the lane is starting out nice for them. They're utilizing the Warlock in a good way and the Bind. And as for the hero matchups, like I said, I think late game will be very comfortable. And yeah, he is the type of hero that you want to have to burst that Queen of Pain as well. A hero that can be pesky if you don't have someone to jump her. But Sven is extremely adept at that. And with the support of Venge, possibly chain stunning, I think he's in for a good time.
What about the kind of early to mid game though versus the TA? Because I thought Refraction was very good against like high bursty heroes that like the Sven in particular. So I know you mentioned like Sven's probably going to outscale, but how does the early to mid game look for like the carry to carry matchup?
Yeah, early to mid game is really great for TA. That's where they're going to rely more on having stuff like Warlock Fatal Bonds or Shadow Word even coming in to break the refractions, utilizing some of their other teammates. But if Sven is 1v1ing, he's not going to win against TA at all. So that's at least good, but I think this game is going to be a lot about executions, how you find initiations for these teams.
Okay. Well, mid lane looking pretty solid at the moment here for Cox. Like you were saying, we're not really getting too many Coddle cores or Coddle mid lanes for a big reason. And he's off to a fine start though versus Carl, who also I think this is probably top 3 of his best heroes, Queen of Pain. So he's on something very comfortable in the potential final game.
Yeah. It is a bit frustrating to be playing Queen and going up against a hero like Coddle though, because you can't really utilize the lane domination part of Queen against someone who just sits back and spams Illuminate. So he did put 2 points in Shadow Strike, which I think is a mistake here on Carl. He's not going to get too much value from it as Cox, you can see the way he's playing. He's sitting too far back, out of range, and even if he does get close enough to Shadow Strike, he's not able to follow up right clicks.
Bottom lane, a lot of an aggression put onto Raven.
Yeah, Tombstone.
Let's go for Cuckoo instead.
Tombstone was last hit there as well, so a bit of gold, using the meld to stay safe on Raven. But this is what we expect to see from an Undying lane as well. They want to play as in your face as possible. And with Soul Ring up as well, he's going to decay spam non-stop in this lane. Decay and Wave of Terror is a really annoying combination, isn't it? Because you lower the HP from your opponents with the Decay, and then you come in with a Wave of Terror from long range to do damage.
See if they're going to be rewarded with that combo though to get some kills. Raven is currently struggling. Meanwhile, Cuckoo as well, still under sentry range. If he continued to run down to the south, maybe would have gotten away. Regardless, though, another kill picked up for the boys on Geek Fam. So this bottom lane's going well. Top lane as well. On its free farming, 23 and 4. I mean, still KP is also going untouched as well. But importantly, you do have both side lanes off to a great start for Geek Fam.
Yeah, and I think more importantly, like while the farm is pretty close, it's generally Olnet who's shoving the lane, pushing it all the way down, and that gives them time to try and do pulls. They do get a bit of damage on him here as they use their spells. Not gonna commit the Hex as well. Could have done maybe a little bit more.
What happened mid? Cox.
He must have overstepped. Yeah, he must have overstepped. 3 points in Shadow Strike now on Queen, but the fact that he TP'd base, I think Cox got a little bit too close and Carl punished him. I missed that as the action was happening mid and bottom, or mid and top and bottom.
All right, very interesting. See. Of course, need to be looking at the rune control in the next kind of 40 seconds and how much emphasis we're going to get out of the supports as well to help secure this, because You know, Carl's going to be able to play very active with the Queen of Pain, whereas the Coddle is a little bit more playing for his own game until the boots of travel.
We should really highlight that Queen has done a great job getting a lot of denies here against this Coddle. 17 denies. So while mid Coddle, you know, has a lot of nuke potential, they did nerf the mid Coddle when we had the old null talismans giving spell amp.
Bottom. Oh, I mean, the instant
Skirmishes here.
Blacklist. And they're going to need a pretty big Sonic Wave, and that's all that it is to get it onto Raven. That'll help get the kill, and importantly, shutting down the Undying as well. So even though Scam rotates down, I mean, no value out of this Warlock, just the instant response out of Blacklist, bringing Tims along with Carl to mirror that movement.
That's 2 times that they commit the Tombstone and don't get anything for it, even losing the Tombstone both times, and this time even dying on the offlaner of Force. This is not what we want to have happen. When you pick Undying for the offlane, you want to at least dominate the lane, and you know that the hero doesn't scale great into the mid and late game compared to Dawn. I think Dawn is going to have a much bigger impact than the Undying as the game goes on.
This is an interesting rotation out of Cox. I mean, it's just Cuckoo.
Nothing is real.
No, they just get a kill, but you know, the movement speed of the Coddle, making use of it. 470 movement speed there, it just rushes down to bottom.
We have that Solar Guardian, though, importantly, coming up in a couple of minutes, and well, I should say a minute. We also have the Wisdom Room as well, so it looks like both sides are going to be able to secure that. Now KP with the potential of this global play to offset maybe some of that next dive attempt that Geek Fam will have down bottom.
Yeah, we see some jungling beginning here as well, not just from the Coddle, but also from the Sven, as well as, of course, TA over on her side. She's starting to work towards her Dragonlance here, gonna build up for the classic build. Dragonlance looks like he's gonna go for the Deso as well.
I want to take a fight down bottom, though. Salt already, they'll start with the Tornado. Cuckoo's going to step in so they can get the beacon. Really not required in the end with how much damage they were able to pump out at quick succession.
I love all the emphasis that Blacklist are putting bottom.
Sonic waves up. Cox has no TP. This is just going to be a solo kill for Carl. Oh, what a read for the Queen of Pain.
That is so huge, man. Getting the solo takedown, and now with the power rune spawning as well, gonna get his bottle refill, even a DD rune, the best possible rune for Queen here, as he now has the ability to kill people quite quickly with the power treads coming in as well. Bit of invasion here by the side of Blacklist.
Tower is under attack.
Going in and checking how the stacks are looking, as of course they're playing against the Sven and they have TA themselves, so Ancients can easily be stolen in this game.
I am still, like, it feels like Geek Fam, the objective for them is to continue just forcing their attention onto bottom lane, but I don't think these kills get any easier now with trap set up, and still, I mean, you have a lot of reaction plays out of the boys on Blacklist. Carl and Tim's TPing in. We've spoken about the Solar Guardian, so seems like Raven's going to be able to free farm.
They're going top. They're looking for a move.
Well,
going over on Olnit. Oh boy, they have Cuckoo here.
Position. He needs mass TPs, and he needs them now. With the double damage rune on Carl, that should be able to offset, you know, having this Sonic Wave on cooldown, and in fact, Olnit will get no assistance. Boys are just going to watch him die inside their own jungle, and now this might be able to open up for them to put a little bit of pressure into the tier 1 tower.
Yeah, I don't think they would have time, even if they mass TP'd immediately, a little bit too far away from the tower to really assist him there. Cuckoo just walking in here might get caught out. Yeah, that's a lot of damage from the blast. He does go down, but again, it's just Cuckoo, right? You killed him 3 times now, but the only kills you have gotten are support kills. So far, Dawnbreaker hasn't died, Queen hasn't died, TA has not died a single time, and all of them are very happily progressing. TA even going for a slow here.
Force can't play this lane now. I mean, all the minus armor Raven's got, it's just level 1 in meld, but it does not matter. This Undying is not working for Geek Fam.
No, I have to say the Undying pick is absolutely crumbling right now. There's a reason we don't see it picked that much, or at all. You know, I haven't seen offlane Undying ever since the shard was removed from it, basically. I don't know what the game plan is now. You gotta build something, but I think it has to be something playing towards the idea of Sven carrying you, right? You can't play around the Undying anymore. So Undying just gonna go back and actually clear the Ancients for himself here, use the Tombstone to do so, together with the Fatal Bonds. They're team farming the Ancient here, getting some neutral items.
And some valuable experience from the supports as well. So you're about to have Swap to play with on Narman, Skem a little bit more away from his level 6, but we will see that Rock be a potential kind of counter initiation tool. But again, it's Dice supports and playing Reactionary and Blacklist. Well, they're continuing to hunt Tims and Cuckoo, trying to get over towards the Coddle. Have these two got the damage though? Tim's no level in the finger, still only 5. Cox has a pretty nice blast as well to repair some of the damage, so he's out.
CD on Blink here for Carl, not gonna be able to close the distance anymore. Nice little use of the Tumbler's Toy though on Lion. Always nice to have that poor man's Blink. It's a fantastic neutral item for these initiators. This is gonna look like top tower though, and I don't think that we're seeing really a mirroring of the movement yet. They're starting maybe to push bottom, but without Sven, it's kind of slow.
And then maybe smoke past the tower and get Raven. They do have a cliff ward. It's about to expire in 15 seconds, and already Blacklist are coming down, and Solar is back up as well.
Yeah, they know the protection is going to be there. This is without Sven.
Back into Tombstone, into the blast as well. They'll dealt with the refraction. Raven just shrugs off the initiation. The Rock will still come out with the Fatal Bonds as well. Cox is having a free fight currently on the Coddle, but he needs to go huge to turn the fight. A little bit more damage required to get the kill onto KP. That's where the Golem's able to come into play, but now Carl as well responds with his own TP. Won't have the damage to shut down Cox so he can escape, and it's a 2-for-1. I mean, you get the kill onto Raven, but is it worth it?
It's not really worth it, no. I mean, the lost top tower tried to make this move bottom, and now not going to be able to get this tower either, as they, sure, bring down Raven, but honestly, being dead there, it didn't stifle his net worth that much. He respawns in good time to go and clear the Ancients and from the top part of the map as well.
What's Cuckoo up to? Thought he was maybe setting up, but places a ward.
Nice.
Meanwhile,
being a sneaky boy on Invoker all the time, we see Cox just preparing stacks here in the jungle. I think the game really has to be about stalling out and farming somehow for Geek Fam. I don't see them being able to make active moves. Meanwhile, Carl, though...
oh, with the long-range tornado, Sonic Wave at the ready if they feel it required. Swap away.
Damage reduction?
He'll live as a result of that. Even heals himself back up as well. Very nicely done from Narman, just putting his body on the line to keep the mid laner alive.
That was a good save. Not just the repositioning, but even the 30% damage reduction, keeping the Coddle alive through that. So at least, you know, Queen ulti used and you only lost a support, but still, we're not seeing anything positive happening for the side of Geek right now. And they even get these stacks stolen as they lose control of the area. The only thing they have going is the Sven is massive, but TA is right behind. He's 400 behind him, and like we mentioned, the Sven, he'll be strong later, and you need to survive until then. I don't know, man. The Undying and the Coddle, I'm just not on board with this. This is looking tough, man.
I must say, I'm quite impressed with Force's net worth. I think a lot of it comes off that Ancient stack. But for him having 4 deaths, his position in net worth is not the worst. I mean, he's higher than Cox, dude, which is crazy.
Yeah, it's pretty wild, actually. And the Decay does farm pretty damn good still. And like you said, the big Ancient stack helped him a little bit. But that's farm that your Sven could have had. You took away farm that would otherwise have gone to Ulnit. So they're having to use some stuff for him to fall back on. I don't think that was the idea to begin with. I think the plan was for Undying to win his lane. Because otherwise, why would you pick an Undying? We'll see them move now bottom.
And not under the cover of the smoke though, but this is really the first time that Ulnit started to join with the team. They can respond if they want to, but in fact, Tim's just going to go through the rift. And Ulnit with the God Strength, they'll be able to get their first tower. We do see mid lane though, Blacklist of course are already set up for another siege themselves.
No slouches, they're being very active on the map, and the moment they see people bottom, they go mid. So Witchblade build is complete on the Queen as well.
Force. Going to try and TP in to push them away from the objective. And well, the rest will be able to connect pretty shortly.
Here with a smoke.
Should be able to close the distance onto KP. He's got the pipe, but not going to mitigate any of the damage out of this Sven. Great movement out of Geek Fam. And now this tower as well is going to take a decent chunk of damage unless the boys on Blacklist want to respond.
Yeah, EMP not going to be that bothersome as well as the Sven's mana can come back thanks to the Caudal. You can also give it to the Undying here, speeding up the Tombstone, coming back. They do want to defend this though. Not the easiest hold. They have the Queen ulti.
Ult swap in, Cuckoo. A lot of burst potential, but Carl is going to be able to land the Sonic Wave, and now they'll try and turn to Sven as well. 2,400 health they have to go through.
Oh boy.
Force is giving them a little bit of space. Skem will try and turn with the rock as well, but what a great Solar Guardian from KP. Dead in the middle. It means that own it. There's no escape for this Sven. Stuck in no man's land. Raven's going to be able to hunt down the Undying as well. You lose the tower, but nonetheless, it is an incredibly well executed fight for Blacklist.
Blacklist understanding the win condition here for Geek. They're just shutting down Olnit. If you looked at that fight, I was looking from the Sven's point of view. He first of all got Queen ultied, pushed back by that. After that he gets fingered. He was like half HP and he gets fingered. It didn't even damage him that much, but it's just the dumping everything onto him. And then Queen blinking in, enabling the Dawnbreaker to get a nice and deep connection onto him as well. I mean, he couldn't do anything. He got everything. The good old all ultis on me.
Okay, so I feel like we're going to see Blacklist be able to consider about Roche pretty shortly. Nothing has really changed with this TA hero. Like, still, early item timings are huge. I mean, what, Dragonlance, Deso, Blink, maybe you can put BKB in there instead of the Dragonlance, kind of change around. But Aegis is still huge, right, for the early game. So what can Geek Fam look to do? How do they need to play around early Roche in regards to maybe some items they need to pick up shortly, or how they want to try and control the map?
I think they need to be proactive. And meanwhile, Cox might actually get dove here. Queen thinking about it, goes in.
Force reaction?
It's good damage, but not going to be able to continue the chase here. Just pushing him back. Yeah, so to play around Roche, I'm not sure they can contest it right now without the golems, so just push the lanes. Honestly, I don't think they're going to go top. We see Raven already setting up with the double meld hits. If you wanted to contest Roche, you already needed to have started making a smoke move over, so instead pushing mid and pushing bottom is the goal. But meanwhile, look at Tim's, man. He's just showing mid on his Lion, saying, you know, I'm here to get some experience.
So if you're going to give up Roche for free, then what does the next 5 minutes look like for Geek Fam? Is it just completely avoid the map and have Cox like playing inside the trees to try and blast down the side lanes?
If they get good wards for tower defense, then they could try to take a fight with the golem. But right now it's actually the other way. It's Blacklist having good vision, and Blacklist coming with the confrontational approach here. Invoker rushing in.
And look at the angle they're coming in as well from Blacklist on multiple fronts. They're going to be able to run straight.
Cox is dead.
With Tim's jumping over the top, a quick and easy kill onto the Cuddle. Now Geek Fam, they're going to have to split away. Down to the south, they do see Onan, I think, under the trap. He's got a BKB to work with. Oh no, he didn't. Oh, Tim's going to get a range. Just there in time with the Hex. Oh no, you couldn't lose another call like that.
Oh, that's so painful, man. Greedy to not want to spend. I mean, it is the 9-second BKB. It feels awful to have to use it just to TP out, but it would feel a lot better to be alive than dead. And they're gonna lose bottom tower just by the convenience of the fight happening there. TA says, okay, I'll take this. And these kills, they matter a lot, man. Getting some kills for TA builds up that Deso damage, getting her to be even stronger as well.
The map is going to continue to shrink now. You're just traps galore. When do you like to... Oh, yeah, dude, he's got Shard as well. Okay, so there you go. Raven's got Shard now to work with, which either is going to make it more difficult for Geek Fam to be able to get out on the map and farm.
Yeah, you get more traps, more vision, and you get the silence. The silence component, very crucial here, as it can prevent people from using their survivability. And even the increased vision on the traps is pretty damn neat for catching people.
Feels like we're needing some time for Olnit to be able to complete the blink, but a fight's going to break out without it. They've got a great cliff ward, and Tim's in a position to pop the smoke. Dude, they're all grouped up. Geek Fam, they'll spot that Carl.
What a tornado.
Over the ages, though. So Carl protected thanks to Cuckoo's tornado, and they can just avoid the fight with a totem.
He's out.
Use Geek Fam. Oh, they use God Strength as well. That is That's way too many big abilities. This is a free tier 2 tower. They know it as well.
Again, could have BKB'd before that tornado to get the kill, but maybe he didn't want to do it because of the Aegis, knowing that, you know, we kill him once and then my BKB runs out and then we just lose the fight. So holding it, you know, understandable.
Dude, Gem's gonna be taken care of.
Oh no, they're going for it.
Oh, and they'll get it. They'll be rewarded. Sonic Wave even committed as well. Even KP's looking to stand straight on top of Scam. When he gets the rock off, he's taken a while to die. But can they turn it around without the God Strength? The damage might be lacking as now Carl can jump over the right side, get some separation. What's the call from Geek Fam? I don't even know where the gem went as well.
It's on Dawnbreaker. KP managed to steal it there, so nice pickup, and they're gonna back out. That was a successful theft, and just gonna get out of the area. Gonna chase down this golem as well. TA, of course, one of the better heroes at getting golem. Oh, he got Dragonlance. Yeah, nice neutral item to get for TA. Definitely the best tier 2. And now with the Dragonlance, Grove Bow, and the Psyblades, he's got everything here.
Is there any items TA considers going, like, deterring away from your common build when you're against the Sven carry, or is it still kind of the stock standard?
Oh, it's just a little bit more emphasis on actually building that Hurricane Pike. You can play without Hurricane Pike in some games, but when you play against Sven, you like getting more kites, not just for yourself, but sometimes you can even Hurricane Pike your support and make the Sven feel sad. So it's, you know, his build looks good here. I like the fact that he's not going BKB, by the way. It's not as good on TA anymore because you still take magic damage during BKB. Oh, bottom.
The bottom. He does have Numbing Bit. That's a short range swap. Onet's still going to get his mana drain. They'll just try and blow up Narman, but...
Still on the Sven?
Still nearby. He got no distance away off the back of that protection from the Venge. They're starting to come on over, but it's not going to matter in the end. So a double kill for Blacklist. They are just continuing to sweep from top to bottom, getting whatever kills, whatever farm they'd hope for. I mean, Skem, I was going to say, may die as well, but looks like he's narrowly going to escape. Cuckoo thinks otherwise, though. Should be able to catch up to him. And it looks like KP is going to follow. Even Carl's nearby as well.
Setting it up.
All the way behind the tower. So just more gold, more experience going Blacklist way. And this is a 9,000 net worth lead with a lineup that you said wants to try and end pretty early before the late game, you know, Sven comes online.
Make that 11, taking the Tormentor, and then maybe even the Undying is in trouble. Yeah, TA soloing the enemy Tormentor, getting the shard for the supporting Volker. Oh, that's actually a huge shard, dude. He's got level 6 on that Wex, so the EMP now pulling people as well. Gonna be pretty nasty, and of course, more burn damage. It's 90% burn damage from the EMP instead of 50%. Now this is looking really grim, but I mean, it all comes back to the laning stage. You pick Undying, you pick Coddle. The idea is that you don't want to lose lanes, you want to win lanes, and they just didn't get ahead with these heroes. I think Blacklist have done a great job reacting to what Geek Fam are doing, and right now Geek Fam are just flailing. They're trying to stabilize the plane as it's going down, basically.
Yeah, this is not the Geek Fam that a lot of people have come to love so far throughout the qualifiers.
I mean, it's tough to see them in this position because they're a really fun team to follow. They do some exciting stuff, and even here, you know, in elimination situation, going for the offlane Undying and the mid Coddle, you gotta respect the creativity. But their 5-man smoke going through the portal could maybe find KP here if they go left. They're going up a bit, not gonna connect with him there. They see Lion, gonna go for that.
But Tim's in a great spot to be able to get the blink away. A little bit too slow on the reaction, though. We'll just have to feed him to the wolves. God Strength used, 5 hero rotation, whereas everyone else is still farming on Blacklist.
Yeah, it's a lot of time invested for that one move, and you get what, 1 support? I mean, he's respawning in 35 seconds. You basically spend 35 seconds on 5 heroes to get the kill, so that was five-folds worth it in the eyes of Blacklist, I would say. Now with the full Shivas on the Queen as well, she's adding a lot of survivability against the Sven and the minus armor coming out. As well as mitigating healing. Big thing to mention, they're playing against Coddle, Warlock and Undying, so a lot of heal mechanics, and Queen now with the Shiva ready to reduce that.
Carl is huge, man. Second in net worth, 4-0 7 performance from him. Great game 1, following up with an incredible second game as well. He might be their target. It's a difficult kill though.
It's tough to go on him. The TA is moving over a bit, thinking about joining, but at the same time, she's pushing for that tier 2 top, has the Blink and the Hurricane Pike, so very, very tough to catch her with the heroes you have on Geek. You don't have those strong lockdowns like a Lasso or Duel or something like that.
Is there any like crazy one-more combo potential still for Geek Fam? Like at this stage, as actually we'll hold that because the scan is perfect from Blacklist. They are well aware of the current position set up from Geek Fam. They don't know who's here. They'll get a nice read though with the decay along with the blast.
Yeah, they keep getting some random vision with the TA trap behind them as well. Some people step over traps here and there. They have a pretty good intel on exactly who's or how many people are hovering this area, as nobody's showing the side lanes. I mean, the big play they can make here, gotta look through the lens of Copium. I mean, a big Sven stun with Fatal Bonds, they can do a lot of damage during the Chaotic Offering before people start dispelling or getting rid of the Fatal Bonds in some way. It's tough though. They need to have perfect vision of Blacklist, otherwise they can't get that initiation. So far, the way Blacklist are playing, they're not really grouping up enough to get initiated on. Dawnbreaker always ready to ulti in to save whoever gets caught.
And these goddamn traps are continuing to scout them out around this area. They're just even sending the Forge Spirits and being a nuisance. It's just, they have not left each other's side for 3 minutes now. I mean, this net worth lead, they don't care. I mean, Raven's free farming top back through the portal. Daedalus is about to be completed for him.
They've looked paralyzed. They're finally now going to make a move. They make a stab out. This has to be explosive, aggressive, and really quick. Otherwise, it's not going to work. They're just swinging in, going towards the Ancient. A little bit of hesitation up the high ground. And Blacklist, they are all holding formation together as well. This could be good though for Geek Fam if they manage to finally go over there and get the vision, but with the gem over on the side of Blacklist, it's tough to get into this area.
It's a very interesting angle for them. Smoke's going to expire pretty shortly with the trap set up.
Oh, the traps are going to reveal them soon.
Well, currently, are they going to have the damage to be able to blow him up before the reaction? Solar Guardian will come into play. Carl gets a blink over. And now everything was used to try and get the Queen of Pain kill, and they just didn't have the damage. Now Blacklist, they can respond, and they can just get out. Tombstone, God Strength, why do they even need to fight this?
Yeah, they don't hard commit, and that was everything used, everything expended on the side of Geek, so this is gonna free up. Roshan will respawn in 45 seconds, so Blacklist now comfortably can go for the next Aegis, and that will lead to a high ground push. I mean, you gotta respect the 5-man move. They had to make something happen, and the only way they win a fight is by getting the better initiation. They went for the best angle they could. TA now pushing top. Looking for the swap play on her, but it's pretty tough when she has Hurricane Pike and Blink.
I mean, they might all die if they go for the swap play.
Yeah, they don't have
bottom lane.
the tools.
I think they saw Owner. They've got the trap to slow him down. It's going to run the other way. Tims might still catch up to him. They're going to cross paths. Sidesteps the Earth Spike somehow. It's not going to matter in the end, though. No buyback here for Owner.
So much damage with the ceremonial robe and the combinations coming in here. Just gonna go down, and him dead for a minute here. It's just gonna keep getting worse and worse. We see a 15k lead, but it's gonna be a lot more than that soon, as they're moving towards the Roche pit now, realizing it's up. They have the TA trap scouting it. And TA already starts it at 23 seconds. Gonna be easily able to kill it here before it goes down to bottom area as well. Having the Daedalus Queen helping out as well with the DPS. I mean, this feels hype for Blacklist though. They're playing so much better as well in, you know, in this first and second game than I feel we've seen them play throughout the rest of the qualifiers. And they are hungry for revenge. You know, looking forward a little bit here as this game is looking kind of grim for Geek. I think Blacklist, they want a second chance at SMG, dude. You can see it in the way they're playing.
Yeah, no, they're just such a 9-day difference from their series versus SMG to this one now versus Geek Fam. You know, some of those mistakes have been fixed. It's kind of a new look at some of their lineups, and they're just potentially 1-2 fights away of being able to book their ticket into the grand finals.
In particular in game 1. Like this game 2, I honestly feel like Geek Fam, they punched themselves in the face with their draft. I think they made it difficult here for them to win, even though I respect the creativity. As we see, maybe a bit of a fight here. Going for the mid-tower siege, glyphing up the catapult.
I mean, you've got Hex on Cox. I don't know how much that's going to come into play. At least it is another big item, though, so...
Could secure kills on the Queen, right? You can't burst the TA that easily. She has the Aegis. She's not the target.
She just got Lincoln's, though, so it will be messy. But you are looking for what? Probably a swap back into the base, into instant Hex, into Onet's God Strength and blowing someone up. You got to be quick, though, because we've seen, I mean, KP, he's almost got Scepter as well. So that evasion plus heal bonus, they might not even have the damage without, like, a Daedalus on Onet.
Yeah. I mean, the Coddle does have his own ways to break the Lincoln, so as long as he thinks about it, he could maybe combo it. It's going to be hard to swap her, though, is the bigger issue. And also, nobody else needs to show. The TA can push on her own. Queen, a little bit of a target here. Oh no, they didn't check the Lincolns. They didn't realize he had it.
The free 40 seconds now.
Yeah, that's no swap. So Venge is basically not even really a hero at this point. That's the one purpose you want in a team fight, for her to really contribute. 20 seconds cooldown.
They're always ready to give her the Lotus as well. KP just standing nearby in case it's required.
Yeah, EMP gonna burn a lot of the Undying's mana pool.
Jumping from the left side on Tim's. Clip on the Narman, lot of damage. Armin's able to get some separation. Tornado will land. They want to try and jump in.
Oh, they're stacked.
They committed God Strength, dude. And Raven's going to be able to get the blink away. There's the Solar Gun in response. It's a big Sonic Wave. Carl jumps in the backline and now repositions Force. So he's away from the base. And Carl's not even done just yet as well. They're sensing blood in the water. One more fight is all they need, but the buyback's been lacking. Carl, celebratory jump onto the tier 4 tower.
That's the cheese.
Nice Lotus Orb given over to Carl. They're going to be able to reflect the Stormhammer. Tornado sets up onto 3. The spell casting is perfect. The team fight execution is even better. And that is why Blacklist will get a rematch against SMG in the grand finals.
Yeah, beautiful here from them. 2-0, looking confident, looking convincing. Blacklist feeling good, and you can see the happy faces of the players here as they take down Geek. Condolences to Geek, though. I mean, they were definitely a fun team to follow here throughout the regionals. It's tough that they get knocked out only, you know, this close to getting into the grand finals. But ultimately, I think they definitely played really well. They showed a lot of heart as well with, you know, doing crazy stuff and just busting out unpredictable things all the way through. I think they earned a lot of fans throughout this qualifiers, to be honest.
Yeah, without a doubt. I really hope we get to see this 5-man stick together as well. Because, like you said, they built a lot of fans, and we saw the development from them from start to finish, where you lost your first series versus SMG, but then every single game, every single series, they continued to grow in momentum and, you know, looking like a team that at some stage, you know, was potentially going to be able to match them at the top, but just at the end of the day fell a little bit short. And for Blacklist, their confidence must be sky high right now. Again, like we said, they fixed a lot of their issues when from the series against SMG, and now they look like they can, without a doubt, rival them in the grand finals.
Definitely. I think, you know, if you were a Geek Fam supporter, if you were, you know, a Cox enjoyer, then you should definitely give your support over to Blacklist here, because they need it. SMG are looking strong and waiting over there in the grand finals. But yeah, I would see some of the highlights. I mean, this second game was definitely rough to watch. I think it was pretty much said and done pretty early, to be honest. Once the lanes started flopping the way they did, Force getting killed several times on bottom, the Tombstone getting brought down every time that he used it, it pretty much just meant that you're losing the momentum you need to win with this type of draft. So Blacklist definitely delivering here in this game, and I think, honestly, I'm very happy to see what they're doing, because they're not just playing the same script. They're changing up their playstyle a bit, and that's probably what you need to be capable of doing. If you are too predictable, opponents will take advantage of that.
Yes, and we saw in this series in particular, they were not predictable at all. Very clean and quite impressed as well. I think maybe this Dawnbreaker hero for KP, I felt like overall he had a lot of impact in the series. I don't know, I think I'd probably give Carl MVP, but I think, you know, this Dawnbreaker hero for KP in particular is something that maybe they need to be looking at for SMG in this next series, because he really impressed me with his itemization and his Solar Guardian usage. But would you say Carl also gets MVP?
I'd agree with that, yeah, for sure. I mean, Carl, he did great on mid. He got a ton of denies against the Queen, against the Caudal, and somehow managed to force the Caudal to run back to base on level 4, level 5. It was very early, and I think overall his approach to every single team fight was perfect. He didn't die a single time. We often say Queen of Pain, it's a tempo type of mid hero where if you die just a few times, you lose the control, and he did a good job being active, joining for 75% of the kills, doing tons of damage, and never getting killed. So again, very well played by him.
Yes, very well played without a doubt. And now as we head to that grand finals though, Waga, let's do some predictions. How are we feeling about this? I'm gonna say 3-1 SMG.
Yeah.
How are you feeling?
I think that's a very possible outcome. I think the SMG are the favorite for sure going into it, but you gotta say that they looked really great against Blacklist last time. But if Blacklist change it up, like especially game 1 in this series, gave me a lot of hope for their potential to go up against SMG again. Previously, it just felt like, okay, SMG easily gonna win. You know, if they meet these guys again, they got their number. But I'm not sure, man. Seeing Blacklist here, I get a little bit of hope. I think that they can maybe take it. I think they have a chance, but most likely outcome probably still 3-1 for SMG, yeah.
Okay. Well, we'll have to find out, though. Again, condolences for the boys on Geek Fam. I mean, it's a heartbreaking position for them to be in. Skem, you know, previously with Boom at the last TI, for Force in particular, like we said, he made it to the grand finals, to game 5 in the previous year's qualifiers. This time, he's going to fall short in 3rd place. And again, some of their other members as well haven't even made it this far in the qualifiers. And, you know, on an unknown star now has a lot of fans in Southeast Asia as well. So Geek Fam, there's a promising future for them, but unfortunately they're not in that position yet to be able to make it to TI. But we have 2 teams that could be some incredible people to be able to represent Southeast Asia. Blacklist or, of course, the boys on SMG. A lot of laughs, but unfortunately a lot of heartbreak soon to come up in our next series. The grand finals, a best of 5 where only 2 teams remain. Will it be SMG or will it be Blacklist? We'll have to find out after the break.
Every day for 3 years, a secret team met across Europe to hack one of the most technologically advanced cars in the world. Meet the Deloitte cybersecurity team that developed new state-of-the-art automotive software defenses, making the world safer for drivers, passengers, and pedestrians.
It's under attack.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the grand finals of the SEA qualifiers for TI12 between SMG and, of course, Blacklist rivalry in its MLP Dota. And John X Fire joining you here today. Jonathan, welcome, sir. We've been freed from the shackles that was Cox. We can finally cast proper Dota, Jonathan. How the hell are you doing?
Doing great, Mike. I'm looking forward to this one. Who would have thought that these are the two teams that will come all the way? I think a lot of people had high hopes for Blacklist, but SMG managed to score a relatively easy ride, you could say, on their upper bracket run to the grand finals. It's going to be interesting to see this rematch. I think there's going to be a lot of back and forth. There's going to be a lot of talk, I'm sure, in chat as well. Having a lot of fans from different nationalities, of course. So this should be fun. We watched the last game, well, the last series of Geek Fam up against Blacklist. We saw some of the Cuckoo Invoker come out. So I'm wondering if that's going to be a factor. We saw, of course, no one play a spectacular Invoker the last time they played against Blacklist as well. And yeah, it's going to be fun. You know, these are two teams that I feel like have always had that promise of going to a LAN, and well, you know, it's SMG's chance to finally get to one. Blacklist have had a little bit of a chance beforehand, so we'll see if they can follow through now. The team has looked like it's been getting better and better every tour, and SMG are looking in probably their best form in a long while here with no one in. So should be a fun one, should be a competitive one, a best of 5, Mikey, and that, I mean, I don't know what to expect. Southeast Asia and best of 3s are already predictable. A best of 5, I have no clue.
I know exactly what to expect. It's going to be an absolute war zone in the chat. We've gone through this so many times, you and I. You already said it, Jonathan, but it brings me back to when we started casting SEA, and I learned the hard way that when you've got different regions in you've got different countries in the region going at it here with these teams. My goodness, does the war zone begin? And let's keep it civil, shall we, everyone? Let's not go too far here. And I know how excited they can get in a best of 5 grand final. These are two great teams, though, Jonathan. Quite frankly, I'd be happy to see either one get to TI. Both of them, in my opinion, are deserving to get to TI, Jonathan. There should have been more than one slot. There isn't. Only one of these teams can go. And we're about to find out exactly who that team is going to be joining Talon at TI12, as we have got Game 1 draft underway of a best of 5 series. My goodness, I can't wait. Let's see it all unfold. And you know what, John, before we start talking about the draft, are we going to see this Invoker being picked up by SMG? Because yesterday, Blacklist, they gave Invoker twice to no one. No one completely annihilated them with this hero. I don't think it's too well advised to give it away to SMG.
Yeah, and we've been talking about that Invoker since we've been casting the qualifiers, even from NA. Like, this hero came out really buffed up. You have the Spirit Vessel that gives you stats as a universal type, your individual stats as well, and the orbs, pretty massive for the hero. So I would like to see that banned out. You don't tend to first phase pick the Invoker anyway. I think that leaves it open to maybe a couple of ways of counteracting it. So probably by the second phase, you'd want to see Blacklist try to take it out. We shall see. Do you see our bans already underway here?
Jesus.
Yeah, just Cuckoo. Just the usual bans.
What kind of? I mean, I've seen RGBs before. My goodness, Cuckoo went all out with the RGBs. He's got a sun he's typing on right now. My God, you could power the Earth with that. Well, what's going on here, Cuckoo?
10 seconds.
Be careful, sir.
Glowing. He's got the camera angle at the perfect point where light will reflect into the lens. So you know what he's doing. He's radiant. He knows what he's doing. Cookie knows what he's doing. Cookie knows what he does when he picks Invoker, when he picks Venomancer. God help us if that will come out here in a best of 5. Who knows? You know, that's the one thing as well with Cuckoo, right? You remember all the old games you used to cast of Cuckoo. Every now and again, you get into that point, into a game with so many stakes, and that's where Cuckoo will say, bring out the Venomancer.
Oh,
this could be one of those.
Don't get me
it's early on to say it. There's nothing to hint at it, but you never know.
Don't get me excited. All right, John, don't get me excited. You know how I feel about the Cuckoo Mancer? I love seeing it pop out. If Cuckoo's going to pick it, please pick it now, Cuckoo. I want to start off on a good foot. Let's see. They're not banning the Invoker, by the way, John, going back to that point we made earlier. Mind you, who got first pick? That's the question. It was Blacklist, so they take it. Fair enough. That's what I was going to say, right? Because you just said to me, yeah, Cuckoo was just playing +5 Invoker, and he did do a really good job. So if you have first pick, you just take it away.
Yeah, Flex does support, no problems there. The hero does really well. Again, very easy build up into Spirit Vessel. Your laning spells are insane. You've got your Shard, which I can't fathom that hero still has that Shard the way it is. But it's still there, so it still works out plenty good for Blacklist rivalry. SMG, what's going to be the priority? You don't have most of the big supports. You know, Venge is gone, Ange gone as well. They will go for the Elder Titan, which we see Afu excel at, so I don't mind that too much. Just a very safe pass forward that does a lot for your team. Gives you a lot of good team fight, great laning presence coming out here as well. So no one revealing too much on what they'd want to do. Maybe Blacklist revealing a little bit more, or arguably a little bit less on the Invoker, as there is still the flex potential for Carl, of course. So it is fairly open.
Certainly is. More bans to come before we get to see the picks coming out. Oh, best of 5 Dota. I mean, you and I, the last time we got to cast best of 5 Dota in SCA, I think was Talon versus somebody. I remember that very vividly. That was a...
Polaris? Was it Talon?
Talon versus Polaris. That was a...
4-team at F10K?
That was a very long experience, to say the least. I will tell you that, Jonathan. A very long experience between those two teams. And oh, you know what? If we're going to go to 5 games today, Jonathan, I hope every game's a banger. I really do. Let it last an hour plus each. I don't care. I've got all day.
You're aiming short, Mike. At least an hour and a half each. And a base race at the end with 5 divines. And
Please.
that would be the classic Southeast Asian way to close it out. And of course, it wouldn't be complete without someone diving tier 3s at, say, minute 20. So we'll have that in there as well for the checklist.
Yeah.
Shout out to In Your Dream and DreamOCell, who have both done that at a TI qualifier, if I recall right.
Of course.
Something about the Indonesian carries and their potential to dive. Something I miss.
It's a good time. Very, very entertaining to watch. The boys, of course. It's SMG. One more ban to go. See what they want to try and prioritize. Like, it's been a lot of support ban outs here from Team SMG in the second, or rather, the banning phase, I should say, is. You already know Cuckoo should theoretically be playing the POS 5 Invoker based on past events, but I suppose you never know. They could hand that over to Carl, but I can't remember the last time Carl played mid Invoker, to be fair.
Maybe not since, I don't know, maybe T1 days. Perhaps. I can't recall exactly if there was a Blacklist game with him on Invoker, because that hero's just been kind of dead before this patch. So we shall find out. SMG, it will pick up the good old Phoenix. So you've got a stable 5 for Zhao. We have seen the Phoenix kind of pop back in. You know, it does provide you a lot if you can kind of set up for that egg. You arguably do have some setup in the ET with a stomp. So that can be one way of helping you out. The Earth Splitter's not too bad as well to play with the egg to sort of force area denial away. We shall see if Blacklist will want a way to melt it down. Invoker does a somewhat decent job at killing off the egg. Yeah, they'll just go for the Rubik. Lots of good spells to steal out, and the Dawnbreaker comes out once more for KP. So he's found a new hero to just constantly play. Honestly, I don't feel like the Phoenix is that scary. Like, the egg is not big of an issue, just because you have Alacrity anyway on Invoker. So the Invoker himself can get the right clicks off. He can buff up his carry to kind of right click it down. You have a lot of value for this Rubik with the Doom being picked up by SMG as well. And to go with the Earth Spirit, which should be our no-one hero. So you've got the off-lane Doom for Masa, the mid-Earth Spirit for no-one. It should force Blacklist to kind of consider options. Like, will you go for Invoker support for Cuckoo, or will you actually give it to Carl? The mid-Invoker, it does okay against the Earth Spirit. I can see the Earth Spirit kind of getting aggressive, maybe in the first 2-3 levels for sure. But as you approach 4, 5, as you start to work onto your Spirit Vessel, or at least the Urn, the Invoker starts to feel pretty stable. So it really depends on how aggressive no one wants this lane to be.
Yeah. I love this draft from SMG, though. Like, we've seen this mid-Earth Spirit play around these style of drafts with SMG before, and it's just so aggressive. It's a really quick tempo with these kind of drafts, and I think Blacklist have already a draft that can kind of contest that style of very fast tempo. But we shall see, because again, the last time I saw this from SMG, it was very dominant. So I'm not going to be too surprised if it's a bit of the same story. The Blacklist, we'll see what they want to choose here for their 4th pickup. See Adam there thinking very hard about this draft, of course. Shout out to him.
Yeah. He's had a big impact in the team. Like, even though he just came in for TI Quals, it feels like the team has looked a lot better. Again, it's just been constantly up for Blacklist, and this edition does improve that. Like, beforehand, it was KP coming in. That also kind of was a shot in the arm here for Blacklist. They do pick up the gyrocopter, so that big core has been left in the pool, and Blacklist does just pick it up. It doesn't care too much about the egg as well. This is a hero that combines pretty nicely with his Invoker. If you do run the support Invoker for Cuckoo, a gyrocopter Invoker lane sounds pretty damn aggressive. It does take a few levels to be up, but it can play up against, say, a Doom ET very nicely if SMG are looking for that offlane. So I wouldn't mind Blacklist actually just holding on to the Invoker for Cuckoo, finding a different mid solution. And SMG has the same thought process. They take care of the puck, so it looks like they're just targeting the mid lanes. Maybe something like the Quap could be annoying too. Although, again, we've seen Earth Spirit versus Quap a couple of times. We've seen Earth Spirit come out in the top, so really just down to outplays. They'll ban out the Ember instead. Blacklist, what safe lanes do you want to take out for mid one? I'm seeing something like, I suppose something like the Monkey King still there, but probably not really the best option here. Terrorblade's still hanging up there as well. Terrorblade into Gyrocopter is a matchup we've seen a lot of. If not, something like the Morphling could be a consideration here as well for Blacklist to ban out.
5 seconds remaining.
We shall see. They are still thinking about this final ban. So they should know they're up against the KP Dawnbreaker off. Well, that should be the assumption at least. See what they try and pick up to deal with this hero. And Drow probably would have been one of the better options, but it is already removed, of course, by Blacklist. We haven't really seen heroes like Ursa making an appearance recently, so I highly doubt we see anything like that coming out. You do have options for, say, like a Bloodseeker for mid one right now if you want it, but they're going to get rid of the Void instead. So Blacklist Rivalry, final pick for themselves, still looking for a mid pickup potentially. So they still have the flexibility with the Invoker if they do want to throw it mid. We shall see, because Carl is still having a chat with Adam, so it seems like it is probably his hero that is left.
Remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Only 13 seconds reserve time for this final pick.
Dire team pick.
They're going to get down the Bat Rider route. Okay, so is this a support Invoker or is this a mid Invoker now? You think it's a mid Invoker? Okay.
I think the mid matchup of Bat Rider versus Earth Spirit's very solid for the Bat Rider. Like, Earth Spirit can't aggressively dive you because you can just punish, and he can try to roll away, but Bat Rider does have the movement speed to cancel off. Mainly matchup up against Bat Rider is pretty damn good for a Bat Rider in most cases anyway, so should be fairly manageable for Carl. Then again, Earth Spirit does have some play there, so you can't underestimate it. It is highly mobile. Once he launches into the roll, you can't really cancel it any longer as the Bat Rider. So it's not completely unplayable, but for sure the Bat Rider should have a pretty decent time here. I dig this draft from Blacklist, mainly because there's not much save for this potential lasso pullback. You've got instant ganking potential as well. Like, Carl can just run around with travels, get the lasso off, and have KP back him up ASAP. Like, it's relatively easy to look for these pickoffs coming out here from Blacklist. And SMG just, you don't have support heroes that save you. You don't have Bench Swap, you don't have Dispels on hand. So this threat is always there from Blacklist Rivalry, and that should allow them to play this higher tempo game, which we saw a little bit of in their Geek Fam series. And they were playing a lot faster. They were looking for that global presence, and they have that in spades for Blacklist. Not just this Travels, Lasso, Solar Guardian, but even, say, Sunstrike on top of that combination can be quite strong. They will go into the Lifestealer for Team SMG, and that can kind of sustain well. Like, Lifestealer into the Dawnbreaker in particular is a pretty solid lane for mid one, so it shouldn't be too shabby up against a high HP hero like the Dawnbreaker. And it does combine well with that mid Earth Spirit. So you do have one here that you can kind of infest, roll around, have someone pop out, get some aggression of your own on SMG's end. I'm really curious how these lanes break out. We are getting the Cuckoo Bat Rider instead, so we will end up with a Carl Invoker mid up against the Earth Spirit, which isn't too bad either. That's still a solid matchup. Keen to see how much Cuckoo can get done, because Bat Rider plus Gyrocopter lane can be aggressive, but it does take levels for the support Bat Rider to kind of hit its stride. So, like, level 3 timing for Gyro and Bat is where that lane could potentially pick up. Masaru should be able to farm relatively safely before any big threats come out. I'm really curious to see how the lanes break out, because I think that's where a lot of this game is dictated. If SMG manages to have a really good start in mid one, say hit this, I don't know, Armlet, Maelstrom Deso or Armlet Deso timing, on the Lifestealer and just roll around with no one, if no one pops off as well, then your conditions to just kind of win out this early to mid game aligns very quickly. Like, there's a lot of aggression. You can't underestimate how durable a Lifestealer can be. At the same time, if they fall behind, I mean, you get some fast levels in Carl. Cuckoo gets a relatively quick blink timing on his Batrider. And then you're going to have some issues. Again, it's that global strategy that can kick in here for Blacklist.
Certainly is, Jonathan, and we are about to get into game number 1 of a best of 5 grand final. Final slot left for TI12 for SCA. See how this one all pans out. I feel like it seemed like you were kind of erring towards the draft of SMG, just a little bit. I'll ask you for confirmation, John. Did you have a preference?
I would lean towards Blacklist a little bit. Honestly,
Okay.
if this drags on, I think Lifestealer is a really weird hero. Like, its power spikes are really interesting because in some games, you know, you're sitting up pre-level 25, you feel really good, and Lifestealer hits 25.
Well, we might
And
wanna get
suddenly
in
that
game.
additional life steal gets really annoying.
I think we better get in game because it looks like these teams are getting quite close to each other. Game number 1 is officially underway. We'll keep looking at us for now, at the very least. Hello, everyone. John, you're looking fantastic today. No one's for. Oh, we have a pause. Never mind. See our production. Oh no!
What do you mean, Mike? What have you done?
I'm sorry,
You
production.
keep baiting everyone as well. Oh, they're coming close. Like, they're across the river from each other.
No, they weren't. No, they weren't. They were close. They were close.
Yeah, but they're always close, and they never die, Mike. They
Okay.
never die because they hear you say that
That's
they're
my
close.
fault. That's my fault.
Oh, we heard this dumb Australian talking. He says we're close by. Let's hold back, guys. No, everyone knows this. It's known.
Yeah. No need to make fun
No,
of my
you made it.
nationality, Jonathan. We do have an Australian in the game after all as well. In case you weren't aware, of course, Januel playing the Phoenix here today. Also known as Jack Januel Williams, Jonathan, an Australian Dota 2 player currently playing for Team SMG, known as Australia's last Dota player. When he's not playing scrims, he enjoys smashing VBs and driving V8s. He's locally famous for controlling wildlife by showing them his incredible mullet. So there you go, Jonathan. Don't you ever talk about Australia like that again in front of Januel.
Yeah, I like the meme, but KP's literally Australian.
What meme?
Mike.
What? KP? What are you talking about? KP's Filipino. Danila K. Pinoy Carlos is a Filipino player originating from the Davao region, believe it or not, Jonathan. Known as Mindanao's worst durian salesman, K. Pinoy decided to pursue his dreams in Dota 2. When he's not playing Dota, he enjoys training by climbing Mount Uphill in preparation of carrying his team uphill. How dare you insinuate that K. Pinoy is not Filipino? How dare you?
All right.
Do you know anything, Jonathan? Is this your first day on SCA or what?
Calm down. I see you've learned how to Control C, Control V. Very impressive, Mike. It only took
wrote-
5 years of us working together.
I wrote these out, just so you know.
Battle begins.
By the way,
Oh, you
Here
actually
we go.
read and then typed them.
I did.
It's a lot of effort, Mike.
These are mine, Jonathan. These are mine. KP gets a bounty rune. He's 4 bounty runes, in fact, for Blacklist Rivalry. 4 bounty runes to start
great
things off.
start.
A fantastic start.
And that's pretty worrying, having this initial gold injection onto something like the Invoker, who can get double bracer very fast. That is going to be a lot of stats you're going to have to contend with on mid, even though it's not going to line up necessarily for a quicker bottle here for Carl. I'm taking a look at that mid for no one. Again, it's not the toughest lane in the world for the Invoker. It is manageable, but it's also not the worst for no one once levels are up. You can just kind of farm the creep wave and try to roll aggressively, look for the kickbacks we've seen a couple of times before. But the range advantage for Carl, the fact that he's universal with a double circlet, double iron branch start, it will feel oppressive from a distance. And I'm really keen to see how much no one can get done, because we've seen him in some tough matchups before, but doesn't seem to phase the guy.
Certainly doesn't. No one and Carl going to be going at it. No one should have a pretty decent time. I do agree. I don't think there's going to be too much in the way of stopping him. Of course, down at bottom lane, you are looking at Raven, of course, Bosku against Masaros and Arfu. And Bosku playing the Batrider, position 5 today. Not so much the Invoker that he was playing just earlier on against Geek Fam, of course. Raven on the Gyrocopter. I mean, pretty standard kind of carry here. We've seen Gyrocopter plenty of times. I wonder how it does against Lifestealer, though. I guess that's one thing we haven't had the pleasure of seeing quite yet throughout the qualifiers. Like, is Lifestealer just a meta hero now? Like, could it be possibly back We'll see. Is Masteros going to get chased down a little bit? We'll be okay.
Fine. And again, it's a little bit more passive for your Doom lane here. You're going to want to hit like level 2, level 3. Level 3 probably, and level 2 on Afu at the very least to try to play into. Gyro and Bat, they've got the range advantage. You've got the spell harassment from Cuckoo down the line. And Raven is more than comfy just farming up. You are seeing a little bit of that aggression onto no one. He is still controlling the wave well with his wave clear, but certainly copying a lot of harassment out from Carl. He does have his one bracer up. So again, the right-click damage of this Invoker. Level 3, 70 plus 3 damage. Very nice hero.
Oh, it absolutely is. I mean, it makes sense lore-wise, Jonathan. He's a universal hero. He literally made the unit or does something with the universe. I can't remember, Jonathan.
Wow.
I can't remember the lore.
That's some great lore.
He's doing something.
Phoenix,
He's doing something.
It's like you never even watched book 2 or 3, Mike.
I
Of the
did.
Dota anime.
I did. Okay. No, don't put me on show. I did watch it. I got a little bit bored with the Dota storyline. I'm not gonna lie. You know, I Invoker.
Yeah, being a father yourself, it would be very boring, huh? I see where this is going, Mike. Huh. Oh, okay. No, you just posted her picture on Facebook too. Wow.
Top lane, mid one. Gonna fight over the Lotus Pool, but Tim's is able to get it. Very, very nice. That's the one lane we haven't really talked about too much. KP and Tim's, of course, against mid one and Genuel. What do you reckon about this lane? Like, I think the Lifestealer pick was a very strong pick against the Dawnbreaker. We'll see if he can catch mid one out. It's going to be kind of hard with the rage up. Mid one, he takes a lot of damage, but is going to be perfectly fine to walk away.
Still finding some decent farm in this lane, not completely shoved away. He is going to have to play around Rage for sure. There's a lot more aggression that can line up here from Blacklist's end. As you can see, every single time KP can just land the hammer and Starbreaker, and he's feeling pretty happy. Wave control is pretty on point though, so again, you're not losing out much. I think down the line is what I'm really interested to see. Like, what's the build for mid one? Is it going to be some like the Armlet, Maelstrom, or Desolator build? They're starting to get aggressive bot though.
No, they certainly are. Masaros, though, is perfectly fine thanks to the stomp of Arfu. And Bosku was trying to get the damage out with the Firefly level 2, but could not continue to chase him down. It is a pretty challenging lane for the offlane dude. Right, because you've got to be worried about this homing missile spam, you've got to be worried about the Firefly damage. He does at least have the Ring of Health, so can build into the Vanguard and should be relatively safe, but in terms of farm, it is a little bit of a slower start for Masaros. Not really too much you can do about it.
The Doom will eventually just recover. He is queuing up the Midas anyway, so he understands he's in for a slower time on this Doom. Just look to farm. Can't really contest too hard.
KP.
Allow the Jar to just kind of get a little bit here.
KP's running across the map, just being chased by mid one. Now no one's thinking about coming up, though he might just be going for the power, rather bounty rune to be fair, but he is around the corner. If Genuel does need some assistance, and it seems like no one is slowly creeping his way up, Tim's gonna just TP away, and no one... He had already used the roll to get the bounty rune, so could not roll to stop the TP, sadly. If he was actually 2 seconds off the cooldown.
It's a little bit short, but you're wasting some time. You're more than happy. The laning phase is going out a little bit smoother for Blacklist overall in CS. Like, this start for Raven in comparison to mid-win start is quite massive, and the Gyrocopter will flash farm faster than the Lifestealer for sure. So you are set to have this early tempo that can come out from your safe if Raven did want to go for the faster build. But we'll see down the line. No pressure yet. No one? Let's lose all his mana.
Certainly does. Not a very nice experience for the Earth Spirit, I'll tell you. Does have a bottle at least, so we'll get enough to roll away if he needs it. Arfu was rotating as well, just in case he needed it, but Arfu now will back off as Bosku was chasing him down. But they are still going to try and fight over the 6-minute power room timings, of course. No one definitely wants that. Carl maybe not so much, but does want to deny it away from the Earth Spirit as they do get a lag spike. I can confirm I also got that lag spike.
That is laggy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is interesting. In fact, I'll take this moment to say something. I wish I could send you the video ASAP in Discord, but my minimap is glitched to hell. Every
Is it really?
icon is constantly growing big and small, and then Zhao's Phoenix is just constantly shocking my screen. Literally, it's lightning sparks from his particle effects going into my face. I'm not
literally from the mullet. It's just the mullet, John. You've got to accept that.
It's just flickering everywhere. I mean,
It's
I
a
literally
mullet.
can't watch me map. It's fine. It's fine. This is just my pub games. As they go down bot.
Masaros, he's going to drop. Arfu, unable to save Bosku, running. Meanwhile, Raven actually does go down to Genuel, who rotates in the Phoenix. Bosku's still running. Arfu on the chase. Should eventually have him, but not before Cuckoo gets his career. So there you go. You kill Cuckoo, you kill Raven, they get Masaros, but still a very good trade for SMG.
Really worthwhile rotation, understanding that there's no real kill threat onto mid one just because of that rage. 20-second cooldown. The window is wide enough for him to kind of just dodge and farm. So you can't afford to just try to play aggressive. Cuckoo, they go a little bit too far forward with the aggression, and they're going to go again on SMG.
They're going to try, but the stomp does not land from Arfu. So no real setup there to follow up on. But they are doing a very good job of now forcing Raven away and just not letting him feel very comfortable in this bottom lane. I think they might just stick around as 3. Like, Zhao's going to go back for the Wisdom Rune. But I don't really see him leaving, because mid one doesn't need the help up at top lane. Mid one's at that stage on the lifestealer where he can just sustain himself throughout this laning stage, and KP can't really do much about it. So the Phoenix may as well just stay bottom and just kind of haunt Raven.
Keep applying that pressure, try to slow down this gyrocopter, because it doesn't take too much for the gyro to really eclipse this lifestealer in the farm. So you kind of want to put a lid on it, try to manage it as best as possible.
See, I hate this.
Yeah.
You drain his mana, and he's already used roll, but because he has no mana now, he stops? Or is that just the cold snap making him stop? I can't even tell anymore.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure. I've seen that a couple of times, and quite frankly, it's really hard to watch, especially when Johnny Wells nearby. Particle effects just fly everywhere. I literally can't see a single thing. I'll show you. This is exactly how you want to watch my best of 5 grand finals. This is
what?
Southeast Asia.
No one's being chased down. Carl's going to go for the chase because Bosku is here, but no one is going to just roll north and he will be okay. Very nice roll away from no one. And you look at Carl's CS now on the Invoker. He's top of the CS board on that Voker, and looks like he's already going to be set up to have a very good game as he's going to TP down to bottom lane where Masaros is going to be hunted by the looks of it. Carl in the Ghost Walk, not going to make it too obvious, though it seems like Massa probably will know now. As the creeps do get slowed down, this will result to nothing. And Carl, he'll just run back to the mid lane. He's seen enough. Mid lane, perhaps
they could flat.
They could think about no one if they really want to, but it's just not an easy target.
No, yeah, you have to align all your stuns perfectly. And they know something's up with everyone missing on the map, like the supports aren't showing up. They are trying to clump around KP, but the Dawnbreaker's also not the easiest. Your lockdown's not consistent here from SMG for these pickoffs unless no one shows up. They might be able to collapse around mid still, though.
That they may.
Radiant's top tower
Tim's
is under
gonna see the Phoenix, so will KP. Big group up from SMG. They want to go right now. KP, he'll get stumped up. Arfu, he blocks their way. He cuts them off. KP, though, gets to the low ground, but it is still not going to be enough. He will drop. But they do find Januel as a trade. Can they get any more, though? Cuckoo's still chasing. He wants Arfu. Arfu going to try for the TP play away, and Carl has nothing to cancel. No spells to throw out. Even Tim's had the lift on cooldown.
Rather unfortunate. A core for support trade in the favor of SMG. We finally get some activity out from no one as well. So he's got some charges to play with if he wants to keep this aggression up. And they could. They're starting to approach these level 6 marks on the support. Zhao's egg's going to be massive for this one. And the Earth Splitter is not something to be underestimated as well. Like, this egg Earth Splitter combo can be devastating.
Nice juke by Tims, but he is probably still just gonna die. Though no, here comes KP with the Solar Guardian. KP, he'll go on to no one. They'll try to drain his mana. No one. Which way he'll go? It looks like it's just down. He will die, and now Januel also getting caught by the tornado of Carl. As Januel trying to help out will lose his life, and Cuckoo, of all people, will take both kills.
Cuckoo takes credit, Cuckoo takes fault. And he finds both of them for that action coming out. Of course, it was Tim's kind of juking around, but you know, what can a lowly Rubik do in the presence of Cuckoo's Batrider?
That's right.
And a fortunate restart. Then this is what we're talking about, right? You make a move across the map, you try to commit. It's easy to block the Earth Spirit from escapes now, as you just stand in front and hey, you're not rolling anywhere. Then you get the backup from KP. And no one is fairly tanky. You saw how long it took to kill him, but we mentioned those level 6s of the supports lining up. They need to have those 6s on hand. They want to contest like that. Without them, the team fights can fall a little bit flat if it is kind of fragmented like this. If you're coming in one by one, you need all of these tools ready. And Blacklist are in a better position for now to try and punish enemy overextensions. And while that happens, you're getting free space for Raven to farm. I mean, you can argue that mid one's getting the same room out, but look at the CS. 100 up for Raven, around 58 for mid one. This is not going to get any easier for the Lifestealer. You just don't flash farm in the same pace as a Gyro.
It's classic Gyrocopter gameplay. Like, it's so hard to keep up with this hero, and naturally when you're playing Gyrocopter, your team is going to want to stack a lot. So you're going to get a lot of farmers. Now Cuckoo even bringing an extra creep, it seems, as Fu does get caught. +1, why not? Cuckoo will take it. That's mine, thank you. What course?
Just call Afu a creep.
Well, yeah, it was a pun, Jonathan. I didn't mean it insultingly. It's because they were farming creeps, John. Goodness me.
Taking things out of context, Mike.
You really do. You like to get me in trouble. Massaros, he's in trouble now. Massa's gone. Nice rotations from Carl once again, and John, he's very close to the vessel timing now. About 300 gold away for the Invoker Spirit Vessel, and that it really starts to hurt once he has this up.
That should help.
It's just ridiculous what you can do with EMP. You saw Massa pumping the Doom out, wanting to try to at least get a spell use so they can mass TP on him after he dies, but EMP kicks in, guess what? No mana. You just can't play into these ganks.
Arthur gonna get ganked now as well. Blacklist rivalry, my goodness. Here I was thinking SMG were gonna play aggressively with this draft, but they're the ones trying to play defensively right now as Blacklist are just running circles around them. And speaking of vessels, by the way, no one has one on the way. So perhaps it's around that time where no one will start to make the call that he wants to go fight. Because now the Earth Spirit timing is here. And here we go. Smoke is out. Down towards the bottom lane. Massaros needs some help. He'll get stunned up by KP and Massa's gone. But here comes mid one. They've shown they want to fight. Roll out. They'll catch Tim's on the Rubik. Tim should go down, but he's still got to help around the corner. The problem is they've left him. Tim's, he'll be forced to run by himself, but he's down. SMG at least getting some form of a trade, but it's not a very good one.
Definitely not. And you have to drag in mid one to take activity here as well. So that's time where he's not farming. Granted, the Lifestealer does want to try to run down, especially with the Earth Spirit combination with the Infest. Finding these supports, it doesn't make it worthwhile. You're not pressuring Raven either. Like, Raven's not in that part of the map. He's farming.
Yeah, you learn the hard way, right? Like, he's trying to find farm food to hit his level 6 timing. Pretty classic to run to the mid lane and soak that XP, but Carl, every time he sees him, just runs right towards the Elder Titan, knowing there's no way Arfu can survive that as, here we go.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah, you just noticed? Yeah, we're all, it's all of us, by the way. New update on the SEA Grand Finals, classic.
Oh, I'm loving this. This is, we'll find out if we can reconnect, of course.
I thought this to myself. Today. I wake up, I open my phone, I log onto Twitter, I see someone say, oh, the new update's great, look at these chests. I go, wow, these look amazing. Look at all the waifus we have now on the chest. Well, I can't wait to open up 50 to get the AM persona. And then what happens, John? My mind goes, wait a minute. Grand Finals are on today. This has happened before. SEA Grand Finals is always an update that happens for TI before we get to this stage, and I did ask for a long Grand Finals, Jonathan. I didn't mean it in this way.
Hopefully it's just me, but I cannot reconnect. So
it's not just you, sweetie. It is not just you.
All right.
And we've got confirmation nobody can.
Exciting. I am so excited. What a way to go. This is outstanding.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
Welcome to the John X Mike podcast, ladies and gentlemen. We've taken over. The Grand Finals are on hiatus until further notice. You have our ugly mugs to look at till then. Jonathan, how are you feeling? Like, while we've got a chance, you saw the playoffs, right? Like, my goodness, I don't think... I personally can't say I was quite expecting SMG to get this far, but props to them. They've been looking fantastic. Blacklist, on the other hand, I somewhat expected to be able to make their way through to the finals, and, long and behold, they have. Did the playoffs play out the way you thought they would so far?
Somewhat. I think SMG definitely is the one that has been a little bit more surprising. They've managed to hold themselves together. And I think not really too much there. I think Blacklist, the improvements were always lined up, but so far, I think we had more surprises that could have come out. Like, say, if Boom made it all the way, I mean, that would have been like no one would have placed Boom in grand finals. So it doesn't happen. But there were more surprises. This is not the most shocking result, I suppose.
Well, Don, we've got a call here. We're going to have to throw to a break for 5 minutes, and right after that break, we're hopefully going to have a resolution as to what's happened with this game. But we'll head to a break, and right after that break, we'll be back with hopefully game number 1. We'll see you then. Ah, here we go.
I don't know why I'm so happy. I think this is a sign from Valve that I have to buy more treasures. Oh.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are officially here, back into game number 1. It is MLP Dota and John X5. Jonathan, we have some updating to do. We could not reconnect to game number 1, sadly, so the game has been remade, and we are starting from minute 0. Are we?
not.
No, we're not. We're not
We're
starting
at
from minute. Thank
14.
goodness. Thank goodness.
Dare you, Mike?
What?
We have the power.
I asked
Power
you.
is there.
All right, go on, John. You explain it then.
You've loaded back in. That's all there is.
Excellent.
We have the ability.
We're not restarting the
have the
game.
ability.
Ignore what I said. We're not restarting the game. We're starting back where it stopped at 14 minutes. Anyone wondering why we had that bug? We don't know, but I think we can all confirm it probably was Cuckoo's fault. So let's just say that
Yes.
Cuckoo's fault once again. Always Cuckoo's fault. What can you do? John, you had a good excuse. You did say maybe you should have bought more treasures. I agree with
Yes.
you. You know, but
Yes.
couple more treasures before TI never hurts you, Jonathan. Take out the wallet, you know, get spending, sir. There's anime waifus to be secured here in the chest.
I need not. I mean, you know, everyone's looking at AM. Everyone's looking at Marcy. Snapfire, though. That snail, man. I need that little snail, that little grubby snail. He has a little slime trail when he moves around. You know what else leaves a slime trail? A game of Dota 2. And we should
Here we
be
go.
ready to go into that game. 14 minutes on the clock. Everything else but their positions have held steady. And we are going in. So, yeah, we have the power, Mike. In
We
any
have the
other
power.
time, this would have been a disaster, but this is perfectly fine.
Yeah.
Wisdom runes. Well, the SMGs did spawn. Yeah, wisdom runes are still there. All right. They
Okay.
did spawn. There you go.
Very nice. We are 14 and a half minutes, so it makes enough sense. We got some wisdom runes. That's fine. So we are going to have a pause. What's the problem, Januel?
Cuckoo's fault.
Cuckoo's fault. But fix your problem, Januel. Come on now. Look who you're next to. Can I reconnect with no problems? Phoenix bug again. What's the Phoenix bug? What have I done?
Fair.
Oh, the
Yeah,
Phoenix skin
so
lights.
I think it's the
Okay.
thing I had. Yeah. So you saw the clip I sent a few of his lights everywhere.
Yeah.
And the minimap flickering. I still have the minimap flickering. I'm not sure about the Phoenix lights, but
That's okay.
that minimap flickering is.
That's okay. This is all. It's a feature, Jonathan. It's a feature.
I just need that chest, Mike.
Yeah.
I just need that chest.
Oh, you
Give that a shot.
buy right now. Maybe it'll fix the problem. Just buy an extra chest. It might fix the problem.
It's Cuckoo's fault and it's my fault. Cuckoo probably didn't touch that treasure. You know who touched the treasure? KP. He has that new Dawnbreaker set.
Oh, he
Looks
does
pretty
too.
sick.
Very nice, KP. There you go. Had to sell a few durian to get these sets, but that's okay.
What,
got-
Durian? I thought he's unsuccessful
He wasn't.
to save his life.
He's the worst salesman, Jonathan, but he managed to sell a few for the sake of the treasures.
Probably just forced his family to buy some of his stock. Who wouldn't like some durian? If you're selling it, your family probably wants some. So there you go. You always have family to turn to.
Did I tell you I tried durian?
Have you actually?
I actually went.
We were in Singapore or Malaysia.
No. I tried it here in Sydney, believe it or not, at a food
That's
market.
a mistake. Yeah, no, that's a mistake.
It wasn't bad. I don't know what
Yeah,
people
but
are carrying
it's
on
even
about.
better. It's really sweet when you have it like fresh off the tree in season.
Okay.
Which it kind of is in season now. We've had a few durians. It's been really
Okay.
tasty. And
And you-
what's tasty is having a game. This is tasty.
Save me a durian, John. The Phoenix bug is still here by the looks of it. That's okay.
You live with it. You know, it's a feature, not a bug.
That look at this.
This is
New cosmetic.
free flashbang. Free flashbang.
Yeah, it's CS2. This is it. Here we go.
Oh my goodness. This is it.
This is the
This is
CS2
what I've
beta.
been waiting for.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm finally in. Can we play Dust 2 instead? What is this map? You recognize this map?
You know what? You just came up with one of the greatest ideas. New map idea, literally make it Dust 2 themed. That would be amazing. The best crossover for Dota 2. Valve, if you're listening, you're welcome for the $3. Please make it happen.
Oh yeah, I mean CS2 is launching soon. Maybe this is the new big
Best idea I've heard you say.
promotional event we'll have, Mike.
like
I'd love to play.
Barbie and Oppenheimer once again. Carl? Carl's okay. He's stomped up for now, but they don't have the vision. So in that Ghost Walk, he's just going to casually walk out. What is the state of the game? With a 4K advantage for Blacklist Rivalry, and enough jokes, Jonathan. My goodness, we're in a grand final here. They are still 4K ahead on Blacklist. So they are the ones setting the tempo on this game, where SMG, the ones playing behind for now. But they have hit that little bit of a spike with the Earth Spirit Vessel, right? So it's around that time where SMG are going to want to try and force some fights.
Yeah, they need to get some action on the map. They are giving a lot of space out to Raven. I like this movement from Blacklist, just playing elsewhere, dragging attention away, and getting a good jump here.
Mid lane, Genuel in trouble. Tornado will land. Vessel still going, though Genuel for now is going to survive. Though Sunstrike, and he gets hit. Oh, that's beautiful from Carl. That is a beautiful Sunstrike, and Genuel, he had no idea what was coming. Icarus got too close to the sun. Would you believe that, John?
I can. And Phoenix, you have to watch yourself or you get burned. And Carl Santino at it once more. He did, he tried a couple of Sunstrikes earlier on. There was a weird one down bot, but finally lands a nice one. The cleanup, getting a good read. And that's what we want to keep seeing from Blacklist. For SMG, they've got to find a way to play this game now. I mean, they've got the Vanguard up on Masuro so he can frontline a little bit. They've got the Egg and Earth Splitter ready to go. Well, no Earth Splitter yet. No value point being picked up by Afu. But they can sort of at least play with Phoenix Egg plus the Stomp. They've got some ways to protect that tool here.
Mid lane, set up again. Masaros, he has not had an easy game one so far. Flamebreak will knock him back into the call down, and he has no play out of this. But Stomp is coming out from Afu. Cuckoo, however, just jumps in and finishes the job. But now Raven has been jumped himself. Solar Guardian going to come through to keep him alive, but Raven surely can't make it out. And he will drop. SMG with a great trade so far. Moving in onto Carl. Mid one wants to keep going. He's not done yet, but KP jumps in. Another great stop from Afu, stopping them in their tracks. As KP will drop, in comes Cuckoo again onto mid one. He'll at least get the trade. Take down the Lifestealer, but it's still a really, really good fight for SMG.
It is 3 cores for 2 cores in exchange. All the supports kind of getting out there alive. No one starting to show how strong this Earth Spirit can be played aggressively. And he's just showing up. All these roles right in the dead center without any debuff immunity up yet for Blacklist. A massive nuisance that Earth Spirit is if you can't catch him off early. And that team fight does work in SMG's favor. They did have to pop the egg. Not the longest cooldown in the world, considering how long that fight lasted overall. Masa still has Doom to play with as well. You do have options. You're not scared of taking up these follow-up fights. Your momentum's coming out from no one, and even mid one's starting to show up, and that's him without the full deso. He's not too far off from that full Desolator. Once that's up, the Infest plays with the Earth Spirit, the right-click output of mid one at this point in the game, it's going to be pretty hard to contest up against that.
Oh, absolutely. The mid one so far having a pretty damn good game. Obviously, net worth-wise, he's probably always going to be behind Raven, considering it is a gyrocopter matchup, but doesn't seem to need quite as much farm. Especially when you've got the vehicle in no one on that Earth Spirit, just being able to close the gap so easily for this Lifestealer. For now, they'll just sit back, relax. 12-7 with a 3k advantage still standing for Blacklist Rivalry. You got the Deso up on mid one, though. Like, he is hitting like a truck at the moment on this Lifestealer. So you wouldn't mind getting involved once again. And in fact, he's going to find a nice little haste rune, but he's going to stick to the farm game for now. Meanwhile, Blacklist Rivalry, they are moving up north. Masaros is farming that jungle area, the northern side of the map, but they don't seem to be able to spot him, and Massa, he has the wards anyway. Massa, gonna show up. Blacklist Rivalry, they're gonna jump in. There's the lasso out. They've caught the Doom. Masaros slowed up, but he has the pipe up. In fact, he's gonna turn around now and try to run.
Oh.
In comes mid one. They have caught the Invoker. Carl is gonna drop. Carl is down. Cuckoo does make it out. And so will the others, but not so much for Carl.
It's a massive punishment coming out from SMG. Again, utilizing this mobility, this infest bombing that they have ready to go. The aggression that can come out from SMG now is, again, really hard to counteract until some of these BKBs come out. You're probably going to need something like a BKB on your Invoker right now. Carl's just opting for that Force Staff first to have some way of distancing himself from the jump in. But if they find you, no one's been pretty on point with these rollouts. It doesn't take too much for him to just roll onto the Invoker who's trying to spam spells in the backline. You have to try to find a way to protect that backline right now on Blacklist. Still, they should be feeling confident with the timings on Raven. His own BKB is not too far off. You did force out Doom, but Masaros has the Octarine up, so it's not the longest cooldown in the world. It's not as painful to wait for that to be up. And this is where it's a bit pivotal for Blacklist to slow this game down because SMG they're firing on full cylinders. They don't want to necessarily take this game too late. They need to play around now till 30, 35 while they're massively stronger before any of these BKBs come out. And Blacklist have to watch which fights they take and find a way to fight back against that pressure without losing out on too much. Because again, they just keep grouping up. No one in mid one again, all together.
They are. The run towards the mid lane. No one having a look around through the Radiant jungle. Oh, he might find Carl. Carl invis for now. Not. Oh, but the roll! Oh, they don't have detection. They don't have detection. Carl's all right. Instead, they'll head up north. Cuckoo, he's around the corner. Cuckoo, he's been spotted. No one going for KP instead. KP. A lot of rolling going on, but no targets being found.
There's one thing that can bite SMG. If you waste too much time rolling around like that, again, you're getting outfarmed by Raven by a substantial amount. Full BKB now up for the gyro.
Oh. Cuckoo trying to be a little bit cheeky, jumping in for a lasso attempt, won't find one yet, and now the stomp will lock him down, though they do four-star him away. No one's going to try and go onto Tim's. Here comes the Solar Guardian protecting Cuckoo, and Cuckoo, he'll get the lasso off at the last second onto Massaros. Massa is still fine, however, he'll walk away. 2 down for Blacklist Rivalry so far, in fact, make that 3. Raven, he's been left to run on his own, though he does have his BKB, so he will make it out. But they have lost 3 targets on Blacklist Rivalry, and SMG lose nothing.
Side of Blacklist again out of position. The Solar Guardian doesn't get fully channeled off by KP. It looked like a good jump in, but a couple of awkward things there. Cuckoo pushing mid one up onto the Gyrocopter, onto Raven in that chase bound, meant that Raven copped a few more hits than he would have cared for. Can't really look for the counterplay. Mid gets sieged, and there's not much you can do to stop this. Again, for the side of SMG, this is not a lineup that waits too long for these cooldowns. They just can keep going for these infest plays, running around, keep playing with this Doom Octarine, with how high the uptime with Doom is in comparison. You've got the Ags being worked on by mid one as well. So he's going to have the added cast range, the lower cooldown infest, and even the offensive infest if he does get jumped. So even just chain stunning this lifestealer might not be enough if he can still infest you and buy enough time for his team to join him anyway.
Very, very annoying, that's for sure. Strong performance from SMG so far for game 1. Blacklist Rivalry, like they were off to an amazing start, but they've kind of dropped the ball here. So top lane, there is a bit of a group up from SMG. Cuckoo's going to show on the creep wave for a moment, and they're going to smoke immediately knowing the Batrider's up here somewhere. Sadly for them, they won't have the opportunity to go after Raven because he's already left the building. But Cuckoo, no problem. Easy target for SMG.
You don't mind too much in Blacklist. Just sitting back, farming up, trying to work into these items to help you deal with this onslaught coming out from SMG. KP's trying to go for that Lotus Orb. You already have that 4-stuff up on Carl. Working onto the full Hurricane Pike into BKB. And BKB timings are going to be pretty pivotal for them to find an opening here. You're going to need some lifesteal up on Raven as well, although he is going for the full Daedalus first into a Hurricane Pike, so maybe just opting to, again, get some gap increase between him and the bodies of SMG. SMG, for their part, well, it's still a lifestealer with Desolator. It can still go into the Roche. It does get scouted by the Sunstrike at the very least, but
yeah, it does.
They are in a close enough distance to contest here.
Well, they are going to get away from now. No one will get the infest here from mid one. They want to go for the fight. They are feeling like the stronger team, and they are looking like the stronger team on top. All spells are up right now. The Astral Spirit trying to scout them out. Roll in mid one. He sees Carl, and in goes mid one with no one. The Invoker almost down. BKB up from no one to try and remain alive, but the lasso is there, and Raven, he's going to try and focus the Earth Spirit, and no one in the middle of all this cannot get away. Surely goes down, and he will. They took out Tim's, but he's going to buy back into this fight. In goes SMG again with another great stop from Arfu. Taking down Carl. Taking down KP. They'll even find Raven. What a stomp from Arfu.
Under attack.
is just insane on this Elder Titan. He's always had a spectacular performance in this hero, and you can see what it does contribute in these fights. It looked pretty alright for Blacklist to kick things off, right? You isolate no one, you expend a lot of your spells to get that done though. And again, like the positioning, it just doesn't feel great right now. You're relying heavily on just force staffing away from this Lifestealer. You're trying to kite him around. You don't have anyone with a BKB outside of this Batrider, or outside of the Gyrocopter. So it's only Raven that can stand forward, and he doesn't have sustain. So even in a prolonged trade with Mid-1, he will always lose. Mid-1 will just manage to recover his HP. And they clean up the Aegis off the back of that. Ags for Mid-1 coming in soon. So again, longer cast range on Infest for saves, lower cooldown, Infest on enemy heroes if he's in a really dicey spot. This Lifestealer is going to be really hard to pin down. Like, it almost feels like you want a Sight of Vice here on someone, just to have something to follow through from, say, a Blink Lasso from Cuckoo, because even one stun's not going to be enough, considering the durability of that Lifestealer. So we'll see if Blacklist finds a way to fix that up. But 6K lead for SMG, in a strong position in this first game for best of 5. And man, Mid-1 and No One have been doing so much work. On top of these supports, like, all this movement from the Earth Spirit has been insane.
No, they have certainly been playing very well in conjunction with each other. Might just be a name thing between these two, but something about the one, Jonathan. It just means they are one. That's the trick to it. Mid-1. Tier 2 top tower. Not gonna last too long. They are around to defend. In fact, there's the lasso out, but the drag away is there. Cuckoo trying to help Mid-1. Meanwhile, does get the infest onto the Batrider. He's going into the base now, but Mid-1 takes down the Bat, looking for a bit more. In fact, he will retreat for now, but No One's right in. Look at this magnetize from No One. It just keeps refreshing. Drop the egg on their heads. Raven is going to BKB to try and get back to the fountain. But that's how confident SMG are right now. In fact, of all players, Mid-1 was the one to sit back, and Raven still goes down.
Yeah. He got the Spirit Vessel running. Without Doom, he couldn't recover in the fountain.
Ouch.
Already on the racks.
Why not? 28 minutes in, SMG looking to take one racks out. Blacklist Rivalry, the ones that need to find a way to defend this. Luckily for them, No One only has 2 boulders right now, so he probably won't want to be too... Oh, I say he doesn't want to be aggressive. He just rolls right in. No One, can he get out, is now the question. The answer is yes. The pipe out from Massa keeps him safe. Tornado, they're going to try and set up. But without Raven around, like, do you really have damage? It doesn't seem like it.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Went with full utility here for KP, with a Lotus Orb and a Pipe of Insight. So you just have no way of trying to melt down some of these softer targets. And there's an initiation problem right now for Blacklist. Like, they're relying so much on Cuckoo to get these big Blink Lassos off, but there's a lack of follow-up control. Like, if you can maybe perfectly land a Blink Lasso in with a lift back into your Starbreaker with a missile, maybe? But that's very convoluted and kind of trying to work it together. Only onto a single target as well. The team fight of SMG is just superior, which is rather interesting to say when you're up against Invoker, but there's only so much Karl can do right now with how little gold he has. Like, it's a long way off from him finding any more of this utility that the Invoker really needs to stand up here.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
No, Massaros. Just the leading Cuckoo at the bottom lane. Meanwhile, No One on the other side of the map finding Tims. Magnetize immediately out of the Glimmer Cape is going to save Tims for now. Though No One still having a hunt around. The TP away, but no, the Stomp. Fu is there again. And No One will be able to secure the kill on the Earth Spirit. And SMG, they look like they're prepped for another high ground attempt. They've still got the Aegis for a minute and a half. Why the hell not? They might just try it.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Nothing to stop them. I mean, how do you deal with Mid-1? How do you deal with No One? And there's just a lack of hard control, a lack of a way of breaking up this initiation from SMG. They're pretty much free to do what they want.
Well, Mid-1 getting disarmed for a moment. Won't mind too much though, because he has the rage. One of the things you never forget about going up against Lifestealer is that rage when you're going high ground just makes it so impossible to stop him.
Radiant's middle barracks.
Now a 16k advantage. 2 racks is up for SMG. 31 minutes in. And Blacklist, they just have not been able to find an answer. Like, you look back at Raven, he's still trying to finish the Daedalus. In fact, now he has finished it. But even with that up, it just... I don't think it's anywhere near enough damage yet.
I don't think it's an issue of damage now. It's an issue of sustain for these fights. Because these fights will always go long. You still don't have a lifesteal up on Raven. And so that means mid one can always trade favorably up against a Gyrocopter if you can gap close, and you've got no one to help you with gap closing here. It's tricky. Mid one just stands forward. Oh, 4 staff though.
4 staff in, mid one. Does lose the first life. That's a start. That's very cheeky from Blacklist. Sunstrike out, but mid one's just going to casually walk away. That was Tim's 4 staff, by the way, for anyone wondering. Mid one, back in onto the bot racks. No one threatening, going past the tier 4 towers, pops the magnetize. With the BKB, he's feeling safe, but Cuckoo's going to drag him right into the fountain, but no, he's a bit too short. In comes Massa. They've got Raven. Raven, doomed up. He can't heal through this. Mid one will have to back off. He's got no secondary life. But they have got Megas. Or in fact, they don't. There's still a ranged racks in the mid lane that they have to go back for. But they have secured at least the bot lane of Barracks. So only a range racks does stand for Blacklist rivalry. Here in game number 1. And SMG, they don't look like they're having the toughest time taking these racks. I mean, they might just go back very soon.
Oh, it's such aggressive gameplay coming out from SMG. And Blacklist, I mean, you do manage to save Raven in that engagement. That was down to Tim's getting this really clutch infest steal. Like, he infested Raven in the fountain. That he would not have had enough HP without that. Tim's keeping them in the game with that 4 staff play as well. I don't know if you can expect to do that any more times, though. Like, you should be ready now in mid one for that chain stun, for that chain control. And he loses Aegis, he's got the full AC up, so even at right-click damage from your gyro, it's not going to be enough for sure at this point. And you just need so many more items. You need to play in a very specific way for Blacklist. You might even be banking on some really cheeky fountain dragbacks with the lasso, if you can find that for Cuckoo.
I was very scared for a moment. The game froze for me again for about 2 seconds, but we're okay. We're still here. That's fine. Apparently I'm on 300 ping now to the SCA server, which is pretty standard for me.
It's Cuckoo's fault.
It is Cuckoo's fault. What can you do? Blacklist. Smoked up, but there's a counter smoke. SMG, they want to go for the fight. They want to put it into this game. Massa, he's found Tim's. He'll throw the Doom out on the Rubik. Meanwhile, Raven getting jumped by no one, but no one falling low, has to back away. But now mid one's in trouble. The Solar Guardian, it won't stun him up. Where is he? Mid one, he went into the Gyrocopter. Oh, this Aghanim Scepter makes it impossible to finish off mid one. And SMG, they've put it into this game. Game 1 to go the way of SMG quite convincingly. And I'll tell you, Blacklist, at the start of this game, before that disconnect, they looked amazing. But SMG, few timings hit, they come back at it, and they just make this game look easy.
Yeah, and they make the most out of that rougher start. They bounce back in with a fresh mentality. I think it's really tricky when you have that kind of circumstance, right? You lose some momentum there, especially as the aggressive team that was winning out early. Blacklist just default back to playing a little bit safer, and it does cost them. You know, the openings come out, no one starts to go insane on these Earth Spirit. And before that disconnect, you know, his laning phase was kind of par for the course, nothing too amazing. He wasn't able to get too many rotations out. It was Blacklist kind of forcing SMG around the map. But again, you know, circumstances can just flip on their head in the middle of a game, and SMG manages to get that working. With this kind of lineup, they didn't want to drag it long. They understood their timings. They had to play fast. We talk about them needing that egg and the split coming out from Afu. All of it connects perfectly. And there's just no solution from Blacklist once you're committed like this. Like, there's just no counterplay. Your supports don't have the best control. You're stuck depending on just lasso for the most part from Cuckoo. KP had a rough time having to go utility, so he couldn't pick off the back line. And it just all falls apart from there.
It certainly does. Props to SMG just looking fantastic here in this game 1. And for Blacklist rivalry, obviously back to the drawing board. Like in the last couple of days, SMG has beat them 3 times in a row without dropping 1 game. So there's that. Blacklist still have not found what appears to be the answer against his team. It's SMG, they seem to just hit a timing and go. And props to the boys from this roster as well. Everyone's playing really damn well. You know, like SMG just playing very well coordinated. You made the comment earlier about how mid one and no one are just playing like they're on the exact same page, and well, that is really just the case. They are playing as if they're the same person. And the rest of the boys just also doing a brilliant job here as well. Blacklist, it's not like they're playing bad, but they've got to figure something out because SMG, they are not giving any leeway here in this best of 5 grand final. Of course, now SMG 2 games away, or 2 wins away rather, from being able to qualify to TI 12. There you go.
That's exciting times for SMG, who again have had so much promise and kind of have been up and down with the results, but they look so consistent here. Hard to call who gets the MVP. Maybe no one. Would you agree with that? Leaning onto that Earth Spirit.
To me, it's no one or Arthur, because Arthur did pretty damn good in some of these fights. But yeah, I think no one should get the MVP. Like every time this guy plays mid Earth Spirit, he just continues to impress me, and I don't know if you can give him this either. Right? Because it's like no one on the Earth Spirit. He hits the Spirit Vessel timing and suddenly it's just GG. You know, Spirit Vessel into BKB and he just knows exactly what to do from that point on. But then again, like, what do you ban against this guy? Like, you give him Invoker, he carries the game. You give him Earth Spirit, he carries the game. What can you not give no one where he won't perform this well?
I'm not sure. Maybe just look for a better matchup coming out. Carl did do pretty well on the Invoker, to be fair. But no one just, again, hits that timing, pops off. It's just very hard to stop him. You might maybe want to read into, you know, what Execration did. They ran this, they gave the Quap out to no one, and they ran something like the Shaker in response. That could be one way to get it. And again, no one is our MVP. I have to, again, I do agree with your points. Everyone played perfectly well, substantially well on SMG. And the itemization of mid 1 going into the Ags, pretty genius. You know, you don't see that Ags on Lifestealer too often. Lower cooldown. The offensive infest just makes it so oppressive. Buys enough time for everyone to respond, and he utilizes it so well. So I'm keen to see what changes come out for Blacklist in Game 2 and what SMG brings out, because that's a pretty good start for this best of 5. If they get one more win, then you know they're going to be on cloud 9 after that.
Oh, absolutely. Well, let's head off to a break, and of course, right after that break, we're going to be back with Game 2's draft between SMG and of course, Blacklist rivalry. We'll see you soon. right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We're going to our Game 2 draft between SMG and, of course, Blacklist Rivalry for this best of 5 grand final for the SCA qualifiers for TI12. And it's MLP Dota and X5 joining you. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. You saw Game 1, SMG proving to be extremely dominant after that laning phase. Game 2, what do we need to see changed up by Blacklist to try and win out this Game 2?
I think Blacklist need to... It's hard to say. I feel like they had a really good start. I think if they maybe played off that momentum, the game could have gone differently. But there was certainly a little bit of a lack of, say, hard lockdown, especially for when no one starts to initiate in. You were really reliant on starting these fights off the back of your Batrider more than anything else. There's a lot of pressure in Cuckoo to just jump in, get a big lasso, and hope they can find that burst play. But there's just so much durability coming out here from the side of SMG. There was no one that was easy to burst down. All the cores are tanky. You're dealing with Doom, Earth Spirit, and a Life Sealer. You know, lassoing any of them doesn't mean an instant kill. The support of Phoenix and Elder Titan as well aren't the squishiest heroes in the world, and they have some turnaround potential as well. If you miss a stun, they can just chain stun you back or threaten with egg. So I think it's just a really great draft coming out from SMG. They had a really good read as to what they had to do up against Blacklist. For Blacklist, I don't think it was necessarily Carl's fault, but it did feel like this Invoker didn't do them too much past that disconnect, right? Like that was really the timing. Before that, it was looking pretty solid. He was missing a couple of Sunstrikes early on, but did line up towards the end of that phase of the game. It just couldn't scale in the same way. You know, with this aggression coming out from no one, it's just too much. Like there's no output. They couldn't play with like Alacrity up Raven up against this lineup. It's just not enough to dig through, especially once the AC was up on Wid 1. Heck, even before that point, with the Ags being picked up, it was already a little bit too much to handle. So I'd like to see an adjustment in draft coming out for Blacklist. I think something that can play make a little bit better, you know, outside of this Rubik Batrider, which is solid, but just not what they were really needing in that game. We had some great steals coming out from Tims. He did manage to steal Infest at least one time to save Raven, but again, we weren't seeing anything too jumpy out from Blacklist outside of that laning phase. So
yeah,
more active supports, I think, is what I'd like to see. And beyond that, who knows? Like, I don't know how you handle no one right now. This guy just comes into Southeast Asia, stomps basically every team. Someone's got to step up to the plate here, you know? Yeah, you got to show them who's in C, because no one's making C his place. Like, he is the king of mid right now.
He's looking good. He is looking good. I cannot take that away from him. We shall see if he can look just as good in game number 2. Going back to mid 1 as well. Excuse me, no one. All these ones in the game. God damn it. It's so damn confusing. But no one. I mean, it's just... What do you ban against this guy? You know, like you give him Invoker, he's going to carry. You give him Earth Spirit, he's going to... What are you going to ban against this guy is my question. Like you took the Invoker last game. You denied it away from him. He just took Earth Spirit. It's like, that's okay. I'll play this hero. It's fine. It's the question I have on my mind, like how you're going to slow down and just kind of beat up this mid lane. And hopefully we'll have our answered soon, our question answered soon in just a moment, because we are getting into game number 2's draft.
See what they prioritize here, of course, for the ban outs. I'm not expecting too many big adjustments. Maybe some of that priority on the mid. I wouldn't mind an Earth Spirit ban at all. For Blacklist, like the Earth Spirit Invoker ban, it almost feels necessary. We shall see. SMG, they do take care of pretty much the same heroes. Brewmaster, Primal Beast being taken out. Blacklist taking care of the Ench, and some respect out for Masaros and that Doom, who had a slower lane, but it's Doom. You sit back, you get your Midas Octarine, and you will just be a menace anyway. So I understand why they'd want to force that away from Masaros. Maybe look for something that is more punishable for them to deal with on Blacklist. We'll see what SMG will pick up. You know, I was looking at my friend list, and Masaros was, before our game 1 launch, Masaros was in like demo mode with Naga Siren. So we know the proclivity for SMG to pick Naga, decide that, all right, it doesn't look good as a pos 1. Like Masaros, go to town, you know. So he's getting ready for that possibility. That could still come out.
Okay.
I honestly don't think that's too bad for the side of SMG, because it does feel like if they have a slower laning phase, then Masaros and to an extent mid 1 kind of sit back and farm, and they rely on Afu, Jiao, and no one to kind of make space. So the Nog is a hero that can use that space very well. So I wouldn't mind if SMG fall back into it. We'll see. They already banned out Line, which is one counter to an extent to some of these illusion hero illusion spam heroes, and they also take care of the NP, which is just a really annoying hero overall to handle. Blacklist, what'll it be? Invoker's still there. They ban it out, and they take the Phoenix and Blacklist side instead. All right.
That they do. Team SMG, on the other hand, they still have the option if they want to take that Earth Spirit for no one. It is still available. Not so much the Invoker, but they could take it. There's also the Gyrocopter that obviously has been very popular first pick material for practically every team, though we don't generally see mid one first pick his own carry. You also brought up the Naga Siren. Obviously, we know there's a lot of flex between him and Masaros when it comes to the Naga. So you could go for that pick as well. For now, SMG will have a think about it and just decide who they want to prioritize. If I remember correctly, last game, I think it was Arfu that got his hero first. The Elder Titan came out, if I'm not incorrect in saying so, and there's the Naga. Here's the Naga Siren again.
Here we go. That should be our Masaros hero very early on, unless it's completely undressed, and you'll probably get it for mid one. But it's a safe pick into the Phoenix. You know, it's pretty easy for you to just dispel off the fire spirits. You can kind of surround the egg, no problems as well. Once you have some attack speed up, you can get a pretty good handle on that. You can kind of combine now with potentially down the line, say a Marana pickup for Afu could work out. Marana Naga is a pretty good lane on the off lanes. You could just look to bank on that. Opens up a lot of possibilities. You know, you've got the song set up, you've got the song for retreating as well. So it covers a lot of bases for SMG. The fact that they can get away with this Naga Siren, and you know, before we'd see this a couple of times, I'd say it's greedy on the off lane, but it doesn't seem to matter for SMG. Like whenever they can take a fight around Naga, Masaros can just join in, no problem. And he doesn't need too much itemization anyway. At minimum, it's like at least a Yasha Orchid, sometimes Manta Orchid. But once you hit one of those two timings, you're pretty good to go in joining your team.
Yeah, certainly so. Well, we shall see these final bans come. What is it, John?
I just realized there's a pool table behind KP as well.
Everyone's got a pool table. That's the secret. That's the secret, Jonathan. All the teams that didn't make it, Jonathan, did they have a pool table? That's what you've got to ask yourself now.
No, they didn't. And Gary knows where to invest next. we need a pool table, boss Gary, so Boom can be great again.
Yeah, get him a pool table, Gary. It'll fix everything. Trust me. Living proof right here. The Team SMG. Final ban to come before we can see the drafts continue. They'll get rid of the Gyrocopter this time around. Thing is with the Gyro as well, right? Like we see Gyrocopter picked and then we see a lot of Doom counter picks towards it. The Doom seems to be doing extremely well in just shutting down the Gyrocopter. Just with the fact that he can't heal through the Doom. Makes it so hard to be able to survive as the Gyro. And I appreciate the fact that SMG not having the Doom, they will just remove the Gyro out of respect. See, the Gyrocopter doesn't mind the Naga Siren too much either. And they'll go back to the Elder Titan. Why the hell not?
Yeah, but here's your counteraction out from Blacklist into this Darkseer Clockwork lane. So they've got a solid lane to play with. Granted, level 1 to 2, we've seen before, can be a little bit slower. You hit your level 3, it should be pretty easy for KP to just find his farm, find his build-up, get some space out. There's some good aggression now as well, some good catch coming out from Blacklist. Some way to protect the eggs. Like, you can use the cogs to buy a little bit of space for this Phoenix egg to kind of get its pop-off, depending on the positioning, so... You have a lot of tied-in team fight for Blacklist. Vac wall into egg with the cogs can be pretty devastating. I'm liking this change. I think last time it was more pick-off oriented. This time it's thinking about more of these wider engagements that can break out by the mid-game. For SMG, I'm opting for this ET for Afu again. You can't fault them. Afu just performs every single time he does get to pick that ET up.
Yeah.
I am wondering how hard they'll hammer in this Naga offlane. Again, there's still a chance for you to run it safe, but running safe Naga at this point up against Darkseer Clock probably doesn't feel that amazing. So you kind of have to get that call out. Now they'll go to Grimstroke and the Puck. Okay. So even more team fight as well for SMG. Dream Coil into the Earth Splitter is going to feel great. The Grimstroke as well. Just having even just the Naga illusions to play with the Inkswell can be pretty damn nice. And you've got some good punishment for like this run-in duo of Blacklist down the line. Like, you don't want to send your Clockwork alone, so every time he jumps in, you have a very easy time to just look for someone to latch onto when the follow-up does come out. And this also counteracts any potential picks like, say, the Terrorblade, because you will have Dark Portrait ready to go from SMG.
Very, very interesting draft from SMG. And another point as well, like, look at the control they have, right? Like, you've got Astral Stomp, you've got Song, you've got all the setup you could ask for a huge Dream Coil this game. SMG, like, they're making it very hard to take any fights against them. As Blacklist Rivalry, they are going to go into the Sven pickup.
10 seconds.
So
remaining.
not really much in the way of dealing with the Sven from what SMG have picked up this game.
5 seconds.
That armor going to be very good, but I suppose you've got the Auto Titan for the base armor, to be fair. The Blacklist will still go for the Sven pickup nonetheless. And going back to the Naga Siren as well, John, I just highly doubt we're going to see mid one playing this Naga Siren. We just never see it. It's always Masaros, every time.
It's going to be Masaros for sure. I think the Sven is an all-right pick from Blacklist. I do worry about its kiting. You already talked about all of that control. Sven is not going to enjoy any of that.
No.
Like, he gets caught in snare. He can try to pop his BKB, but
10 seconds.
it's going to be really annoying until he's done with, say, Mom, Echo Saber into disassemblies forward BKB. And then that's where the Sven starts to feel better. This could be a decent Ags Sven game. I think just having the option to toggle on and off on Stormhammer anyway is pretty good. So that's one way to mitigate that. The Harpoon can also help the cause. And I suppose this does tie in with their team fight anyway. Like, you still have Vac Wall into Stormhammer and all the cleave damage coming out. This can be devastating for SMG if they clump up too hard. But I don't expect them to clump up that hard. Like, you've got pretty good distancing from all of your heroes. Even the Naga doesn't need to commit with a real hero anyway. So it's going to be hard for Blacklist to look for those opportunities, maybe in clumped up areas like Roshan or a high ground fight that can start to shine. But anywhere else on the map, it's going to be a little bit trickier to pull off that full wombo combo.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. Well, here comes the final ban out. So one more ban to go for Blacklist Rivalry before we can get those final picks and get game number 2 underway. They are just selecting position 1s to get rid of course, for mid 1. There's the life stealer
10
being removed.
seconds remaining.
What else do you want against this draft of Blacklist, I wonder?
They still have a Terrorblade option for SMG. You don't ban it out here. And we've seen SMG run that Naga Terrorblade. Granted, you do have Darkseer that can kind of enjoy that. At the same time, it's a really awkward matchup for Sven. Like, it's awkward for both of them, but at the very least, Terrorblade has a range advantage and has Sunder to kind of play with. They're both transformation heroes, but again, you have more leeway on Terrorblade with your Ags build up. So it feels a lot better for the Terrorblade. I don't know. I don't know if you'd want to let that through for Blacklist, because it is something SMG has played with. You know, they don't mind running Naga TV, even though it sounds really greedy on paper. They make it work.
I mean, my main concern is the offlane of Blacklist Rivalry. Like, this Darkseer Clockwork duo, I don't know if the TB is going to want to play against that. That's my big issue with it. You still have options for a Drow, but then a hookshot's going to be a bit awkward later on. They'll get rid of the Void, which probably would have been one of the better options, as Blacklist Rivalry now with their final pickup, looking for a mid laner for Carl. Smiles on their faces, so we'll see what Carl's going to get. Against the Puck, you still have options like the Ember, if you want that.
10 seconds remaining.
What's Carl saying? What does Carl want here?
Radiant
It's an Earth Spirit as well. If they wanted that. No, they'll just go for the Ember. Nothing too crazy. You don't have the hardest lockdown out from SMG, but they are having a good laugh about this.
They're
On
happy.
SMG's end. What is it?
Slark. Okay.
Yeah, that's going to be rough. Like, the lane for Slarks, it's the same issue as Terrorblade for sure. Into Clockwork Darkseer. But up against a tanky hero like the Sven, he's going to enjoy digging in. Up against the Ember, he's going to enjoy pouncing onto that once he's got the Ags. I love how well-rounded SMG's draft is once again. I don't know if you're going to be able to work your way with the aggression here in Blacklist. They have better fight potential with Egg, Hogs, Hookshot, Vac Wall, all of that tying together with the Stormhammer on top of it. But it does feel like you're going to be farming up quite a fair bit. You know, KP is going to need some build-up. Darkseer is not here that necessarily plays fast. It can dominate lane, but you need a couple of aura items up, or you're going to need your Blink Ags to really be effective, so that's time farming. Raven's just going to be farming as well on the Sven, and you will have to build up stacks, which is always dangerous up against a Naga, because she can scout these stacks easily with the illusions. So I'm not sure about this for Blacklist. I think SMG have a great draft on hand. I think they've got the core-to-core matchups that can get work done here. you don't have the best lockdown for mid one. That's the big issue. Like, if this Slark comes in with Shard and Ags and just starts jumping around, I don't think you stop him at all. So that is really concerning. It's the Slark and it's the Puck. How do you lock them in outside of like a hook shot Cogs into Stormhammer?
It's very challenging. Very, very challenging. I think Tim's has to really utilize the Cogs pushback here against mid one practically every engagement to really be able to lock him down long enough. And even then, it's very, very challenging. I agree with you. I think SMG definitely came out with a better draft. I don't think mid one can be controlled this game. Let's see. I suppose we can get into game number 2 rather soon and see if Blacklist Rivalry can prove us wrong here in this game too. I mean, I love a best of 5, Jonathan. I want 5 games if we can between these two teams, but this draft from SMG, it does look very, very scary because it's just a free Slark game so far. See what Blacklist do in terms of finding the answers towards this POS 1 Slark, but I do feel as though mid 1 can join the team fights pretty early on again if he wants. You pick up an Echo Saber and you might just want to fight with your team, considering that you know that it's pretty hard to kill this guy.
That is. It's going to be really hard to pin him down, and I wouldn't be surprised if this goes almost the same way as game 1, where it could be a little bit slower coming out from lanes for SMG, but with a couple of mid-game items, tempo swings their way. So that's something Blacklist will have to be cautious about. We shall see. They are smoked up on both ends, and again, with the Naga, you can just use the illusions, get some free scouting out, figure out if their wards dropped. Already some pings coming out, so maybe expecting some early wards, but it's just a smoke play from Carl giving that vision.
Yeah, Arthur was trying to get in range to take the Watcher, but sees it was already taken, gets the hell out of there. And Blacklist, I don't know if they really want to fight level 1. Like, you do have clockwork, you know, it is kind of nice, but against the Slark, you know, it can be a little bit scary, though. Mid 1 isn't there, to be fair, so no Essence Shift to worry about yet. Both teams going to sit back for now and maybe just go for the safer route when it comes to these bounty routes. Lanes are going to be extremely important for Blacklist Rivalry this game, of course. But I don't think you can really afford to lose these lanes at all if you are Blacklist. The mid game is going to be so hard if the Blacklist boys cannot get the lanes won out. SMG, on the other hand, they'd be very, very happy with that kind of start. As we are going to see Alfie already scouting out this bottom side. And it is going to be a 2 for 2. So a nice even start this time around.
Gonna feel pretty good. Last time around, Blacklist did manage to go at 4-0 on runes, and that didn't quite line up the way they'd want to for building up that momentum. So an even start does make it a little bit more manageable for the bottle timing here for no one. Keen to see how he works this mid. Puck versus Ember is fairly straightforward. Ember should be pretty happy. Every single time he can just run down no one, he'll take the chance to do so. You don't have a way of burning through that early flame guard all too consistently for no one. The orb can, but early levels the shield does survive, so a little bit rougher for him to try to spam out. And Carl can always try to dodge with Slight. So it's just more manageable for Ember. Puck doesn't necessarily get completely shut down though, as we have a pause.
Phoenix Bug, we're stuck with it. We are stuck with it. There is I don't believe it's fixable.
No.
And you can't see Shell.
Now that's worse.
Okay, that's a problem. Let me see. Where's Darksy? There he is. I don't see it. Okay. In fact, I see it right behind. Yeah, like the cameraman. I see it like behind him. Like on the
Durian salesman. Hey, watch yourself, Pete.
All right, KP is playing the Durian hero, Jonathan. Look at that. Well done, Jonathan, on scouting that out. I told you he was a Durian salesman. Not a very good one, but
spiky coconuts, right? Like
he's getting there.
A cosmetic for actual Durian on Witch Doctor. If he played off-lane Witch Doctor, and that would be the Durian merchant throwing his wares at unwilling buyers.
That's true.
That's how he works his route in Mount Apo, around Mount Apo.
No, that's his training. That's outside of work, John. He likes to train to carry his team uphill, as you saw in the Twitch chat. You know, very important. Training arcs for KP. Okay, he got his Iron Shell back. That's okay. No, wait, I actually can't see it. Never mind. It literally just disappeared.
It doesn't matter if you don't see it, Mike.
Okay.
No one cares about if the caster can see it or not. Just gotta be on point. You know, it's your job, Mike.
Okay. I'll keep an eye on it, KP. No problem.
Just getting flashbanged across the map. Jeez.
I was going to say, I'm sure you're very happy that we've had Phoenix every game so far in this best of 5 grand final.
I love these bugs, you know?
Yeah.
They're so enjoyable to me. They make 0 sense. I believe it's always something to do with the origin point dead center of the map as well. Pretty sure the particles are trying to act like they're originating from there, but I wouldn't know. Anyway, more pressing matters on hand. You know, there's actual gameplay here. Mike with the unpause, Raven up top along with Cuckoo. On that, Sven and Phoenix up against Masa and Afu on the Naga and ET. This is actually a pretty stable farming lane for Masaros and Raven. You can get a little bit aggressive on SMG. It's fairly easy with Ensnare and a Stomp down the line if Masa will opt for that value point.
Aggressive play with the Inkswell. They'll go on to KP. KP will try to run around the high ground, but will not make it so far. Mid one just moving in, does get the kill. Meanwhile, Tim's also in danger, will not get the deny. I believe you're about to tell me something went wrong with the vacuum, are you not?
He vacuumed him up. I saw him go onto the cliff, and then he just got tossed back down.
He did. That did happen.
That was
Yes.
sad.
I'm not sure if we caught it, but it did look like mid one got onto the cliff and somehow ended up back there.
He clipped into the cliff, like he was inside on top of the cliff. So I guess it acted weird, and it was an invalid location, so you got pushed back down.
That's okay.
Kind of makes sense to me.
Makes sense.
Interesting.
That's all right. Still got the double.
That's 2 freebies for Midwin. He's more than happy that they tried that. And 2 permanent Agi already up. Level 3, again, is the big timing here for Blacklist in this lane, but you gave 2 kills away. You have to be a bit cautious. You know, bleeding into a Slark who is already looking for some early timing into, like, Power Tread's Echo Saber to run around and play with this momentum that you always look for in SMG. That means the timing's just going to be a little bit quicker here for Mid-1, and his presence is going to be felt a lot earlier as well.
Looks like Arfu's going to rotate mid now. No one. Trying to get in onto Carl. Arfu going to rotate to try and dive Carl here with the Astral Spirit.
Bounty.
Carl going to go for a TP play. Arfu can't make it. Nice try.
Yeah, he's opening up some space. I mean, this Naga solo can just handle the lane, so it's pretty all right for Afu to actually be here. Carl does
started.
tip away, you know, and then this is classic Carl. Good old Santino. The high fives and the tips. Feeling himself.
Yeah.
He's been having a good lane, though. 20-7 up against the 10-1 of the puck. You'd expect the puck to maybe get a little bit more, but this is pretty dominant from Carl to start off with.
Yeah. That's why you want the Ember pick. It's very, very powerful when it comes to playing against the puck. Arfu. Oh, can't guard the water rune. Cuckoo comes in and just swipes it away. Excuse me, that's mine.
Doing pretty good to deny both runes away from no one. No one dying, so no one to TP top up for him as well. And Carl has a nice little level advantage. Half a level
lane.
above, already on the 5.
Massa, he's going to go for a TP play out, and they've already committed the Stormhammer, so they actually can't kill the Naga Siren. She'll be just fine. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Genuel going to go for a bit of a chase on Tim's. Inkswell will land, but you don't have mid one to back him up. So Genuel, he'll just chase himself. Tim's will run away. Everything going to be just fine, as Tim's now has a pause out. Carl will disconnect. Polite reminder, disconnecting, reconnecting is not going to solve the Phoenix issue.
Fix your problems, as I said.
Say it, no one. Tell him.
Tell all of us. Fix our problems. It's like no one's giving free psychiatry treatment. You know, it's like, these are problems. Fix your problems.
It's such an ironic thing to say. It reminds me of my sports teacher in high school. I once spoke out of line to my sports teacher, and he just shouted back, "Hey, don't be stupid, stupid." And I was like, well, how does that work? How am I... It's terrible. Kind of things I grew up with, John.
Don't be stupid, stupid. Great advice.
It really was.
You know, just don't be sick. Fix your problems.
And then
it's that easy.
Then I joined you in becoming a Dota 2 caster, so I don't think the advice quite got across, sadly, Jonathan.
No, you didn't join me. I joined you. It's my mistake, not yours. Okay? Let's make that clear.
Oh,
I joined you.
It's Cuckoo's. It's Cuckoo's fault. Why are we to blame?
It's his fault. I almost forgot. Cuckoo's here. It's always his fault.
Of course.
I saw him at the airport, that one time, and it was his fault that my flight was delayed. Obviously.
Oh. See, Genuel blocking a camp with a sentry is Tim's? No, never mind. I'm seeing things. I was about to say he popped the smoke. He did not. Cuckoo, in the meantime, getting chased by Arfu, should be just fine to walk his way out. No problems here. Kind of thing with Arfu, like it feels like it's his bread and butter. These kind of heroes like Elder Titan. He looks so comfortable when he's playing these heroes, I want to say.
He does. He's just so on point with how to play around, how to be the most annoying hero possible.
Mid one.
They're chasing.
Nice pounce. He'll catch KP mid-surge. KP still trying to run. A very nice vacuum from KP, dragging mid one back, but it's not enough. Another great kill here for mid one. And this is really the great thing, right? Like the Slark versus the Darks here and the Clockwork. 2 melee against Slark is never going to be a good time.
Certainly not, especially when you have this Grimstroke support, the Inkswell threat on the jump in. It's near impossible to try to play aggressive there. You don't even have the cogs being taken here by Tims. Just going for the Rocket Flare to get some info out, to get a little bit of the slow going. Fighting over the runes just a bit. And Zhao does manage to pick it up, so nothing coming out here for Carl. So no top up for him as well. The only lane going well for Blacklist is that mid. Like everything else has been maybe a little bit rockier. You are having a pretty free time for Raven. So at the least your Sven will have some really good farm up. But mid one's not doing too badly. Again, not up in net worth, but with kills, the Slark can never complain about that.
Nah, it's already 3 perma Agi. That's value if you ask me. He's a happy boy. Mid lane, you already kind of spoke about it. Carl's the one who has to really help his team kind of elevate in this game number 2. Bottom lane, mid one, double Inkswell gonna land. They're rotating an extra hero over to try and help out. In fact, it's gonna be Cuckoo moving in, but mid one, he has got the ulti up. Tims, he's still gonna try and go for the chase, but they're out of the battery assault. They have no cogs up, so they can't lock mid one in, and now Cuckoo's the one locked in. He'll fly away. Tims, in the meantime, sticking around, does take the Wisdom Rune, but it will cost him his life. And that's a +1 for mid one when it comes to the Agi department.
Is another +1 for him. He does lose his big component in the Blade of Alacrity for his Diffusal, but now when it respawns, he should just have the recipe on hand as well. Should be ready to just keep this run down, keep this momentum going on the Slark. Masa, no, he's getting all the space. It's really fascinating how they play with an offlane Naga. They treat it as the one and play more tempo with mid one. So Masaros just gets to play this farming game up against Raven. Just has his double rate band, going for the Yasha into the Manta as we were talking about in the draft. And there's no one to stop him. So you can't find an answer for mid one. You're not bullying out the Naga. Both of these cores are getting the build-up they'd want. Again, the only hero you've really managed to shut down is no one's Puck. And he's had a rougher time than KP's had on the Darkseer. But it doesn't feel like that even matters. He has Dream Coil up. All he needs to do is add a little bit more control for mid one to play off of, and you're pretty happy here.
Oh, this time though, look at mid lane. Carl's got a double damage rune bottled up. This is something that SMG have been trying really hard to deny away from Carl. These power runes just so important for the Ember. And now with the double damage, he does make the rotation up towards the top lane. But Masaros, he reads the movement. He does back towards a tier 1 tower. Has a creep wave anyway, so doesn't really need to be out of position. And Carl will not be able to really successfully get anything with that rotation up top.
This passive play is detrimental to Blacklist, mainly because they don't have this triangle to fall back to. Right? You can't stack up for your Sven. You have forward wards already watching here from SMG on that top jungle as well. So you can't get some flash farm going for Raven in this interim period. And it's just the map control coming out from SMG so clean. And they've got their own stacks that they're clearing out slowly with no one. So he's managing to catch up a little bit more on that Puck. And even though it feels like SMG is the one that should keep this aggression up, again, their lineup doesn't necessarily want to be too aggressive anyway. I think they want some build-up. Diffusal's flying out for mid one now, so that should be a key timing for them to start playing with. Bot tier 1 tower as well, very close to dying. Tims, don't show up there.
Yeah, Tims is not going to want to be here mid one, happily jumping the Clockwork right into the cogs. Tims, 1 hit away, no 2 hits away now from dying, but mid one is going to be able to get it. No rotations coming to help out. Meanwhile, topside Carl has been caught by the dream call of no one, and they can't keep him alive. Cuckoo tries with the Sunray, but it's only level 1. The heal is not that great. And Arfu will return the tip towards Carl.
And this is terrible for Blacklist. 7-0. They have a slight net worth lead. That's mainly down to Raven having this much farm. But the fact that Raven is still below mid-one's farm, as a Sven up against a Slark, that's not great news. Sure, you know, Masaros is not finding the quickest farm. It's a Naga. can always use that mirror image illusions to keep that farm, keep the lane shoved out in your favor. And trying to play catch, but you don't have enough lockdown for no one just with the chains here.
Well, they're going to try anyway. No one. Duking out towards the south will go onto the camp. Meanwhile, Arfu trying to move on to Carl. Carl will be okay to remnant away, but mid one, he's joined the fray again. They will drop the wall on top of him, but he's still just going to get Cuckoo down. And mid one, he just shadow dances away. This is what we kind of talked about when we got into game 2, like mid one. I said Echo Saber, he just goes to Fusel Blade and joins the team. Because he knows they can't kill him as long as they have the Shadow Dance up.
I think even without the Shadow Dance, trying to chain stun mid one. If mid one takes these fights without Shadow Dance, you know his team's around him. And it still feels impossible, considering how much control you have on SMG, even if Afu just hangs around mid one.
Raven.
Stop.
I mean, I don't know if mid one can do this on his own, but Raven looks like he's a bit of a sitting duck right now, though. He'll pop the God Strength. He'll try to man up. There's no Shadow Dance for now. He's got to fight, surely. He's trying to run, but Raven is going to go down. Mid one. 5th kill of the game already. Meanwhile, Arfu going to get jumped by Cuckoo. In comes Tims. Arfu, he will get conked up. No one might stick around to help out. In fact, Masros comes in with the song now, but they've lost Arfu. They'll try to trade with Tims. Mid one's here. That'll be a bit more agi for the Slark, Jonathan. Now 8 perma agi for mid one.
He is...
That's a lot.
He's been in 9 of the 10 kills. 9 of the 10 kills mid one's been there. This is impressive. 10-1. Again, not a big lead for SMG, but this momentum they've built up, it's so scary to play into. You've got at least your egg ready to go here on Cuckoo, so you could maybe try to look for egg cogs plays, try to clump them up. Maybe a vac wall can kick in here as well, but SMG are not even playing necessarily as 5. It's just mid one taking point, and SMG hanging back, waiting to see if they need to help mid one for the most part.
Chains out on mid one. Like he just walks into the T1. He doesn't care. He's so confident. Try and look for the D ward. Tims will push him back with the cogs and maybe go for a bit of a deny on that ward, and does. In fact, he gets the sentry instead. We'll keep the observer ward. They are looking at the Slark, but they know they can't really control him at the moment. Rocket Flare will give even more vision on mid one, but again, he's just going to farm in front of them. No problems. In comes KP now. From the side, Tims, he has a hook shot, but they just aren't going to bother. No point. Maybe later, mid one, still hanging around that bottom lane. Arfu reveals he is around the corner with that Astral Spirit, and I think that's going to be more than enough for Blacklist to just say, screw this. We're not going after that Slark.
Slippery to try to go for. Yeah, again, you're trying to get some space out for Raven. As the Mom Echo Saber going into the Blink BKB, as we talked about as well for his timing. But his entire jungle's taken over by Masaros. Just his forward top jungle, it's just pretty much gone to the Naga, and no one's there to punish. They'll try now.
Massa, I mean, he has not got the song up. So Carl, if you can lock him down into the hook shot, they should have themselves a pretty nice kill. Masaros going to try and make it as hard as possible with the mirror images, but it will do nothing. He is down. No one was rotating over on the puck, but understands he can do nothing to help.
A nice little pickup for Blacklist, something they desperately needed. 10-2. Both kills going to Cuckoo, which isn't the ideal, but I mean, you'll just take what you can get. Cuckoo's fault.
Yeah, of course. Just take all the kills. He's the boss after all. He deserves it. 14 minutes in now. No one going to try and secure a power rune for himself. Carl is not going to get lucky. No one will be able to pick up an arcane rune for his own on the puck. It's Carl. Oh, the TP cancel. That is just a BM cancel from no one. They may have needed Carl top, but I don't think they did. Everyone was fine anyway. No one's just like, screw you, walk back.
Yeah, he knows he has no bottle top up, no mana, so waste a little bit more time, open up some farm space for himself. Without that Dream Coil, though, he could be a little bit susceptible if he's not careful, but KP doesn't find the opening, so it's just going to be perfectly fine, sitting back, building up. 1K lead still hanging steady for SMG. Mid one has the full Echo Saber, going for the Ags next. How do you stop this puck and Slark? It doesn't feel like you can. has to be a really clean team fight from Blacklist, but there's just no opportunity for this 5v5.
Well,
SMG just never plays that way.
I guess you're playing the slow game, right? Like, you're waiting for Raven to get to a point where hopefully he's uncontestable on the Sven. Whether that ever happens is a question in and of its own, but Raven is at least top of the net worth board right now. So he's on the right path to try to make a bit of a comeback happen here for Blacklist Rivalry. It's Cuckoo.
Bottom tower is under attack.
As his smoke removed here is Blacklist Rivalry having a look around through the south of the jungle, seeing if they can find Masaros on that Naga Siren. Masaros, good positioning by the tier 2 bottom tower, will back his way out. So Blacklist Rivalry, they find nothing for their trouble.
Under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
It seems like they're just kind of running around in circles hoping to find at least a straggler, but SMG, they're playing a very clean game. In the mid lane instead, they're just going after the tier 1 mid tower. It's only Carl defending this. And eventually he will be able to successfully defend by the looks of it. But it's not like no one's backing off. He's still hanging around here. TP's incoming. Raven, he's going to pop the God Trick with the Blink Dagger out. No one. Still blinks out of there, no problem. That is unfortunate. It was the Inkswell Aghanim Shard, I believe, that allowed him to blink out.
And the Dispel just allow him to bail out, and that would have been big. That's a blink reveal coming out from Raven. That's the commitment with God's Strength. That's going to be down. They hold on to that mid-tier 1, but Wall's down as well, so you're not going to be able to connect with like a vac wall play for your Sven anymore. And SMG are more than happy to just sit back and farm, work these lanes. They have to deny that mid tower away. Amasura is just controlling down bot. You've got even a room out for Afu to shove top by himself. Ags for mid 1, only one part away with the disassembly on that Echo Saber, so he's going to be having that longer reach on the pounce. The charges as well can make it easier to catch out someone like Carl. The kite around someone like Raven Sven. I mean, this game is not simplifying. Even if Blacklist are finding some ways to stall,
Carl.
I don't know if you're going to reach that point here.
He's trying to go after no one. Just the casual chains out. Won't last really long enough to set up the Tims. Oh, Bosku thinking about going up to the high ground, but Masaros and no one were just casually waiting. Oh, mid 1, like, he's so close now to the Ags. So darn close to having the Ags up on the Slark. So scary for Blacklist to try and deal with. But at least Raven will have a BKB by that point, more than likely, on the Sven to be able to play with his team, but still seems so tough against that Ags as now Carl's being watched. The one gonna go down towards the south. Might run into Cuckoo. Cuckoo with a nice pounce away, or rather Icarus dive away. Will avoid the pounce from mid 1. In comes the Inkswell now to Carl. Carl gets silenced, Carl gets coiled, and Carl will die. Daniel able to take that one with the Inkswell damage. Nice little combination from SMG, just destroying the Ember.
Just playing from the smoke. They saw mid 1, but they didn't see anyone else, so they figured, all right, should be safe. Nope, smoke was still running. They managed to get some punch. 11-2, a clinic coming out from SMG. Very clean gameplay. No openings coming out for Blacklist. You talked about the BKB for Raven lining up. I mean, he could go for the disassembly into BKB. I still don't know if that's enough. Like, even if you manage to have that debuff immunity, you've got to land this fight perfectly. You've got to be able to try to pin down no one. You could get isolated in the song as well, so it's going to be easier to focus you down if Masaru shows up. There's a lot of weird factors that makes it hard as a game for Blacklist to try to hope for this hyper carry as a solution. Now we'll see. The lead has been growing slowly for SMG. Still not massive, 3k up. Blacklist are keeping up to an extent despite being 9 kills down. But they haven't really made anything work on the map. There's that Ags we've been talking about in mid 1 with that disassemble. So he's looking to jump someone.
They're gonna fight because there's a BKB on Raven as well. It's on the courier. In we go. Pounces out. They caught KP. He'll drop the wall immediately. Still dropping, but is alive for now. Meanwhile, a stop from Arfu gonna stop Cuckoo from being able to do anything in this team fight. Raven in the meantime, he's gonna jump in the back. He'll take Genuel down as mid 1 is still chasing KP. They'll get the kill eventually, but now mid 1, he needs his own way out. He doesn't have the Shadow Dance, but he will pounce away. He's fine. Meanwhile, Raven towards the west, around the Radiant Triangle, trying to chase down the puck, but no one will be able to juke him out.
Radiant structures are fortified.
That's that's still kind of costly for Blacklist. That's an offlane for his support. You're still getting more here for SMG. And SMG are playing basically 4v5. No, Masaros is not joining in.
Mid one, he's going to stick around for the fight on Raven. Raven still has a BKB available though, so he could use that if he needs it. Raven going for the run, but mid one's just not done. Going into 4 heroes now, my goodness. No fear from the Slark. No one will be able to back him up. Arfu setting up with another great stop, and now the pounce back in from mid one. They will finally force him back. But this Slark, he's still playing with them. Pouncing again. Carl's caught out another time, and he's gone. Oh, what a setup. Stormhammer comes in, but they can't kill mid one. He's got Shadow Dance back up and available, jumping into the tier 3 tower. He's got 39 stolen Essence Shift stacks.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Can't deal with him. Just does too much damage, way too slippery. Really great read from mid one, playing off that Shadow Dance cooldown, just getting aggressive early and finally committing when he has it ready to go. Again, like, what do you do here as Blacklist?
Dire's
Right? You have this BKB on your Sven, it doesn't matter. You need to be able to land this big combination. It's really down to executing this team fight. It has to be a big vac wall with a Stormhammer and Cogs, along with the egg in the back line. If you can't land that, then I don't know if you can take up these split fights, because you have 2 slippery heroes that you need to catch in that wombo combo, and catching mid one and no one together, it's quite frankly at this point a pipe dream. And again, this is all going 4v5 as well, because Masaros is not showing up until he has his full heart.
Why not? Like, this is the kind of draft that SMG has been really proving to be extremely good on. Just these greedier drafts that,
Radiant's middle tower
well, you
is
just
under
seemingly
attack.
can't deal with. Like, they get away with this every game by the seams of it. Like, the fact that Massa and the Slark of mid one both can just free farm like this without any kind of contest, it's pretty concerning for Blacklist, who only have Raven hitting up that net worth. As well, we have a 2-man smoke now. SMG, they'll see the shield rune. Blacklist trying to bait with it. No one's gonna have his smoke broken, but the hook shot, not quick enough. No one reacts way too fast. They'll still land a Stormhammer, but you've got the Dispel. Januel's there to save. They are making it look impossible. They really are.
They started too early with the Sunray. Like, Cuckoo started the Sunray before the hookshot came in. That meant a reaction was going to come out from Puck.
Is under attack.
So they miss out on that opportunity, and again, SMG can just do what they want. Cut down the mid-creep wave, push into that tier 2 a little bit, pushing in top as well with Naga. Like, 2 lanes being shoved onto the tier 2s, and Blacklist can't stop it.
Smoke out. I don't believe the Rocket Flare had the vision of that. It was just outside of range. Cuckoo in the mid lane obviously did not see it, because the jump will be there from no one. That's a kill onto the Phoenix straight off the bat. Down south, Tims and Raven are both hanging around. This could be a very awkward fight for Blacklist. But they are chasing down Tims. Mid one, do you want to guess? Oh, he does! Mid one will take the guess. And it works out as he's found Tims. And Tims, well, he'll try to run, but it's going to be no good. He will go down to Arfu.
And this is space, I suppose, for Blacklist. Keeping that build up on Raven, trying to get that AC up and running on the Sven. You've got enough room for Carl to have that full Maelstrom going into his BKB. So you have some way of dealing with the illusions, but Roche opens up for SMG. And it is a good, tight, confined space for them to try to find on Blacklist, but I don't think they can contest. They're on the wrong side of the map, and it goes pretty damn fast with the output from mid one and Masaros here.
Nice scan out. Smoke, but immediately scanned by the side of SMG. Roshan is currently happening. SMG, they will get away with this one with no contest. And if you thought mid one was hard to kill already, he just got a whole lot harder to deal with. Because now he's got an Aegis up, and this smoke from Blacklist sadly will just amount to 0. In fact, no one, he is jumping in. He is jumping into the side of Blacklist. Look at the confidence. Where's the team? Where's the backup? They're not there. But no one still just casually just jumps in. He just doesn't mind. Mid one?
Them off from trying to take this follow-up fight, won't?
Mid one's alone. Stormhammer's gonna land, but the Cogs blocks them off from running down the staircase. You'll just take the Watcher.
Deal with his Slark anyway with 2 lives.
True.
It's a tough hero to pin down. And your most reliable stun right now is Stormhammer. And maybe like a Vac Wall and the hook shot if you can land it. They'll take the Tormentor at the very least for Blacklist, so they'll have some utility coming out with the shards, but okay, they recommit in getting getting Cuckoo out first, and they find it for Tim. So they've got the jetpack to at least try to get some positioning here out for Tim's.
Carl.
Try to finagle his way around these fights.
Top lane, no one's in the chase for Carl. They don't have the Dream Core for now, so it should be a pretty hard kill to get, but Carl is going to show himself and no one's going to jump right in.
No.
The Ensnare is there. Carl, he's got no time. The Ensnare will lock him down long enough.
Dire's top tower is
In SMG, they are still just playing with their food, it seems, as Blacklist of not finding an answer to this game too. Cuckoo now trying to move up to help out Raven, who shows up. He'll go for his BKB usage on the Sven. But Coil is out catching too from no one.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
They won't die at least. The pipe is there from KP, but no one's not done. No one's jumping in again. Tim's is down. So is Cuckoo.
Dire's top
And they're onto the tier 3 tower.
Dire's structures.
Onto tier 3s, Aegis still standing. Carl's playing so confidently, but he's running into a Naga with a full heart and an Orchid. Like, the Orchid lands, he has no counterplay. BKB is still a long ways off. And 19-3, we're 3 kills away for SMG to find a magic number here.
Yeah.
Blacklist, this is not looking good. And 13k up, only 3 cults on the board. It's almost like game 1 in the latter part of that game. They have no play.
It's incredible from SMG. They've just made these games look so easy so far. There goes the top racks. This game is certainly not over yet. You've still got outer tier 2 towers in the mid and the bottom lane for Blacklist, but they are 13k behind now.
Radiant's bottom tower.
And with the way SMG are playing, they are showing that they have got no fears in this game number 2.
I think they have
Raven
the
is-
right to have no fear.
Yeah.
Masaros is insane. He's got the heart up. He's basically the actual carry. Mid one was playing more of like this off lane, setting tempo. And even if you can start to catch out mid one, which you haven't yet, but if you can, what do you do about Masaros? What do you do about this Naga with a heart, with Manta, with all the stats, with the Orchid up, with a Butterfly coming out soon as well? Like, it doesn't feel like you can do anything. We're not seeing this high ground defense come out. The back wall egg, all these combinations that I've been talking about for literally the entire game, it's not showing up at all.
No.
SMG's giving no openings out here.
They are not.
Bottom tower is under attack.
One outer tower gone. Masaros already getting started on the bottom tier 2 tower, but for now SMG just going to go for that outpost in that die triangle and just secure that. And the thing is for Raven, like, he's desperately trying to farm to a stage where he can do something for his team, but I don't think Raven's the issue here. It's like Raven just wants to jump in and fight. He wants to hit people, but if you can't provide him anyone to hit, it's like, what is this Sven meant to do? Even with the blink out, we just saw the counters from SMG. The ink swell from Januel makes it impossible to finish off a hero. And that's probably why SMG was smiling at the end of that draft, knowing that they had completely outdrafted Blacklist here in this game too, by the seams of it. As SMG, they will wait out the creep wave to get to that tier 2 bottom tower before they can take that down. Raven at the stage now where he's building up to a harpoon, but you look at Masaros, he's got a full butterfly on the way now on the Naga Siren. This Naga Siren's feeling impossible to deal with as well. At least on a positive note, your Aegis on mid one is about to expire in 20 seconds, so there's that.
Dire's bottom
Problem with that is mid one hasn't died anyway.
It doesn't matter. He's not gonna die. He has Death Shroud up with his own shard. You don't have enough lockdown. That's really what it boils down to. Unless you find Zhao in the backline first, but he's standing a million miles away. He knows what he has to do. He's got the Aether Lens, just staying back, allowing his team to cop it, and just Inkswell to save, and they can clean up. And they're just playing so clean, and SMG so disciplined, which, you know, we don't see this too much from SMG. I'll be frank, you know, old SMG would be all over the place with their lead. They'd run forward. They just look to keep this aggression up. They know when to play calm now. They're sitting back, they're just playing to their strengths, and they just choke out Blacklist. Like, quite frankly, Mike, it feels like we're just waiting for a GG call. 98% win probability for SMG. It has to be a perfect play from Blacklist. But again, it's down to also finding that opportunity, and there's no opportunity coming out here. They'll try with a smoke.
They are going to give it a crack. They've got to give something a try. No one's going to go back and join his team again in that dire outpost area. Now, Blacklist rivalry on the bright side, they are going to find themselves a couple bounty runes, so there's that. Mid lane, they'll see Masteros, but he's borderline impossible to kill right now. And in goes no one. The scan was out. No one will break the smoke just to let them know that they knew. We're going to have a counter smoke now from SMG. Into the mid lane. No one. Who do we want? Finding nothing yet. He's still having to look around in that dire jungle, but it looks like everyone's going to back off with the TP. So now it's back to the high ground defense for Blacklist rivalry.
Just sit back and hope for that opening. I love that SMG do respect the high ground hold. They want to pick off before taking these fights. So they also don't, give any openings out. Octarine up and running now for no one. So this puck is even more slippery. It's such a frustrating here to try to deal with how low its cooldowns are, how slippery it is with your lack of hard lockdown.
So by now from Januel, just locking a couple down. Carl's going to try and chase down Januel on the Grimstrike, but nothing comes of it as now mid one. Again starting. Here comes Masteros with the net. Locking down the end, the Ember. Vacuum, mid one on the high ground. We'll jump back to the low ground, almost getting low, but not quite low enough. He's running, but the chase is on from Blacklist. But never mind, they'll retreat again. Carl, he'll get coiled. There's the song out from Massa, trying to catch any stragglers. They've got the Ember Spirit another time, and Carl is dropping. Carl, he's going to remnant back to the high ground. No, he's not going to make it. He cannot get out. In goes mid one again. After Raven. Raven's going to pop his BKB. He's going to try one last time. But nobody is available to hit. Look at Massa. Massa's just running straight towards him. Tim's will go down. Kill. Raven just blinks the other way now. Ensnare out, locking down the Sven. They've bought back, but who are we aiming?
It's so hard to find a good target. And I have to say, I thought my eyes were deceiving me. You can net tree Song without the Axe because of the rework on debuff immunities. They'll find the 22-3 now. And I don't think there's play here. I think you've just got to reset in Blacklist. They'll find more.
Yeah, Tim's with the dieback. 3 up now. 4 with Carl coming in with the respawn. That is not the numbers are not the problem. SMG, they might play it safe. Mid one's casually just carrying 2 gems, excuse me. Just look at that. It was just dropped one here.
You have 2 eyes, right?
Why not?
You have 2 eyes. You need 2 gems for 2 eyes. That's the way it works, right?
Of course.
Man,
so now you've got this impossible scenario. Like, you can't get any wards out against Slark.
Like, you can't get vision outside. You can't dip out of your high ground. At the least, you don't lose racks. That's one blessing here for Blacklist. I have to say this, the fact that Naga's song, the fact that Ensnare still goes through, it's literally her Ags upgrade. It's still worded in her Ags if you mouse over it. And allow Ensnare to target spell immune or sleeping units. You don't need that.
No, you don't.
That was literally the only point you'd buy the Ags was to get that Ensnare early. You don't.
Oh, well, it's gone now. Carl, he'll make it up. Pounce was just a little bit short in locking him down. Carl at least has a BKB up, so you could have had that, I suppose. It's still a little bit of a slower siege. SMG, they're trying their best not to give an opening, right? Like, you do not want to throw this game. You win this one, you're 2 games up in a best-of-5 grand final. Like, you're 1 game away after this one if you can win it out of qualifying a TI-12. So, absolute safety out from SMG. And of course, Roshan is actually now respawning. Masteros has already scattered it out with the Naga illusions. And so if SMG want to play it ultra safe, you just go back for the Roshan play. Blacklist? They're going to smoke up. They'll see mid one, jump in, Raven, he's gonna try, mid one, gets locked down with a hook shot, but he's still just alive. He's still gonna go for the fight. Mid one, a Giga Chat, he just doesn't mind walking into 5 heroes, because he knows they can do nothing. And look at Massa, singing to them now, singing a lullaby, put him to sleep. Raven, trying to turn on mid one, he'll just bounce back out. No problem. What do you do?
That, like, I know, and more for Blacklist. It has to be like the Agvac wall cogs, the Stormhammer onto everyone. But mid one comes in, and you're forced to pop your big spells. You just can't stop the Slark.
Dire's middle barracks is falling.
Can't catch the Slark, can't catch no one. No one can catch you though, as he's gonna jump on Raven, who does get stunned up, and mid one's right behind him. They'll try to hookshot on the Slark to save Raven. He's running towards the fountain, but Arfu's gonna lock him down again. He can't even get home. No one will just lock him in his home as the GG is called. My goodness, SMG. 2 games up now in a best of 5 grand final for TI12. Or for the qualification of TI12. Blacklist, they've got to come up with a different plan. The SMG have made this look too easy.
That they have. Like 28-3, only 3 kills for Blacklist. Blacklist, it just felt like they had no game. Every single point of the game, there was just nothing coming out here. SMG was in complete control. We see this again, where the Naga offlane comes out, and mid one plays tempo on safe lane. Even when he picks him like the Terrorblade, he plays it tempo. He picks the Slark, he plays it so up tempo in this game. Just running around, being a menace, hunting down, buying space for Masa to enable this Naga to scale up. And for Blacklist, this draft, like, it was all about this Wombo combo, but no Wombo combo ever came out. I don't think we ever saw one connection of a big vac wall into a Stormhammer with Egg going off. Just no opportunities. SMG just keep playing the pickoff game, run them down one by one, and force this declump from Blacklist, and never overly commit with like a 5-man hard clump. It's just mid one and no one playing poke from a mile away from their supports, and the supports just trying to hang back and give them the dispels they need.
SMG have looked absolutely incredible here in these qualifiers with the new roster. I mean, there's no 2 ways about it. This is probably the best iteration of SMG you and I at least have seen out of this organization, and they are surely just proving that they deserve that TI12 qualification, as now they are 1 game away. Blacklist, I mean, they're not out of it yet. They've got the reverse sweep, they can still perform, but I think at the very least, like, these drafts, like, you've got to be so careful. Because this one, I think in game 2, you can easily say that last pick Slark, you saw the smiles. They were so happy. They knew. They knew they don't have any chance of getting us with this Slark last pick. You saw no one being unkillable as well. It's just, they've got to be so cautious, right? Because this game looked over from the draft. And you saw it as soon as the game started. It just, that bottom lane went so horrendously for Blacklist. Like, giving that much agi this early onto a Slark and that much net worth. Not very advised. MVP, Jonathan, who is it?
Honestly, I want to say mid one. I think this guy, he just played insane. Mid one was super aggressive on the Slark, had a really good lane matchup. He managed to work it well. No one as well did a great job. Honestly, it's so hard to pin down, but I would say mid one overall. But no one did a fantastic job as well. One of the ones will take it.
Someone will get it. Don't worry. Someone's got the MVP. There you go. Congratulations, no. I mean, no one's been playing a crazy game as well. I mean, what do you do? Like, this guy went unkilled, mid one goes unkilled. You know, everyone's just playing at their top performance, I've got to say. And it's so unlikely. Like, before these qualifiers started, you show me this roster, I would have said, I don't know about this. I can see how great the players are, but I don't know how well they're going to do together. But now you show me these games, and I'm like, holy crap, these guys are good. Like, where was this SMG during DPC, right? Like, this is a good team. This is a damn good team.
They are. And again, they've bounced back well. They've managed to reel in some of those issues they had in like late game decision making. They play it patiently, and it's spectacular to watch because we're still getting that signature early game aggression, and the run at you style, it's still there. So I'm keen to see. They're 1 game away from going to TI, you know, mid one back at TI after so many years.
Yeah.
And, well, Blacklist, this is a lineup that's been struggling in every single DPC tour. Slowly getting better, but they need to find a way to reel it in. Who knows? You know, we've seen rougher starts from a 2-game deficit in best of fives, Mike, but Blacklist really have to kick it in because it just doesn't feel like they had play in the last 2 games.
Let's see if they can change things for game number 3. We'll head off to a short break. We'll let the boys think about it. And, of course, game 3 will be coming up after a very short break between SMG and, of course, Blacklist Rivalry. We'll see you then.
Every day for 3 years, a secret team met across Europe to hack one of the most technologically advanced cars in the world. Meet the Deloitte cybersecurity team that developed new state-of-the-art automotive software defenses, making the world safer for drivers, passengers, and pedestrians.
right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are heading into game number 3's draft between SMG and, of course, Blacklist rivalry for this best of 5 grand final to decide which last SEA team is going to make it through to the TI-12. TI-12 event, I suppose is the way to put it. Completely screwed that one up. Jonathan, how the hell are you doing?
Doing great, Mike. We've had blazing fast games coming out from SMG, while outside of game 1 going in many different directions because of some interesting drops, but that has happened. Game 2 was a lot quicker and cleaner coming out from SMG. And going into this game 3, I think Blacklist, they need to put up a fight because it doesn't look like they're even playing the game. SMG's on a different level right now. Their drafts are coming out really clean. Their execution's looking on point. This team is revitalized, and it's really scary to play into that. Already have some lobby chatter coming in, as we have been told to remove that Phoenix cosmetic, please, because it has been flashbanging us quite a fair bit. And now Cuckoo is asking, you gonna play Phoenix, Yao? Yeah? So who knows? Maybe this drags the Phoenix away from the draft, but yeah, this is gonna be fun. Who knows what happens? I think SMG certainly looking like the favorites coming in now. Blacklist looking a little bit lost. And we'll see if this break between Game 2 and Game 3 has been enough to shake off that rut that it looks like they're in for the first 2 games. But SMG just looks so scary. The lobby chatter continues. Zhao laughs. Afu says his Phoenix this time around. All right. And Cuckoo's like, oh, you can play, bro? No need to pick. Yeah, they're having fun. It's so funny. Zhao always likes to pick on teams with the other Filipinos, you know.
Of course.
Everyone likes to pick on Zhao, and Zhao tosses it back, so...
He's the mullet god. He's a mullet god, Jonathan. He can do whatever the hell he wants. You can't say anything to Zhao. He's got a glorious mullet. Even more glorious when you consider the fact that he's been growing it the past year, and we haven't had the pleasure of seeing him in person recently, so I can't wait to see how great the mullet is now, if he does qualify, and if we qualify, that is. As well.
I'm pretty sure that's out the window. Stop hoping, Mike.
Yeah,
what is wrong with you? Have you seen what you've done on those Geek Fam games?
Yeah, thank you, Geek Fam. We really appreciated that. I was so mad too. I'm like, oh, so you're going to make me cast all the Geek Fam games and they're not going to qualify to the grand finals? Oh, good. Good. That's fine. Blacklist rivalry versus SMG. We'll have it that way. Game number 3. Draft is, I believe, starting as we speak. So we should be able to head over to that rather soon. We've talked about it. Game 1, there was a good start for Blacklist, but they kind of dropped the ball after a bit of a accident. Incidents happen with servers sometimes. Game 2 was not anywhere near the level that Game 1 was for Blacklist. SMG completely ran them over. Game 3. Let's see how they're going to try and control these players from SMG. I think the main guy you've got to think about is No One, right? Because No One... he continues to make things very hard across the map if he gets the start he wants, and quite frankly, every game I've watched him in, he gets the start he wants, right? So I don't know how you focus No One in this draft, because he seems to just have a bunch of heroes he can play, but something needs to happen.
Yeah, I think if you're expecting No One to pick up these slippery heroes, you've got to find an answer in your supports to kind of stop that. Something to lock them down. SMG not changing anything at all from their bans. NP line coming through after the Prime Beast and Brewmaster. Blacklist. Okay, they do actually pick up the Phoenix. Gosh darn it, Cuckoo.
Yeah, well, Cuckoo's finally...
Yamyan sticks?
He is.
Yamyan sticks?
He is. Very nice. Cuckoo, obviously, game 1 was a handicap, as you can see. Johnny was playing with his feet. Game 2, he was playing while starving. Now Bosku's decided, now that he's 2 games down, now he can take the series seriously. So it's time to eat a snack and get ready. Revitalize Cuckoo in this game 3.
We'll find out. Zhao did say Cuckoo's Phoenix is better than his, which unfortunately doesn't show in the results just yet.
Zhao's a very honorable man. He's a humble man, Zhao is.
Oh, he's look at him. He's not stepping away from the draft, but he's certainly not really doing anything in the draft either. He was like this in game 2. Hands up, no talking. Let them decide. I'll just play whatever the hell they throw at me. You know, it's like, yeah, you figured out. Look at that. Cuckoo's eating it. Zhao's resting up. It's merienda time, man.
It is
4
merienda.
o'clock.
It is merienda.
It's time for a break.
Yeah, it is. Zhao, he doesn't need it. His merienda is Blacklist rivalry in this series, I'll tell you. He's been snacking on them all game. It's been a very nice time for him. Obviously, you can see the very unhappy face of Tim's here as well. Not very... we know Tim's personally. I mean, you and I have met him quite a few times, and I can tell you from my interactions with Tim, like Tim's especially, when seeing him in the middle of a series, he does get very upset if the team is not performing. Not in a flamey kind of way, but you can hear it in his voice. He gets very disappointed.
Yeah, like I remember a time when Boom played one of their last few LANs with their old roster. They were in Thailand for that tournament. When they won, it was a best of 5 that went 5 games up against Polaris. And he was like, "How did we win that?" He was like very like, "Why did we win like that?" You know, like he understands like when a game's not the best, and certainly the past few games for Blacklist have not been the best. And we'll see if they can course correct here. SMG pick up the Afu Elder Titan, so not changing too much again. At the least, you take care of the Masaros Naga, which has been issued. They're laughing here in Blacklist. The spirits are still high. What do they have in mind? What are they saying?
Only person not laughing is Adam, because he just heard Cuckoo say, "Give me the Veno. Give me my Veno. It's my time."
And Adam's like, "No, God, no. I've seen this on panel.
I will
Talk
pay
trash about this.
I will pay Adam money if he clicks on Veno right now. Okay, after the band stage, click Veno and pick it. I dare you. Bring on the Cuckoo Mancer.
No.
Yeah, backs against the wall. Cuckoo Mancer has to come out.
Sounds so bad in terms of lack of control, right? Like Phoenix Venom. But you know what? For the memes.
Send me your PayPal, Adam. I'll take care of it right now. I promise.
No, just add him on Steam. Get him the treasure chest. That's it. What are you talking about? Who doesn't want that snail?
Can I just say, by the way,
Good old Snap.
for anyone wondering, I have bought 13 chests as soon as I opened Dota today. No rares, as usual.
Same.
No rares.
Same. I need it.
Unfortunate. Very
I
unfortunate.
need a snail. I need a AM Persona outfit. Ooh, where'd Afu go? He's just green now. Outstanding.
That's all right. That's all right. There's the beautiful No One, of course. No One, a fantastic performance, even looking at us right in the eyes there, Jonathan. Knows we're talking about it. He's, again, the man's been playing fantastic. I do want to ask him if they do win the grand final. I'd love to ask him his experience in the SEA servers. I'm sure No One has some words to say about that. But I'd love to talk to the guy if we had a chance to see what thoughts have been on his mind. Go on, John.
If we talk to him about his C-pubs, he'll just say, it's just like what we said to Execration, fix your problems. You guys have some serious anger issues, fix them. Play Dota. Don't use it like therapy and let out your anger there.
Oh, there's the vengeful
That's what
spirit.
he'd say. This is a special. It's so funny. I always associate Venge with SMG because KP played it with ALK support. I mean, they're probably not going to be doing anything crazy like that on SMG's end, but Venge is a strong hero. It's surprisingly hard to trade with in lane because of Wave of Terror. Magic Missile is still very mana efficient as well with the damage output, and the swap saves can feel really oppressive. So I like seeing this coming out from SMG. Just the strong lanes coming out again. Blacklist will go into immediately the Dark Willow and the Dawnbreaker. So there's some decent lockdown coming out here, some good damage coming out as well. Some combinations you can play with the Phoenix Egg and the Solar Guardian. KP's been playing a pretty spectacular Dawnbreaker. Even in that first game, he's doing a pretty fine job. So I like seeing this coming out from Blacklist.
Can I just say as well, I'm looking behind Masaros, the floor of SMG's gaming house. I love marble floors, John. That is a nice floor. It really is. That is marble I'm looking at, right?
Yeah.
It looks so nice. It looks so nice. Sorry, John. Go on.
It looks expensive.
I don't have a house, Jonathan, all right? I got a drink.
Oh, where are you living right now, Mike?
No, I'm renting, Jonathan. You get it. I don't own a house, is what I was meant to say.
10 seconds remaining.
Well, that doesn't make you unique, Mike. A lot of people don't own homes. It's not time to pick around for currying some favor, some sympathy.
All I wanted to say was I just like the marble floors, John. That's all I'm saying to you. There's a gyrocopter pick up by SMG. We saw this before. The thing is, Blacklist Rivalry, they banned out Doom, and obviously they don't really have space for a Doom, so Team SMG safely pick up a gyrocopter for themselves. You do still have options in, say, the POS1 TB that we see popping up quite often against gyrocopter, but we shall see if Blacklist Rivalry want to go down that route.
The TB feels really awkward into ET. I think that's an even worse time for Core to play into just because of the natural minus armor. TB relies so much on base armor, more than almost any other hero. So you're just not going to be feeling good about the core-to-core with ET covering that. SMG just go into the puck as well, so it looks like they might be last picking the Masaros hero offlane, unless they run the Masaros Venge and last pick a Zhao hero, but that seems rather unlikely. So we shall see. Blacklist, they see the mid and the safe lane matchups. This Dawnbreaker into Gyro lane doesn't feel amazing for Dawn. You can kind of play it, but it's also not the smoothest going. They will go into the Pangolier on Blacklist's end. So Pango matchup versus Puck is all right. Pearl should be able to kind of work that. My concern is you can't afford to be jumped first by SMG. If the Dream Coil comes out, this Pango is kind of dead in the water. You know, it's not going to feel amazing if you can't get that roll off. So Blacklist has to shift gears and definitely play on the aggressive here.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, final bans to come.
10 seconds remaining.
Blacklist Rivalry not revealing their position 1 pick yet. Team SMG, they'll have their chance to get rid of any counters they deem necessary now. They already got rid of the Sven. We see that quite often against Gyro. We talked about the TB. See if they want to remove that right here, right now.
Dire team ban.
They'll get rid of the Lifestealer, which, to be fair, mid 1 did prove was a very good counter pick towards the Gyrocopter in game number 1.
Radiant team
What else do you want to get rid of, SMG? They'll get rid of the Drow instead.
But for Blacklist, like, you could opt for, I don't know if a PA makes a lot of sense, but PA could work. Definitely not as susceptible to the base armor reduction of the ET, as at least you have your evasion to kind of fall back to until the MKBs come out.
Yeah.
That could be one way. And if you still want to force it, TB can still work, but again, it's not going to be the comfiest of times for the Terrorblade.
No, I agree with your point. I think SMG probably want them to get the TB just because you already have the answer in the Elder Titan, and we've seen Arfu's very good with his positioning.
Oh, it's Slark, right? Slark could work for Blacklist as well.
I mean, it certainly feels like it could. We'll see. I mean, Blacklist, it's their pick to make. Raven's going to make the call as to what he wants to play in that position 1. Something new for Raven, hopefully.
Remaining.
Only 3 seconds reserve time left to think about this as well, by the way, so they don't really have the time they need, and they're going to go down the TA route. Okay. And they're happy again on SMG.
Sense. I mean, they can just counteract it with this off-lane pick now. Like, you really don't mind this. You go, what? Venomancer from Maso if you wanted that. The extra toxic. They go to Darkseer instead, which still works out. I don't know about this. I think Blacklist, again, it almost has the same issues as game 1. I'm looking at how you pin down this Puck. I don't see it. Even if you catch out the Gyrocopter, swap save is there from Zhao. Your lanes do look maybe marginally better on Blacklist's end. You have to play around his tempo. Like, Raven can't just sit back and farm all game here. He has to kind of do what mid 1 did in the last game. Like, pick up, say, a really fast Deso, the Dragonlance Deso, run with your team, and threaten all the time. Take some objectives fast and try to reel it back. Because you bleed out any room, I think your core-to-core matchups doesn't really work out. Like, Gyrocopter up against TA, sure, you don't have natural burn, but Masaros will run in. Or you just look for an aggressive swap, have the Ion Shell running, Refraction will melt, you don't really care. So, tempo for Blacklist has to come in. I think SMG, they came out with a stronger draft for mid-game scaling and late-game scaling as well. I think they've got lanes that look pretty stable. I don't expect too much to change unless Blacklist, it's on them. It's on them to actually bring game out here. Otherwise, SMG, they've got a ticket to TI. If you're not careful.
You love to see it. I mean, SMG, 1 game away. Draft looking good. They've got the answers. They just need to play the cards right here, SMG. And game number 3, we'll see what Blacklist can do. Hopefully, at the very least, a close game, because it has felt like both games have gotten pretty one-sided after the laning stage here in SMG's favor. So maybe just a bit more of an equal game would be nice here for game number 3 between these two, but hopefully we'll get into it rather soon and see if SMG can directly qualify now to TI-12, or whether they're going to have to play a 4th game in this best-of-5 grand final. Blacklist Rivalry, fighting for their lives, backs against the wall. This is it. Are you going to throw everything out right here, right now, right? You've just got to throw everything but the kitchen sink at them.
Got to be here. Like, they've got to be able to get this done. It does look like we don't have the Phoenix bug, so Cuckoo has unequipped that.
Very good.
Thankfully. So no flashbangs coming out here at the very least. Let's see. Again, game 2 was not a game for Blacklist. Like, they had nothing to do. It was all SMG, all in their control, and they could easily repeat that performance here. Not in the sense that, Masaros is going to be farming the secondary 1.
Yeah, he's okay.
Is that intentional?
Well, Raven's going to cut him off, but not really much he can do. Just kind of walks past him, says bye-bye. I mean, no games have we seen an actual big level 1 team fight breaking out between these two teams, to be fair as well. So I'm not really expecting one here either. Though now that I'm not expecting it, maybe it actually happens.
30 seconds to
Perhaps. They are still clumped around the river runes here on both sides. You can start to get a little bit aggressive. Playing into Venge with Wave of Terror does put you at a really big disadvantage, though. Like -3 armor across multiple heroes makes it really scary to try to fight into right-click trades. You might have a little bit more control coming out from Blacklist, to be fair, but might not want to risk it too much.
In comes mid one. We're going to give it a crack. KP and Tim standing their ground. We'll be able to pick up the bounty. There's one left, and it seems like it should go the way of mid one. So a 2-for-2 trade once again. Another nice even start between these two teams. No real fight to break out. And as usual, the mid lane is where we'll start. Of course, no one against Carl here in this mid lane. Last game around, Carl did dominate the lane quite well on the Ember vs Puck matchup, but still didn't win the game out. No one still had a great amount of impact on the Puck, and I think against the Pangolier is going to have a much easier time.
It'd be a relatively easy matchup or manageable matchup for Carl. No one shouldn't have as much play here, but and Puck can kind of dance around. We saw Raven just kind of trying to dance with a meld. Doesn't quite manage to land the double meld off, so isn't going to be able to look for that early kill. Rather hard with the Phoenix support. Don't really have the lockdown to just keep someone pinned down while you're in basically melee range for the double meld. And we'll see how Raven develops that lane. Already going to be a little bit annoying early on, as you have to contend with iron shells. And the TA just, it doesn't enjoy that all too well. You don't have the best range on TA either. Theoretically up against a melee match.
Oh, top lane.
Play off side blades, although.
That's a beautiful Brambles maze by Tims, locking both of them down for a moment. And mid one, he's going to try and go for a run. He'll be okay. So it is still both level 1 here on KP and Tims. But that was a very nice Brambles. Just by the Lotus Pool, locking them down very effectively.
And that choke point out. And you again, can't...
Radiant's bottom tower is under
You can't disrespect the output of Celestial Hammer at level 1. Venge at level 1 without the stun doesn't have as much play as you'd want. Although I can see the value here with the early flag from mid 1. At the very least, you've got the homing missile to try to cut off that aggression just a little bit more. Lane is shoving into the favor of KP though, so he's going to be happy farming up. And that's a good tone for Blacklist. Just finding a nice pick-off. Not the biggest kill in the world, but accelerating this Dawnbreaker just a little bit is always fantastic to see. You are seeing SMG get down to creep shenanigans down bot, which is what you tend to see with the Darkseer. Just dodging out the early levels, trying to get the level 3 up with level 2 Iron Shell. And no real contestation coming out from Cuckoo. Can't really stop that. So a little bit awkward. The TA will have to just farm up by the tower. Afu just keeping track. Can try to punish a little bit if he wants to. Same thing goes for Cuckoo, just keeping up with Masaros.
Certainly is. Masaros still having a great old time. Cuckoo's trying to do the best he possibly can to slow them down. At least Raven is also having a great time in the TA. No real action happening apart from that bottom lane, I suppose. I mean, top lane, there was a magic missile thrown out by Januel. Brambles comes out, but mid one, very nice jukes. Still, he's going to get hit by the Celestial Hammer and the Starbreaker. And mid one, getting very low now. One more hit should do it from Tims, who'll chase him down, but mid one, no, the Fairy Fire. Right in the nick of time. We'll keep him alive, but KP has Celestial Hammer back up in 1 second. Mid one, I think he's close enough to die to this. He's going to get caught, but the magic missile, no, Tims will still get him. And Januel, hit by the Starbreaker of KP. They will find a second.
tower is under attack.
Sacrifice Tims in the process, but could use the reset anyway. KP more than happy again, picking up all of this aggression. A much stronger laning start for Blacklist, and that does bode well for them. You know, we were asking them to play a little bit more of a game. They've got 3 kills on the board. They've got this really good start slowing down mid one. He is still able to farm, and he can always fall back for stacks, and that's something that Zhao will look into next. Very easy to multi-stack, of course, with Avenge and the Wave of Terror, so it shouldn't be too hard to try to recover. But you are having a good time in your lanes. Maybe mid lane's a little bit more even for Carl and No One. No One, again, as a Puck, it's pretty hard to suppress him, but It's also hard to shove out the Pango for the puck. Raven doing decently as well, but he's not really building up in comparison to mid one. So you're not really getting an early advantage by farm efficiency. You're only getting them by kills. And honestly, for mid one, that's probably not the scariest thing in the world early on. Like it is still manageable, even dying this often here.
That it is. Mid lane's been a very even affair between these two, by the way. Carl and no one. Still very even in terms of CS. It's been trading farm, though Carl's trying to get a little bit aggressive on the puck. Still not hitting level 6 yet, though, so not going to be able to confirm a kill here onto no one. We'll kind of return the favor as he gets his way out. Well, bottom lane, there was a bit of a dive in, but they do back off. Tim's, in the meantime, top lane's going to find mid one. Trying to intervene on the small camp pool. KP looks like he wants to go for the fight, but the brambles will not land. Mid one, he's been very good at juking out these brambles. They're not able to land one, which means KP is not able to land the Celestial Hammer into the Starbreaker combination. With that SMG, oh, here we go. They'll jump in anyway. Celestial Hammer, Starbreaker. But mid one, he's gonna survive. They don't have the follow-up. Now they might. The brambles is back up, but Tim's has dropped a bit too low. He will retreat as Januel will continue the chase, but will lose vision. Tim's remains alive, but has no real HP to speak of. But he will stay in the lane at least for now.
Just to dodge out and give some solo EXP for KP. No real kill threat that can come out from SMG, considering that you don't have the most mana left here for Zhao, so he's not going to be able to try and poke in. We'll just maybe look for some stacks. This is spotted out by the wards of Blacklist. They know there are resources being made up. They can try to contest later on. Tim's also gets his stacks up, and
they'll get the brambles on Genuel. Zhao made no real way out of this one. He is just going to go down to Carl. So far, this Dark Willow pick for Blacklist has been proving to be very effective from Tim's. He's doing some fantastic work, finding another kill here for the Pangolier. And it's back up to the top lane, of course. Back to trying to slow down mid one. And they have been doing a somewhat effective job of it. Like, mid one's stuck at 24 CS, which isn't too bad. But you can tell he does not feel safe with this top lane, especially while Zhao is not around. And Zhao just TP'd mid. So mid one is a bit of a sitting duck if they did want to dive in, but now no one's rotated. Mid one baits them in. KP's trying to go for the run out. No one. He's got a coil, but he's just holding out to the last second. Now he will commit, and KP has no way out. Great rotation now from no one.
Radiant are scanning.
I like that chain of events for SMG. Bottle refill on the mid, TP up top for the puck instead, and manages to get a good use out from the coil. So they managed to open up a little bit more for mid one. More than happy to take that kill for himself and get some EXP going for Zhao.
Oh, no one. Kind of jaunts to the right, but doesn't quite make it to the other side. Doesn't matter anyway. They didn't have the Rolling Thunder, and of course Zhao was there to help in case. Now a bit of a chase on Carl, but he's okay. Meanwhile, Arfu in a bit of an awkward scenario, but oh, never mind. It's Cuckoo that's in the awkward scenario now. As he tries to Icarus dive, we'll wait out the vacuum, but the stomp is going to connect perfectly from Arfu. And Masaros will take care of it. Now, Cuckoo trying to be a little bit cheeky here against the older Titan, but he does pay for it.
Despite top early kills for Blacklist,
mid one, he's a big pick off. He's going to try and get to the high ground with this Rolling Thunder. He'll make it, but the Solar Guardian from KP chasing him down. Mid one, still alive with the call down to slow down KP, but he has the Celestial Hammer now. It will connect, but the raindrops. It blocks too much damage. Mid one will remain alive.
Top tower is under attack.
And sadly for Blacklist, they get nothing out of this rotation from Carl.
It's a lot of commitment as well. Rolling Thunder and the Solar Guardian down. So if SMG decides to make a move, you're not going to have that saving play with the Solar Guardian onto you anymore. It's a big opening for SMG as they equalize 4-3. Less than 1k lead still standing for Blacklist. My concern still stands that despite killing mid one, it's slowing down his lane a bit. He's not lagging that far behind in net worth. Can always sit back in the jungle, always play with a flak. Mask of Madness not too far off. At very least, the Morbid Mask can help him accelerate and sustain in that jungle. And, you've still got the solid start for Carl and Raven to come off of. Kind of want to see what kind of timings will hit on Raven. He is working onto the Dragonlance. Well, just Dragonlance Deso this game. Masa's not really left this lane either.
Well, they're looking at Raven now, but Raven's going to back his way out, seeing that Phil was slowly making his way in. Here comes No One, also rotating down bottom lane. Cuckoo's going to show up, get some D-wards off, but the problem is he's being watched right now by No One, so that D-ward is probably not going to happen here for Cuckoo. So he will get caught with the coil and has, again, no exit strategy here. It's No One, just in the right place at the right time every time. Gets away with another.
Equalizes them 4-4, getting aggressive top.
They're going to try on Zhang Yuel. Zhao probably will drop, though. He is actually healing up.
Is under attack.
Mid one drops the Seeds of Serenity active. I don't even know how to pronounce that active, but he drops it. And it actually keeps Zhao pretty healthy.
HP. It's a lot to just save you from these little pokes. It's a lot to cancel out a little bit of that burn from Celestial. Of course, the swap as well. Early damage reduction, 30% more than enough to keep Zhao alive. So the attempt does fall flat. Mid one more than happy to just sit back and farm. And SMG are in this recovery period, and they're doing quite well in that recovery. Again, not a massive lead that came out for Blacklist. Raven and Carl still have space, but it's not like a gyro takes that long to catch up there. And it doesn't take that long either for Darkseer with some space to play with the Iron Shell. So we need to see Blacklist kind of try to push this envelope more. And maybe just wait out this timing onto Raven and just connect this 5, force this pressure. Otherwise, SMG, they're not really suffering here.
Cuckoo's going to find mid one. Problem is, it's really only Cuckoo around that area, so it's not like they can really try to make the jump in on mid one. Though he does make mid one believe there's a ward on that high ground. At least you get a sentry usage wasted here by Zhang Yuel. Cuckoo's actually sticking around this area, trying to take as much farm away from mid one that he possibly can. Oh, the top tier 1 tower, of course, being forced in now by Blacklist Rivalry. KP getting to work on that front. And it looks like they'll get away with this for free. SMG not looking like they're going to contest this tier 1 tower push. There is no counter push happening either. The bot lane is perfectly safe. So kind of a bit of a freebie there for Blacklist Rivalry. And now the hunt begins, I suppose, to try and find mid one, but he's going to show on the creep wave anyway. And he has Zhang Yuel around the corner if he needs it, so there's no real killing this guy right now.
Can be tougher, especially if the swap is always there for the save. And you can't really underestimate just how much 30% damage reduction is. Although the cast range is still fairly short, but you don't have, again, that backline catch unless you also commit the movement out from Carl. And with the game slowing down, again, I feel like this favors SMG. Even if you are finding this marginal lead on Blacklist, farm parity means they'll be able to play into that Deso time. And they'll be able to play into this early diffusal of Carl as well. So it's not the be-all, end-all start for Blacklist. And as long as SMG hangs on to their side of the river, they're perfectly fine. There's no forward contests, no smoke plays, no group ups, no punishment from Blacklist for them to play this kind of slower game on SMG. They just want to play equally slow in Blacklist.
Well, Blacklist have drawn a line out towards the Dire jungle. SMG are hanging around that area right now. They'll get the diffusal blade up on Carl, and that might be cue to smoke up and go for a fight. Top lane, though, KP's being hunted here by No One. But KP will retreat at the right moment, avoiding the dream call of No One. Meanwhile, Blacklist will run the opposite way towards the bottom lane, where they might find Massaros. Massa actually running right into them. Going back towards that triangle. They'll see him, and they'll make the jump in immediately. Massa, he's going to try for the surge away, but the root is there. With the Brambles Maze, they make it impossible to run, though Massa is still going, but eventually will die. There goes Cuckoo, but in comes the Solar Guardian from KP, but nothing's landing. Swap out. Tims, he's now in danger. Tims, still in the Shadow Realm, might just be fine to survive as Zhao's the one to go down. They'll take down the Vengeful Spirit. In comes mid one. But mid one, he doesn't have what it takes to fight yet with his team, I don't think. There's No One will also go for a runaway. Carl's still chasing, but misses the swashbuckle. It continues fighting with No One, but No One's winning this fight. So Carl will be forced to retreat.
A little bit messy, but it works out in the favor of Blacklist, managing to get at least more kills for the trouble, finding that core pick off onto Massaros as well. They still have the egg to play off of as well, despite not having the Solar Guardian here.
Trying their best to just deny any power runes away from no one, and Carl is going to be able to pick up the regen rune now on the Pangolier. While this is happening, Raven is still doing a fantastic job farming on this TA. Top of the net worth board still on this TA and is about to have the Desolator timing you spoke about. So Roshan will be open rather soon for Blacklist Rivalry. SMG, this is arguably the hardest game they've had so far, just based on the way this game's gone. Is they're going to TP all heroes down towards the bottom lane now. They could find Raven. He is still hanging around that area.
Radiant's bottom tower
The Astral Spirit will try to scout out for the TA, and they are actually going to scout him. Raven, he's going to try and go through the Twin Gates, but has to cancel. Meanwhile, Tims will come through to make sure Raven remains alive. Raven, in the meantime, goes into the Node Strike. Tims, he'll go into the Shadow Realm. The Terrorize, it's going to land. No one, forced to be swapped out to survive through this, and Tims will be the one to go down. There's no one now. Coil catches Raven. Jal, he's got to follow up in a few seconds, and Arfu with the stop. Gonna lock him in. Raven is down. And SMG, they managed to dance around Blacklist again.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's
Not committed for that kill, but it's the one big kill you needed.
Oh, KB. Aggressive play. Gets Zhao. Massa in the meantime, he's going to go for a run with the surge up. TPs are coming from Tims. Tims not able to get there in time for the Brambles to land on Massa, but the chase is still on. Carl trying to get there, but his Diffusal Blade's on cooldown. They can't really stop Massaros from just running away.
tower is under attack.
They do at least get themselves avenge, but that's about all they get. And you can't forget they did lose Raven for this.
It's not a worthwhile trade for sure. SMG more than happy and to stall out this timing on the TA. The Deso is still set to come out for Raven into the Blink and the Shard, so I like this build up. It's a much more aggressive TA. It's something that wants to play up tempo, try to get some control for the team. It's set up. They just need to start finding these openings. They will find them in tier 1, and so that allows some contention into the triangle, into that top jungle further on. Cut off some of these resources for mid 1 at the least. But they need to play together. You know, once this Deso is up, you want to see Raven take activity and maybe not play up front just yet, but deal the damage for the team, as he is going to be providing a lot of that for them. Carl has some to an extent, but certainly that minus armor stacking here with the Deso and even the Lucky Shot can be quite devastating for SMG to play with at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. SMG, they were trying to push the bottom tier 1, but they give up on it and they rotate top instead through the Twin Gates. Having a look around for the TA, but Raven has backed himself out of here. Raven will kind of just remain within the safety of his Radiant Triangle. Zhao's still thinking about going in on the Venge.
Dire are scanning.
Meanwhile, Tims will get scanned out in the mid-river.
Is under attack. Radiant's top tower.
Tim's just in a
is under
position to
attack.
break any kind of smoke towards that Radiant Triangle. Here comes Cuckoo and Carl, rotating back through the Twin Gates up towards the top lane. Not finding themselves a target quite yet, as SMG now just splitting up completely. But Raven has got Deso, so Roshan might be the objective that Blacklist want to play for.
Got the minus armor stacking as well. Orb of Corrosion for Carl. And this shouldn't be the toughest Rosh in the world. SMG have smoked out. They could run through the gate. There's no vision at the gate, that side of a trap right now. So SMG can try to make this work, but Rosh does fall so damn fast with his minus armor.
Certainly not going to last very long, though. Here comes Arfu. Through the Twin Gates, he'll try to get the Spirit out. Will scout out, and does slow down the Roshan. And in fact, here comes the rest of SMG. They don't want to let this go for free. Roshan is very low at the moment. A nice Brambles from Tims, but no follow-up to it. Everyone sees Roshan's HP pull. SMG now looking to move into the Roshan pit. Blacklist Rivalry prepping for a fight. They'll see Massaros, but no one's jumped in. He's got the coil on 2 targets. They're trying to aim down Cuckoo on the Phoenix. In goes the back wall now. Who have they got? The egg is down. Cuckoo, it's being focused. The egg is officially gone. 1 support each so far is now mid 1. Mid 1 is gone to boot. That's a good fight so far for Blacklist. Raven is quite low though. They haven't looked at this TA. Meanwhile, Massaros getting caught in the tree line. It's a 3-for-1 trade going in the favor of Blacklist Rivalry. And Roshan is back to being theirs, but Arthur and No One have not given up. They've got a blink on No One. He could make some magic happen. In goes Carl again. Onto Arthur this time. Trying to go after the Order Titan, but No One is going to protect him. As the respawns are coming, Zhao's now back. KP jumps in. The Vengeful Spirit immediately deleted. Now No One dropping low. Will orb towards the left of the map, trying to blink away, but Raven knows exactly where he's gone. And so does Carl. They'll finally take down the puck. And Roshan, it's still waiting to be taken. Mid one was even TPing into the outpost, but cancels. He knows he can't anymore.
That was a big blunder by SMG. They ignored Raven in the back. Like, they run up, Raven stays in meld. Once he sees them commit, walks up, but they had no spells left. They swap in as well. Swapping Cuckoo in for the egg, so they have to focus the egg right next to Raven. And, you know, you ignore this TA with the Dessa. We talked about this timing. The TA is going to be doing the brunt of the work here, along with Carl's output right now, with his Orb of Corrosion and the Orb of Destruction with swashes. And all of a sudden, Blacklist come out with that 5k lead at 12-9. SMG have to be so cautious. Like, with his Aegis going the way of Blacklist, that's basically going to be tier 2. A lot of farm that Blacklist can find safely. And all of this is starting to connect. And KP's starting to work into the BKB. On the Dawnbreaker, going to be a lot harder to pin him down. He doesn't have anything like Global Suns to worry about canceling his Solar Guardian as well. You've got Carl working into his Ags, so even more output coming out here with a Shield Crash. More stats to play with as well. And for SMG, this game doesn't get that much tougher as it goes on, but you certainly need to start racking it up in terms of net worth. It's a little bit slower coming out for mid one. The aggression's not been lining up as well as you'd like it for SMG. And Blacklist are putting up a damn good fight. They're back in this game. They're back in this series.
They certainly are for now. 6k advantage their way. Let's try their best not to drop the ball too much here against SMG, though, because one team fight could really turn it very, very fast. Those tier 2 towers you talked about, probably looking towards the top tier 2 tower to start things off, as Carl, mid lane, being watched by No One. Just pump faking the Rolling Thunder for now. Knows they're around. There goes the Waning Rift from No One, already dealing half his HP in damage, but will not continue. Not with just Arfu. Oh, that's a very nice stomp, though, from Arfu. But they will not go.
Invisibility.
Down towards the bottom, perhaps, where KP's hanging around. There's a big wraparound from Januel mid one. KP still by himself in all of this. Call down is there. Dream call out as well. They'll break the coil immediately onto KP, giving him no way out of this. In comes Raven. Hits the meld strike on. No, actually doesn't connect. Just did no damage, rather. Oh, the cape. Of course he had it. Well, Carl will still get him. No One in the meantime. Should be just fine to jaunt out of there. Very, very hard to catch this puck. So 1-for-1 trade, but certainly in the favor of SMG that time around.
Yep. I like this hit and run from SMG. They're playing into Aegis, but they're looking for opportunities to still find pickoffs to, you know, keep themselves in this game. And they find a pretty big one in that Dawnbreaker, especially pre-BKB for KP. Just doesn't have as much counterplay as he'd want to right now. Blacklist still farming up a Storm with that Aegis up, working their way onto a full Hurricane Pike coming out for Raven. He's got a way of increasing that spacing between him and SMG at the very least. Although I'd argue swap could still be a massive issue for that TA. Once Zhao hits 12, it's going to be easier to look for even longer range offensive swaps here for the Venge, but that is still some time off. We shall see when that timing will be, but for now, Blacklist, they're crossing the river, they're finding farm. There's some laning pressure coming out. No one's just doing puck things, cutting off the creep wave, forcing a response out. And that is one thing that will constantly happen. You know, until you get maybe, if Raven even finds a farm for it, something like the TA Ags, the puck will just be as annoying as possible on these side lanes where your focus isn't at.
Well, Massaros drops the wall here onto Raven. He has help around him, but they must assume that Massaros has backup. Though he did not. Massaros just defending the tier 2 top tower on his own. And he gets away with this as well. Now his team is behind him, so now he does officially have the help. And it seems like Blacklist have accepted the fact that this tier 2 top tower is not going down yet. Instead, now pings are out towards the dire jungle where mid-one is farming. They had him under vision. So the smoke is there, the chase is on. Mid-one might go for the creep wave into the tier 2 tower, and he does. Do they want to dive this deep? He's got no help around him. Mid-one knows something's wrong here, but it might just be too late. Solar Guardian to fight through just in case, and they'll take him down. Mid-one is gone, and Januel will join. A double kill for Raven. And this time, the mid-tier 2 tower, it is going to go down. But there is no creeps, but it doesn't matter. They're coming.
They'll eventually come along. And you have to worry about the puck just clearing out all the creep waves. That is something that is fairly easy to do, but at least this wave catches up. And I have to say, this combination with Pango plus Dark Willow, like Bedlam into the roll. We've talked about this a couple of times when we've seen the combo. It's really coming into action.
No one. Oh, this will be a big one. He does avoid the terrorize. No one. See how much he can juke out here. The Bedlam being placed on Raven. No one. With the Sun Ray now being burnt him down. He still blinks away. Jaunt away as well. They just can't catch him. They can't catch him. He is okay. It's Puck. He's a good Puck player as well.
Slippery hero. I have to say, this game, you know, when I said it wouldn't get too much more complicated for SMG as it scales on, it actually will get more complicated. Tims is going for the Ags, Mike.
Oh, well,
so we will have the Dark Willow core basically coming out. And this here is so frustrating once it has that Ags, especially if you get something like your Spell Prism, Octarine, almost 100% uptime on Shadow Realm.
Yeah.
Need a little bit of attack speed on top of that, and you basically can't stop Tims. So you have to worry about the TA, you have to worry about this roll that comes out from Carl, and then you have to worry about the Dark Willow doing 1,000,000 damage for the Shadow Realm. Not going to be fun for SMG if Blacklist managed to reach that point. Not quite there yet. You have mid-one with a fresh BKB. So that aggressive play onto the Gyrocopter shouldn't sustain itself any longer here.
This is a dangerous position for SMG here. If they ran back towards their triangle, they'd find quite a few heroes, but Fu scouting out with the Spirit. No one scouting out with the orbs being thrown out, but now Blacklist, they will leave that dire triangle. They'll head into the mid lane and push out the creep wave, force the defense to come from SMG. Instead now, Blacklist looking to move up towards the top lane, but SMG are prepped to try and fight around that area as they all TP up. They're ready for it. They'll see Cuckoo straight away, but Cuckoo will Icarus dive out. Tims in the meantime drops the brambles, ensuring there is no chase to come. And Blacklist, they will get out of there scot-free. Nobody caught.
Time committed out from SMG. A lot of TPs wasted. Not gonna amount for much. This stall.
They're gonna go?
Blacklist.
Carl, he's going. They have help behind mid-one. The swap is out. Zhao might have to sacrifice his life for this. Mid-one, though, he's sticking around. He might want to continue the fight, but Carl's found him another time. Now the Solar Guardian will fight through, but mid-one this time has the BKB. Will fight back. In goes the egg now. Cuckoo's being focused by the Gyrocopter. The Astral Spirit as well coming in from Arthur, ensuring they can't keep going, but they are. Mid-one is still in huge danger as they will get Carl, but the Gyro, he's been left alone. He will drop. It's Raven. How much more can he find? No one's chasing him on the puck. Raven is happy to keep going. No one will blink away though. Another successful team fight for Blacklist Rivalry, but these fights have been very close.
They have. They force it very hard on Blacklist. It's a massive win because Tims gets to finish up his Ags off the back of it. So you're going to have some issues here, Mikey. With a Hand of Midas attack speed, not to be underestimated, with a Dark Willow, with Shadow Realm. This is where the game gets really spicy. 18-12, 7K lead for Blacklist up. SMG, they've been doing a pretty good job in trying to keep themselves in the game. They're still trying to play aggressive with mid-one. We haven't seen these big vac walls that you necessarily want to see coming out from this lineup.
Raven.
Swap saves from Zhao. He's still stuck at 11.
It certainly is. That's a depressing place for Januel to be, but that is a classic Vengeful Spirit. You know, it's kind of what you got to do is just save your teammates. That's your job. No one. Oh, the silence. No one. Oh, no one. Beautiful trap set by Blacklist Rivalry. They were all waiting on the high ground. They knew the puck would go for it. And that he did.
Goes back to this item build coming out from Raven. The early shard pickup, understanding that he has to kind of use that to catch no one in this game. Buys it very early on. So, what was it? After his Blink Vesso, I think? Just went straight for the shard. And it's paying off dividends. They get these pickoffs. They make it so awkward for SMG to try to play anything outside their high ground right now. They're still trying to get this build up on mid one
Raven.
going as well.
Raven mid lane. He'll go for the meld. They know he's there, but he'll blink away. SMG still chasing. A nice back from Masaros. Will catch the TA. Push him back. He's got no BKB to try and survive through this, but they have the Solar Guardian to heal him up, though he is still dropping. Now the Sunray. Raven, he's still alive. They're still trying to make the jump in, and Raven will finally go down, but so will mid one. They've also lost the Gyro. They've lost Massa. And now they've lost Shanuel. It took too long to kill Raven. At least no one. He'll find another target for SMG. He'll get Tim's down. But it's still going to be a 3-for-2 trade as never mind Cuckoo. He'll pick up the shield room. But now he's in danger. In fact, Carl's going to come in. Carl! That is a lot of damage from Carl. No one down. Only Arfu will survive.
I mean, you really wish you had your TA here for Blacklist. Could have been a nice siege, nice pressure onto a tier 3. Instead, they will just have to wait. This is time for SMG as well to get their respawns going here. But next Roche is going to be the flashpoint. Not too far off from the respawn. Should line up nicely for Blacklist. It will be a daytime Roche as well. So it's going to be in their advantage for their outpost. And that should start to open up that potential for the high ground with Roche number 2 here. SMG. And they need so much more on mid one. He's just not that scary in the gyro. He did pop BKB once more, down to 7 seconds now for the next fight. You also kind of need more to go out onto Zhao. Like, he has level 2 swap. Maybe something like Aether Lens or a Force Staff for him to try to save. Yeah, it could be massive as well. I think you just need to try to draw out these fights, make Blacklist come up, clump up into a vac wall, and try to play with, say, a bigger clump up on the
Roshan.
Astral Spirit Stomp.
I mean, this might be the moment you're talking about, John.
Yeah. It's a quick respawn. It plays into their area of the map. The scan was there, so it does hold them back. They have the info, but Blacklist being sneaky.
They could find no one. If they could start this fight by taking out no one, that's probably the best start you could ask for. No one knows he cannot afford to die, especially first. Basher now up on the Pango, or it is rather on the Courier coming towards the Pangolier. That could be a big problem for SMG. So it almost feels like a guaranteed bash with every swashbuckle. And especially for the puck, he's not going to enjoy that very much. But you also have the Daedalus now on Raven. Mind you, you do have the Butterfly on mid one, so he could be a very challenging target to take out with all that evasion now. They're moving in. KP's going to break the smoke on mid one. Pops the BKB immediately and will move out onto the gyro, but does look to retreat. So BKB is gone now for the Dawnbreaker. SMG might want to keep this one going as there's the vacuum, there's the wall, it's caught 4 targets. Masaros, what an initiation, but nobody's down. The Solar Guardian will heal them up a little bit, but they're forced to leave Cuckoo. In fact, Cuckoo, he'll egg up. Tim's is the one to try and run, but will go down as Cuckoo will follow. Both supports dropping for Blacklist. Off the back of the initiation of Masaros, who will find a 3rd target in KP. And now Roshan, it is SMG's to take.
It's just really good flank coming out from SMG, smoking, getting this really awkward angle from the side. Blacklist weren't ready for it. They're going to miss out on the Roche. This could have been their big objective to open up the high ground. Now SMG get to reel the game back in. Aegis and Cheese on hand. Both of them going to mid one for now, but he does pass the Cheese on to Masa. And Blacklist, they managed to bail out. They're forced to use the egg and the Solar Guardian, not in the most ideal circumstances as well. Have to respect those tight areas. We talked about them needing that big vac wall. Kicks in for Masaros, and that makes all the difference. You know, you clump them up, easy targets for the flak. You've got the right-click damage on mid one now with a Butterfly up.
The top lane, Hex out, they've got the puck. No one's gone. Cuckoo's got to sight the Vice. That's some fantastic lockdown against the puck, and he had no idea that was coming.
And it's just so much for the puck to have to worry about. No defensive items up on no one. You tend to not want them on the puck. But at this point, yeah, he's queuing up the Lincolns, recognizes that he will need something to break off that instant stun. And that should help the cause a little bit more for no one, released. 24-17. Win probability standing at around 50% for SMG, surprisingly. Not what I'd expect that graph to say. Blacklist certainly still has that tempo, but it can run out fast. Look at him. He's going for the MKB. He is going to be the core.
Yeah. I mean, why not? You do it, Tims. This is for TI-12, right? Like, he's trying his best to qualify here. He'll just carry the game if he needs to. See if he gets to the stage where he has it. Like, mid one, he has so much evasion with the Elven Tunic and the Butterfly. Makes it really hard to really have nothing to get through that. So they will get the Tormentor now, SMG. The Genuel getting the shards for himself. Bouncing Magic Missile, going to be very, very nice. And with that Blacklist, they still back off. It looks like they might actually play for the later game, considering you do have this Dark Willow, who is going to be a problem if she gets infinite Shadow Realm usage with 0 downtime. But for now, they are going to sit back, relax, let the Aegis and Cheese, or rather just the Aegis, expire. Still 2 minutes 45 seconds for that to happen. And SMG, I don't think they mind the time to farm. I think they're more than happy with this.
Yeah, I mean, you still Blessing into say the Daedalus is going to be the next big one, with the Satanic being finished up as well, so he's got the sustain. No one on the side of Blacklist going for something like the Scotty as well to counteract that. So that flash healing available for the Jar are going to feel amazing every single time. They are really letting Tims farm everything. All right, so they are banking on this Dark Pool. I mean, I don't fault them. And this here is oppressive when it is allowed to kind of get to this point. It doesn't even have the level 20 talent up yet. So once you have that 7-second duration with 12-second cooldown, start piling on some of those neutrals, pile on an Octarine at some point, then you're looking at Ice Frog's finest creation, Mike. It's
no plane. No one. Always jaunted, but he will blink away. TPs were immediate from Arthur. In fact, it was Genuel who was coming in just in case. They'll scout up the Venge TP with the trap from Raven. I mean, the lanes are pushed in anyway. Like, mid one's done a great job of pushing through this bot lane, which is at the tier 3 tower now, so I'm not sure if Blacklist actually want this fight. But they are still grouped up here in the mid area. Mid one rushing right towards them. Still 1 minute 20 on the Aegis. More than happy to force the fight. Will commit the call down, but Blacklist are the ones trying to retreat. Dream Coil is going to catch Tims. Tims in a spot of danger. Will get stunned up, but gets forced staffed away to boot. He's still on the run, as mid one is still on the chase. But they have no vision to be able to lock anyone else down. Now, Blacklist thinking about turning back on mid one. And again, with the Aegis up for another 55, it's not really well advised.
Should be able to find the tier 2 here on SMG's end. The high ground fight can be a little bit awkward. Can go either way with the threat of AoE control from both sides. He will stall out in tier 2 with a fort. A long range melt strike coming onto mid one.
That certainly was. Mid one didn't really seem to care too much though, to be fair. At this point, still a 10k advantage for Blacklist, but it certainly doesn't feel that way right now. With the way SMG are playing just so much more dominantly in this game 3. Raven's trying desperately to get to a point where he has the Swift Blink up, but it's going to take a bit more time than that. Masseros now get caught. Raven's looking towards him. Thing is, no one is around the area. They'll have to leave him alone. It is quite funny to see Raven watching Tims take all the farm.
Yeah, he is. He is inching closer to that MKB. The attack speed will start to line up. I can't believe this is how Game 3 goes. Here we go down to Dark Willow carry. The real carry.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I mean, this is how my turbo games go. Maybe not at 38 minutes. At this point, the Dark Willow is like 5 items slotted up, so...
Yeah.
You know?
You'd hope so.
We'll get there eventually, Tims. You know, yeah, you're reliving these turbo games.
Mid lane, no one's on the hunt. Invis Rune is up, so he'll have a look around and see if he can find a straggler, though they will see him underneath the sentry ward for a moment. Immediate TP back from Tims to the outpost, and that triangle is now Carl going to jump right into no one. Coil will lock him down, but there is no follow-up towards the Pangolier. They do at least waste the Terrorize, and in fact, Arfu is gone. Raven will just take him out, but now Raven's been caught. He's got his own BKB, but he might have no choice but to fight. In comes the Solar Guardian, mid one. He might be surrounded on the gyrocopter completely alone. Massa at least gets the cheese off in time to survive the damage output of KP. And Blacklist, they're trying to kite out, kite away from mid one, go back into mid one, why not? But KP is down. Sacrifices himself against the gyrocopter as now Raven is stuck a bit too long. Vacuum back, the meld will do nothing, and Raven will drop as mid one will claim the kill. Even Tim's trying to run, but mid one is not done yet. He wants another. Homing missile onto Carl. He'll go into the roll-up. He'll survive. Now is a very scary fight to start for SMG, but I mean ultimately mid one at the end just making it all the worthwhile.
Massive kills, 2 cores for their trouble. Managing to hang on and start applying pressure onto the high ground. Blacklist, this is such an awkward spot. They don't want to buy back on that TA, but she is still a lot of your damage. Like, you're not ready on Tims, not without this MKB. He can't pierce through mid one, even if he's got the damage output.
Massa, beautiful back, beautiful. Coil being dropped by no one. Cuckoo's gone already. Bottom racks is down by SMG. Into the mid racks they go. There is no T2 tower protecting this one. And SMG, they look fearless here, John. Nothing scaring them off. They are going right for the jugular. Tims has now got the MKB he was farming this whole time. But is it going to make the difference? They'll lock down mid one with the Rolling Thunder. But the stomp from Arfu again, stopping Tims in his track as now they are looking to retreat. In comes KP with the Solar Guardian trying to aim down the Venge, but she has an Ags up. They'll get rid of the Remnant to boot. KP on the chase, looking for mid one, but realizes he needs to run. Mid one sticking around. In goes no one again. Onto Carl, and Carl is down. He'll buy back. This Cuckoo is forced to just drop the egg and try to survive. KP back on mid one, but mid one is not dropping. In goes Raven, but he can't hit.
Bash?
Mid one is just not getting hit, and now the Satanic. He's just gonna make it. Mid one, right back in.
No fight.
Blacklist has got to run. Carl's got no buyback. He just died back immediately on the Pangolier. And that's the mid racks gone. 1 racks away from Megas, and maybe they weren't even needed. Blacklist are trying desperately, but another stomp from Arfu gonna lock down Tims. He will survive, but Massa Ross!
God.
The vacuum again from Massa. He gets Tims down. There goes KP. 3 heroes without buyback, and SMG. SMG, after the year they've had, they might be going to TI-12. I can't believe what I'm seeing, SMG. They'll hand out the tips towards Carl. How do you stop them now? The Ancient exposed, they're going right in. There's no stopping this. GG is called. SMG have done it. They've got their tickets to TI-12. Who would have guessed this, John? Who would have guessed they would make it?
I don't think anyone could have guessed that this would happen. SMG, smooth run in the upper bracket, sailing through this grand finals 3-0. What an outstanding series. What an outstanding game from SMG. Blacklist, it looked like here in the game 3, they reeled it back a bit. They were trying to go for that core Dark Willow, just not enough. Again, sitting back and farming the butterfly from mid one, more than enough to complicate matters here for Raven. And all the AoE control they had basically meant this Dark Willow's Shadow Realm wasn't doing as much as you'd expect. Right, like you had the stomp, you had a vac wall, you had a lot of ways to control up an untargetable hero. So it was actually a lot harder for Tims to try to carry through there. A good try from Blacklist, but SMG, again, this team just looks to be in such good form. You know, it almost makes you wish that this was the SMG that we've seen in the DPC tours. You know, if they were in this same form in the DPC, we would have had very different teams in the top 3. We would have had maybe very different results for those teams in the majors as well, but you know, it kicks in when it matters, and Well, Mid-One's back to TI after God knows how many years.
Yeah, I'm happy to see it, Jonathan. I honestly am. The guy's had a pretty rough road. You know, he's had to deal with a lot of haters, a lot of memes over the years of coming back to SEA, but he has managed to make it back to TI-12. And let me tell you, with this roster, my goodness, I'm actually getting faith that they might be able to do some special stuff at TI-12, John. You know, these guys are looking great. I don't feel like they're going to have too much issue putting up a great fight against the teams that were directly qualified through DPC points.
Important to see. Their aggression, their drafting, it's been relatively unique here on SMG. Like this off lane that they've been using for Masaros, the Nagas, their pickups for Mid-One, the aggression that comes out from the safe lane. It's going to be really interesting to see that style clash. And then props to SMG. Like, after a really rough year, after being on the cusp in a lot of scenarios, just not making it. Not just the past year, but really a lot of years now for SMG in this roster. They come out on top. And you know, the memes from this result, Mike, they're going to write themselves. 5 Filipinos up against 1 in Changyang. Guess what worked out?
I didn't say it, John did. You're the Filipino, you say these things. That's fine with me. MVP, Jonathan. Listen, I've been watching this guy the whole time, all right? I think Arfu deserves an MVP. This guy on the Elder Titan has been ridiculous. I don't think you can afford to give Arfu Elder Titan so freely. Like, he is a menace on this hero. And every fight, you saw it. Like, a stomp comes in, 2 heroes are awake and fighting, but 3 heroes in the back are just asleep the whole fight. We saw it over and over again. And I think Arfu, like, if you asked me who was the MVP of the whole run for SMG, this guy has just been consistently good the whole time.
Yeah, he has. Like, he's done so much work. And this is a hero that he's specialized in for years now.
Yeah.
And to be able to have this foundation, it's like, all right, they're going to ban out all these broken heroes. They're going to try to ban out NP, Invoker, all of that stuff. Just take the ET. That's not the top priority ban. It is a pick that's been coming out for a few teams coming in. But Afu just gets to town. And they play around this ET really well on SMG. They understand what it can do in lanes. And what a watch. You know, we've just seeing this journey for SMG after the initial question marks on, all right, how well will this team do? You know, if things start to go southbound, you know, there's this conception that I had in mind that it would just be like a ticking time bomb, but it never gets there. You know, they stay calm, they stay collected, they stay calm while winning as well.
Yeah.
SMG fixed everything that we had issues with. So this is promising. Right at around TI, I mean, this is going to be really fun to watch when the road to the international final begins.
Oh, well, I'm just so happy to see it in SMG. I mean, I kind of wonder as well how this roster actually formed. Like, who made the decision as to what players were joining, as we can look now at the official bracket, by the way, John. We'll hold that question for later. So you can see SMG, they did have an upper bracket run, to be fair. So they didn't have to play through the lower bracket against all the other teams, but still 3 dominant series before the grand final. And the grand final was a very dominant series. Like, you just saw them getting better every series they took. You know, Geek Fam was a little bit close. They dropped 1 game, but they made it. Execration, they dropped 1 game, but they made it. And then your final 2 series, they just don't drop anything. Just 5 wins in a row.
It's dominant coming out from SMG. And it's just outstanding. Again, what a story for this team. They're going to be joining the likes of Azure Ray from China, Nouns from NA, Virtus Pro from EEU, and our 2 South American teams of VKS and Thunder Awaken. And of course, Entity with 1 last waiting for Western Europe. So it's going to be SMG and Talon. That is up there for the TI. And that is also pretty funny because the last time we saw, like, I don't know, there was one time, I think last year in the DPC where we saw a Talon versus SMG game. There was some spice there. You know, there's some spice coming out from Jabs as well onto SMG. So the fact that they're the ones partnered up to carry that hope for Southeast Asia, it keeps it so damn spicy. Like, this is the spiciest timeline we have here, Mike.
Yeah, it certainly is. But I like this. Like, you've got 2 very diverse teams, right? In sense of you've got coverage of everyone almost. Like, you've got Masaros is Thai, Q is Thai. Like, you know, you've got no one from EU.
Thai, if you think about it, yeah.
Yeah, there you go. You got a bit of Filipino in there. You know, it's looking good. Bit of Malaysian, of course.
Well, 2. We've got 2, right? We've got Gabby as well. So Two Pinoys.
Oh, that's right. Gabby made it. There you go, Jonathan. Gabby's there.
Oh, goodness me. What a timeline. And I believe we might have our interview ready here.
Oh, do we really? Let's have a chat with the boys, see what they've got to say here. Let's see who we've got. And we have got... Oh, hello, Mid1. Very happy to see you, sir. Congratulations, my friend. We're so happy to see you qualify to TI-12. What's in your mind? Tell us what's going on in that head of yours.
Relief. I think the first thing came into my mind. Yeah, it's just relief. Yeah. I don't know.
Can I ask you straight off the bat? Like, I've had a question on my mind ever since this qualifier started. You guys formed a brand new roster as the TI qualifiers were beginning. Who picked the players? Like, who came up with this roster, or did you guys all just somehow come together?
It's mostly me. I'm the one who look for players and think about who to pick. And luckily we got no one here, so it was good. Like our roster is kind of complete. Because it's really hard to find good players actually right now.
That's fair. How did you guys get the coordination so quickly? Like, you guys look like you've been playing together for years. So how did it happen so fast?
I feel like we are not super gelled yet, I would say. I just think that it's just... I would say we are lucky that we have skilled players, I would say. What I see in the team is like we are more skilled, so everything is just easier. Like, but when it comes to team game, I think we are still not there yet. Like, I think we still need to learn and talk to each other more and communicate and understand each other better as in team games.
Okay, go on, John.
It's been a while since we've seen you guys on the LAN. I think last time we saw each other was in Japan. I'm curious, coming into TI, the big LAN to make it to, is there any team that you're excited about playing up against again that you haven't seen in a while? Is there anyone that you want to play against personally?
I want to play against everyone. It's been 2 years that I didn't get to play against anyone, so I'm very happy if I can play against any team, to be honest. Yeah.
And I'm curious, moving forward, you guys look spectacular in these qualifiers, but I'm wondering, you're the kind of fella that's always looking for something to improve. What are you looking for as a team that you think that you guys will be focusing in on going into TI?
What would we focus on? I'm sorry, I didn't catch it. What do you say? My mind was...
No, I mean, what's the one thing that you that you guys want to focus on as a team to build up into TI here?
Oh, I would say just be yourself. I would say everyone being able to be themselves and just being honest and talk to each other like a bond, That, I mean, that's how I view it, but I don't know, yeah.
Great to hear.
Yeah, I think that's rather sweet. Mid1, I mean, obviously a big deal. Are you guys going to celebrate? Like, what's the after party look like now for you boys?
I don't know if we're gonna have after party. Maybe go drink or something. Not sure. Probably.
I mean, I guess drink certainly sounds like a good idea. Obviously, you guys have had a lot of fans that have been waiting for this moment for a lot of time. Mid1, do you have any words for the fans that have been watching you guys and supporting for a long time?
No, I mean, just thank you for supporting us and shout out to Tech Gaming, our only sponsor, actually. I don't know, but yeah, thanks everyone.
Mid1, any final parting words before you want to leave? Anything on your mind you want to get off your chest? Say it right now.
Nothing much. Just live your life, I guess. I don't know.
Oh, Mid1, congratulations. We can't wait to see you at TI-12. And you go win it for our region, Mid1. Don't let us lose again. You go win everything for us.
Yep. I will do my best. Let's go. Thank you.
All right, Mid1. Congratulations. Have a great night.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
That was the lovely mid one. A man of few words, Jonathan. I think he's just shocked at what's just happened. I mean, again, this guy has been through such a tough time. You guys have not. Like, it's been years of copying so much garbage the poor man has had to deal with. And he's finally gotten to a point where he can just, he can put the middle finger back up at everyone else and say, hey, guys, look, I'm at TI 12. What are you going to say now? I think he just doesn't know what to say anymore. I think he's just shocked at the fact that the team worked so well, and quite frankly, so was I. But they look damn good. They deserve it.
That they do. I think it's what he said. He's just relieved. It's a weight off his shoulders. He's finally back on the LAN where mid one feels like he's belonged for a while, and he's shown that he can perform on those LAN settings in those past years. So he's going to have that opportunity again. And I think for a team like SMG, being on the cusp on a lot of occasions, finally getting cleared at, like you're playing through the best of 3, or you're in your second game, you win, and you're in game 3, and you've gone through this so many times, right? Where game 3 reverse sweep, and for SMG, it's like it's a lot of pressure. So I can understand where Midwin's coming from, but it's so nice to see them finally being back on that stage, finally having the team that's still moving under gunfire finally get some relief from that gunfire. They've made it. They've run through the field. They're in cover. They can breathe. Yeah. And now they can prep for the next field of gunfire, Mike.
Absolutely. A fantastic performance again. I mean, I would have liked a closer grand final. I'm not going to lie, Jonathan. 3-0s are pretty boring when they're that dominant, but at the very least, SMG is just that damn good. What can I say? They deserve the 3-0, and they deserve hopefully a very fun night for themselves. That is it for the qualifiers, of course, ladies and gentlemen. There's no more games to go. That is SMG qualifying. So thank you so much for tuning in on behalf of us and, of course, PGO and, of course, Valve for watching Dota 2 here at the qualifiers. And well, Johnny, it's been a pleasure as always. I miss this region so much, and we got to have a week of fun with the boys here. And again, I am happy with the result, and I can't wait to see how the region does perform going to TI 12. You got any words to say or anything like that before we head off, John? You want to say anything or?
Yeah, thanks for riding along, chat. I know me and Mike are the dumbest casters around. Hopefully you guys had fun. There's a lot of memes coming out from this results. Don't forget, 5-1. Those are the important numbers from the results of this matchup. But yeah, thank you so much. And, hopefully we'll see you guys again soon. I don't know when, Mike. You're too busy to have a podcast, but we'll see each other sometime soon, I suppose.
Yes, we will. Thank you, everyone, for watching. We'll catch you all again next time. We'll see you. Bye-bye.